Hello, everyone. Welcome to the BUZZ Expo. We are a little late today as we had some connection issues with the live stream, but now here we are, and we are happy to introduce you to Dr. Urszka Staszpeteni and Mateusz Strauss from Arctur. Today we will talk about tourism, heritage, and technology. Welcome, you two.
Thank you for inviting us. Hey.
It's a pleasure. So tell me, how long is Arctur already operating in the travel business?
Well, this is an interesting question, actually, because Arctur is actually a high-tech company. So almost 30 years of experiences with high-tech. We are owner of a supercomputer center. So we have been for years gaining experiences in high-tech and specialized in Industry 4.0. This is why this Tourism 4.0 was born. And, all these complex technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, and expensive and difficult to use. So gaining experiences in different EU projects to bring them to small and medium-sized enterprises. And then we have been like brainstorming where can we bring in our experiences. And this is how tourism popped out, because we have saw that tourism is like a tabula rasa in sense of you have big players using the technology and the small, like the rest of the world not using it because of and this gap is so huge. And this is where we enter in and try to bring solutions to connect this, foster collaboration and give these smaller players the power and boost them to build and be part of all this data sharing and and all these things around. So actually we are fresh in tourism. There's like 3 years now, but in the meantime running many national and international projects with universities, with the biggest tourist service providers in Slovenia. So we are really honored to work with all these experts. And so this is our story, how we enter tourism.
That's cool. And now, well, we have the best situation ever, because we are, due to COVID, in a very unique situation. And now that we're talking about tourism, how do you suggest to restart this tourism?
Well, when we started, the first thing that we changed or focused in was not the tourist is the king, but the local community and quality of life of the local community is the focus. Because nobody wants tourism, what happened in Barcelona, in Venice, where people started to fight against tourism. This is not tourism, nobody wants to leave it. So what can we change? So if you put the local community in the center, and whatever you build, whatever solutions think about this, then you respect this as a perspective. And then everything is sustainable, because we're talking about sustainability. So what we do, we have started with the main pillars are first to understand what is the impact of tourism, because this perceptions is very subjective, because every one of us is a tourist. So we all feel, now I'm an expert because I'm also a tourist. It's not always the case. And so many discussions, many decisions I made, so there are 2 experts who were traveling, but at the end, business is something else, organization. And so here is, we want to help get all this data spread around by destinations, municipalities, and so on, and help them make a new value out of them to build this new. So this is the first step would be understand the impact of tourism, which is not just negative, because we saw now with this crisis that how it's this layer, it's what changes the whole society if tourism stops. It's incredible. And so for us was an experience now to measure this zero, because this would help us really to compare then with the data that was in the past and the data that are coming in. So the first thing is to rethink, what kind of tourism do we want? Do we want the fastest way to go back where we were, or what we believe? No, rethink and okay, how do we want tourism to be? Focus on
Mm.
this community and then build it around.
Yeah.
So this is our suggestion. And it was interesting because during, like, really at the beginning, we started a tourism from zero, an initiative. It's also website .org, and with innovator, this academic world, with universities from all over the world joined us, and students were like, we made a questionnaire first to see what is the first reaction, because just there was no tools. Okay, what is happening? We just made a simple, Google Drive questionnaire, getting like data answers in. And now, like, step by step within this project, we are seeing how the young generation wants to make this, build this bridge between local tourist service providers, which are not able to use platforms and bring, somebody is just making baskets, or somebody just, I don't know, making a kind of drink. There's farmers. They would never start, maybe the younger generations, but this generation, which is now doing it, it's not able. So the young generation now want to be a kind of super host or whatever. Oops, this is nice. Sorry, just need to stop it. And bring this data about this tourist service offer in the platforms, and be this kind of help for this kind of offer to come with this local, this real local experiences. And I find it like this is the way, because we all talk about local offer and this new tourism coming. And I find it like really fantastic how this young generation wants to, and I want everybody to invite that, to help younger generations in own environments to, to take this energy and take advantage of it. So this is something that I find interesting.
Yeah, that sounds really, really great. So really everybody can have some benefit from that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And well, yesterday we have been talking about yesterday already here in these chats. You have been presenting the tourism impact model. Yeah, what is the main added value of that?
So this is exactly that I was mentioning before. What we think is that we need to start. Mateusz, if you want to share the screen, just we have some clips just for.
Yeah, of course.
Really.
Okay, I'm sharing it now.
Production.
Okay, so this is just as a background, is about this changing perception of tourism, in a sense. It's not that everyone can just, have expert opinions. Let's put the real data together, many real data. Let's link it with SDGs, because it's very important that on global level together we gather the same kind of data so we can compare and make this complex, different kind of data really simple to understand with simple visualizations. And this is what STEAM is actually about. And to help destinations, to help municipalities, to help different decision makers, because after yesterday, people were contacting me about, is this also about for the business? Of course, because when we talk about the ecosystem, everyone is part of it. And when we talk about the more data we get in one place, the more everyone gets out of it. So the main idea behind is to make us, to start this process of understanding what really tourism is about, what really the impact is. And what is important and what we have learned is, in this situation, because the SDGs, the beginning, were measured on national level. So we get, we all want to reach these goals on like the countries were compared. But now we have learned that how important is to get the data on local level, because then if you have the data, you can play with it and say, okay, the new wave, hopefully not is coming. Do we really need to close the whole country, or we can make a kind of, okay, red zone, green zone, and still let tourism to be, some parts, you have this kind of simulation on real data. And this is for, like, when we started to talk about it 2 years ago, it's like, okay, nice. But now in this situation, every one of us sees how important for our quality of life is to get politicians and all decision makers tools to really, have the base to take decisions that are like, that we don't then start, is this really necessary, or could be, so this is what's it's interesting now, how fast, in within 1 week changes the world, and these tools can help to assure that our quality of life is not, just put on zero, or we are just locked down.
Yeah,
this is,
absolutely. Absolutely. So, and when I did my little introduction this morning, I thought we would talk about tourism, heritage, and technology. So, heritage and innovation, for example, if we use that word, seem to be two opposite terms. Why and how do you connect them?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, that the general public, thinks that heritage, cultural heritage, is about the past, and innovation is about the future. And cultural heritage, on one hand, is about protecting the old, is about rigid systems, and innovation, on the other hand, is about creating new. It's about breaking boundaries. But it doesn't have to be like that. It shouldn't have to be like that. And actually, it's not like that. Many cases prove that cultural heritage, of course, is about protecting our cultural values of the past, but it's about bringing them into the future. It's about preserving them for the future generations. And this is how, of course, cultural heritage is about innovation as well. And as technologies evolve, so as more and more virtual reality, augmented reality, holograms, different sorts of applications are popping up, we should also think how we can transfer the values of cultural heritage, our own values, into the future using these technologies. Because if we don't do this, of course, it might happen that the future where the younger generations will live in, will be without the values of cultural heritage, about the knowledge that cultural heritage teaches us, the insights, and of course the learnings, bad and good learnings, for the future. And technology here can help us. And I think that this is globally is becoming an important topic. We at Arctur and at Tourism 4.0 have connected this topic mostly with tourism, because we see that cultural heritage can be a resource for tourism, a resource for new touristic experiences that are very unique, that are very embedded into the local context, and that are actually the most natural choice when designing new touristic products. So when you were asking how should we restart tourism, I think it's how it's the question is how could we embed cultural heritage in these new experiences? Because if you look at cultural heritage, you see it's quite evenly dispersed around our regions. There's not big differences between large cities, large metropolitan areas, and then smaller places. Because in the past, smaller places were, many of them were big, were large. It's not that periphery today was periphery 2000 years ago. So periphery today can tell a story, a big story about our past. And this is where we see this connection between cultural heritage and innovation, technological innovation.
That sounds very interesting. And who in the end benefits from the digitalization of cultural heritage?
Yeah, where I see is that there are at least two groups that benefit directly. So one of them is, of course, the cultural heritage institutions. Digitization, so creating digital copies, digital twins of cultural heritage. So when we are talking about material cultural heritage, as well as so tangible and intangible cultural heritage. With digitization, we create copies that are that are much more precise documents of the current state. So, as I said before, the sector of cultural heritage is also about preserving the past. And digital technologies enable this preservation of the past. So let's say that institutions that deal with preserving cultural heritage, whether it be museums, libraries, archives, parks, they with digitization, they get a new source of a new type of preserving the current state. And then on the other hand, it's the general public or the interested parties that can, using this digitized elements, can experience this cultural heritage in a new way. Because what digital technologies enable us is not solely to see digital twins of the reality, but they enable us to see another digital layer on top of it. So if I speak in with examples, let's say we have a castle ruin.
Mateusz, maybe you can show something.
Yeah, sure. I'll play. So let's say we have a castle ruin. Maybe I just mentioned. So in the background, I'll be showing some of our short clips about what we are doing. And later on, I'll explain the steps of how we create them. But let's say we have a castle ruin. When a person visits this castle ruin, of course, one only sees a castle ruin. But using digital technologies, one person could see more of it. It could see the former state of this castle ruin, so the whole castle. It could see the information about the castle ruin. So in a way, it's a new way. Years back, of course, for years now, we have been using these info panels in front of different monuments. But we all know that this is not something that really works, right? Just ask ourselves, how many people actually read these info panels? But when you start talking about VR glasses, goggles, then holograms, different mobile applications, people get more interested. And again, another step, and another characteristic is that these technologies are not static. They enable a dynamic presentation of certain content. So let's say this is the second group, then it's the general public or the tourists. But of course, who really benefits?
The third one, because I jump in. I mean, I'm a mother of 3 kids. So for me, bringing them to this kind of location is like, oh man, we are going to, to visit the stones. So no way. If whatever we can add to it, make a story out of it, it's the only way that I bring this generation, because, this is digital world and physical world and digital world. They are living here. I mean, I can just fight with them and, say, no, you shouldn't use all these devices and so, or try to bring, this world here and hope they will, take this history of ours and live it in another way. This is.
But who really benefits is the society as a whole, right? I mean, it's the thing that we enable or we facilitate that the values on which our societies are built are transferred into the future. And I think that this is also what Urška wants for her kids, and this is what heritage institutions wants for their part. That's let's say these are the groups that benefit the most.
Yeah, that's very interesting, I have to say. And I like the video. Really, really cool. So we could already see that. So what are the steps needed to be taken in this process of this getting the world digital?
Yeah. So I started earlier a little bit about that. So the first step is creating a digital copy of the reality, because um, this is the basis on which we build um, later on. So and we mostly use 3D digitization processes. So we create a 3D digital copy of this castle ruin, let's say, that we were talking about. Once we have this digital copy, we can add additional digital layer on top of it. And this layer could be different information, old photos, older people talking about their past or their experience. Let's say that if they remember, or if it's that young, this castle ruin. But what we can also do is we can recreate the missing parts of the castle. Using, again, 3D modeling, we can, in a way, make a reconstruction, of course, an informed reconstruction based on data that we get from heritage institutions, using old sketches, old paintings. So any material that to some extent shows how this castle used to look like. And once reconstructed, again, we can add another layer of information on top of it. So imagine that we would be doing this in real life. We would need years to plan how to actually reconstruct or rebuild a castle. Then
really?
we would need, probably we were talking about millions to invest in this. And then once reconstructed, we of course need content for these buildings. We need activities that would fit into these buildings. And we all know that this actually costs more than the initial investment in the reconstruction. So here we could tell the same thing using digital technologies, because let's be honest, not all castles should or could be renovated, but they all have an interesting story to tell. So this, let's say, are two steps: digital copy, then another digital layer, and then the third step is asking, how do we present this information to the general public? Is it through video? Is it through VR goggles? Is it through augmented reality apps? Is it holograms? And the answers on this question, on these questions, is based on who are we planning this product to? So who is the target group? What is the story that we want to tell? Is it a technical story, or is it a more emotional story? And let's say for emotional, we would say go to virtual reality because it enables the whole body to experience something. If it's technical, let's do it in a video, or let's do it in a augmented reality. So it's a complex, we say it in 3 steps. Of course, we could divide it into more steps, but these are for us these general steps that start with digital copy that benefits cultural heritage institutions, and then it can go into different and diverse ways further.
Very interesting, and again, very impressive video. I liked it. That's cool, really. You know, I'm a fan of such things, so you really got me. But we need to get to the last question that I have prepared for today. We have been talking already about tourism 4.0, and I know you mentioned that yesterday already, the tourism 4.0 partnership. What is that about?
Well, we initiated, as I said, 3 years ago. We just put the idea out, bringing technologies into tourism, made a website, and then started from all over the world. Yeah, we too, you know. Then we were traveling around on many events and presenting these first ideas, and then started the development with the project. And then we said, okay, how can we somehow just make way that this community, these people come together. So we started this partnership, which is no fee, no obligation. So everyone is welcome. Just visit our tourism4-0.org website. You will see where you can join us. It's like 2 minutes process. It's just to bring, this R&D spirits and people who really want to follow this vision that we have, that putting local community in the center, in this quality of life, and then build, this make tourism parts of this life. So what we do here, we share ideas. There are many projects. There are possibilities, for people to connect. Everyone, it's not just institutions, where we have business, education, or whatever. It's just because we believe that tourism is really something that connects everything and really can be this driver of SDGs and this layer that brings this added value to locations where maybe there is nothing other that they can build on, or though there where there's a lot of things to build on, but still something, these stories, these emotions, this experience that we all want. We are all travelers at the end. So,
exactly.
So please, everyone is welcome to join us, as I said.
And as you have seen, nobody bites. So get in contact. Yes, you're around on your booths on BUZZ.travel, on the Expo part. So whenever anybody would like to have more information or join or just wants to talk, feel free to do that. Get connected, ask for an appointment, chat, have a video call, whatever you would like to do. I think you both are happy to answer all the questions that come along. And thank you for the presentation. I really, really enjoyed it. And again, sorry for the delay, technically hiccups can happen. It's live. You see, we didn't pre-record. We are live, so people, you know how that works. And as again, Mateusz and Urszka, thanks a lot for your time, for your presentation. And let's stay in touch and see you again soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the BUZZ Expo with a little delay. Sorry for that. We had some technical hiccups, but now everything is solved. We are happy today to introduce you once again, if you have seen our talk on Monday, to Professor Dr. Alexander Dingeldey, owner of Dingeldey Business Consultants. He will tell you more about something that I personally think is a great opportunity. Working, we all know that, and studying at the same time, the dual study in Ravensburg. Welcome, Alexander. Great to have you here.
Hello, thank you for the nice introduction. And it's a pleasure for me that I can have a little talk about the most work that I do as a professor. Is it possible that I can share the screen now, production? There we go. So now you see my little presentation, because we have a very nice marketing department at our university that delivers us with all those shiny photos. It's a bit about me, because I'm a hybrid, and dual study is something for hybrid persons. I grew up in a family business. My father was working in the tourism industry since I can remember. So he started opening up a hotel in Africa in 1972. So my favorite place in Africa is Togo and Lomé, because I could spend there some weeks as a child. So in all family business, you have to work together, and I didn't get paid, but I had to work. This is the good thing in family businesses. So I got a big interest into studying. And what I did, I had to work with my father's company and to study. So I did actually a dual study, but there's a solution for people that can do that as well. So I worked with several touristic companies, a big trade show in Berlin, some tour operators, an airline. So I had interesting things. So it's a bit about knowledge in the tourism industry. What we have now at the moment, we have a very big crisis, and this is affecting all companies, especially in the tourism industry. We are affected. Some politicians are blaming us. But I read news today that the German Minister for Developing Countries said Germany should open up as soon as possible for developing countries with no infection rates to support them. So it is a very, very big issue, and the very big issue is staff. We want to have good trained staff, and we train them. So we invested a lot of money in our people. And now we have a problem. The crisis will take 1, 2, 3 years. It depends, but we can be sure people will start traveling again when the crisis is over. So what to do with your staff that we have no work for them for the next 1, 2, or 3 years? But if you let them go, they're gone. They may find another branch. They find that they earn much more money in the automotive industry or somewhere else. So it is very hard to let them go. So we need some place where you can put them on the hold. It's a little bit like a jumbo jet waiting for landing. We know it will land safely, but we need some circles turning around and to give them opportunities to spend some time. In some countries, you have something that is called short-time work, Kurzarbeit. It's not called after the Austrian Chancellor Kurz. He did not invent that. Short-term work does mean you can set your employee, reduce the workload up to 0%, so he doesn't work anything, and he will be paid by the government during that. He's not workless, but he is, I would say, part-time workless. And some countries have this instrument which is very, very successful, that you can keep your employee. He gets paid by the state, and when the crisis is over, you get your staff back, but this is limited in time. And then some companies, people, especially in the tourism industry, they have overtime accounts. So I know friends here has got several hours of overtime. He said, okay, I'll take this overtime now, and I take now a long-term holiday. traveling is a bit limited at the moment, but you can do nice things like hire a camper for a year and do things that you ever have wanted. So doing a sabbatical is another option. And trainings or study programs are other options. So I got no work at the moment, so be prepared for when for the restart. So use your time, do trainings, and do study programs for that. And there's a big variety for study programs that you could do. And main difference for most study programs are students' fees. And the good thing with us, we have no students' fees for European residents. And they are quite nominal if you are outside the EU, but we have to talk to make you an EU resident as soon as possible, that you can study with anything for that. So the HBW is a unique university. More than 40 years ago, Mercedes-Benz and some other big companies in our region said that most practical workers, they lack of theoretical and academical knowledge, and all academical workers, they lack of practical knowledge. The usual thing is the employees has his first day in a company and said, okay, work is finished, we have to clean our workplace now. And the employee says, oh, boss, I have a bachelor degree, I cannot do that. Okay, I'll explain how to clean it. Yeah, so practical knowledge is very, very important. So Mercedes and other companies like Siemens decided that it is a very good thing that you study and work at the same time. Have an internship and studying at the same time, which is stressful for the student, but it's very good. So you end up with a bachelor degree and you have work experience. So you don't only learn the theoretical stuff. And what I really like is to work with students. My students are all in the tourism industry, and they are real tourism industry employees. They are not normal students. From alcohol-wise, they are 100% tourism industry. So it's not fun, but it's hard, lots of work. We have 12 campuses in the south west of Germany. This is Baden-Württemberg, a small state, so it is close to Switzerland, Austria, France, and the tourism management study is placed in Ravensburg. So the 12 other study places have other subjects as well. So we have 34,000 students. So this is mine is bigger than yours slide. So we are the biggest, the State University of Baden-Württemberg. But our students program is small. At Ravensburg, there are 3,700 students. We have 8 bachelor programs with 24 specializations, and those 1,200 partnering companies. I'll talk about partners as well, 90 professors. And most of our students get a job offer by their own company. 85%, they stay in the company, they are studying with that. And the other ones, they are leaving because they want to. And at the moment, they say, so some taking a sabbatical or do master programs, but all students say, we have a problem at the moment, but please come back later, and we need you. Thing with our thing is we have our study is split. So we have 6 times 3 months of intensive study. We don't have semesters. We have quarters of a year. And so we have 6 quarters of theoretical knowledge. So this is a typical study. And we have 6 multiplied by 3 months of practical work. So you start, I'll do that with the sense. So you enter with an A-level, Abitur, or similar to that. So if you want to start as a student, you have to call with me, because with work experience and no Abitur, it is possible to study with us. There are some introduction tests for that. Then you apply at a partnering company that will take you for 3 years. The partnering company pays you a small amount of money for that. There are no students' fees. For a student, this is very good because he earns a little bit of money for that. And the partnering company says, okay, we have a contract with you. So, and then you can start studying. And then you study 3 months and work 3 months. In this, at the end, 6 times, you have your bachelor degree. The advantage that you have the practical experience and the theoretical knowledge. Nothing about trainee programs or that, because when you are done with the study, you already have that. And another thing, we have many lecturers from the industry. For example, my lecturer for the aviation industry is working at the airport of Memmingen, and he's doing all the discussions with Ryanair and convincing them to introduce more routes, and he knows everything from that. And so I've got very well-known tourism lecturers that are very good for you in your better life after studying, because now you get your network during the study. The student gets a small kind of remuneration, which is good for a student, and it's good for the company. Because in Germany we have a minimum wage, and those programs are exempt from minimum wage. You cannot expect a company pay full wage for a student that is only half-time there. So usually tourism companies start in Germany. We have to respect the local laws for that. Germany, they start with 500 euro per month. If you're more experienced, it can go up. So it is, for compared to German standards, quite cheap way to have an employee, but he has to work for that. If you're more work experience, I got students that earn lots more for that, but they have done other trainings beforehand. On the other side, we have to respect local laws. We have companies based in Switzerland. They pay a bit more for that. But this is, we don't interfere in that. This is in between the student and the partnering company. We have small courses. We are a state university, but maximum course size is 60 students. And we have no fees for EU residents. There are no students fees. There are some nominal fees. So you get printed handouts, you pay for that. But that is a quite easy way to do. So our study programs at the whole university, it's mainly business, and we are in the tourism program and applied computer science. We have in tourism 4 specializations. My topic is travel, retail, and transport management, and it will be transferred to digital business management from next year on, which is special for tourism companies. We are all influenced by IT. This is one of the main reasons, and we have still lecturers from the tourism industry teaching digital subjects. So it is, so we married applied computer science and tourism into a new study program, and they probably, so it's 99% sure that it will start next year, so October 21. We have destination and spa management as a part. We have leisure park management and hospitality management as specializations. Most of the subjects are, we have business study, so business, calculation, statistics. We have economy, we have law, especially tourism law. The European package holiday direction is one of the main topics that we torture our students. We have applied computer science and the specific tourism management subjects. At the end, you end up with a bachelor program with 210 ECTS points, which is 30 ECTS points more than normal bachelor programs have because of our practical work. So you got 30 points that can be used if you do a master degree afterwards. So it's easier for you a master, and your master degrees are smaller for that. Partnering companies, they are the key important part. So we need partnering companies. They work directly together with us. The student applies for a job, for a dual study with a partnering company. The partnering company is responsible for that. And the program is open to companies all over the world. So if an incoming agency in Thailand can be a partnering company, they just have to fulfill the German contract, pay the student a nominal amount of fees, and the student needs to speak German fluently, because our student program is in German. But that shouldn't be in the tourism industry a problem at all. So it is 100%. So we have some subjects in English, but the main students program is German. So the students get a small remuneration that should fit into the local companies. And what the student does, he has to write at least 3 scientific papers for the company. So this is the transfer between the university and the company. So the student gets practical input for it, and he writes those 3 theses, bachelor theses, at the end, and 2 practical for the company. And he gets support from us, from the staff, from university, and support from the company. So companies get scientific knowledge with the student and new ideas into that company. It's a bit, so this is another mine is bigger than yours slide. These are the very interesting companies that are working with us together. So it's all other industries. And you see here automotive, computer science, and retailers is a lot part. Of course, we have international exchange programs, so students can spend 1 semester abroad, and they can import all the courses that they did for that. So we have 70 partnering universities all over the world. So this was my little introduction and the advertisement blog. Marcus, I think you had a little question for me.
Yeah, I have. Well, first of all, thanks a lot for this information. And what do you think now? I'm nearly 40 years old now. Could I still take part in this program, or do you think, okay, this you should have done a long time ago?
This is you're never too young to start studying. I have at the moment a student. He is 45 years old. He worked in the tourism industry for many years, and he actually forgot to study, and he decided he wanted to do that. And so he went to his boss and said, "I want to start studying." He said, "Oh, you're crazy. 45 years old. You don't need to study. That's." He said, "Okay, but I stay with your company, and I'm studying." Said, "What's that?" So he actually is doing this program. Of course, he earns a bit more than the 500 euro because he's trained and very good. But he is working. He's spending a little bit of his overtime budget for that, and he's continues working in his company and is studying. And after 3 years, he stays in the company, and he's do that. And another thing is the 3 months in Ravensburg. People stay there because we have a local site. At the moment, everything is digital, but as soon as possible, we will be back onto normal classrooms and audience theaters. They're the good. They work from Ravensburg, so he has a company laptop. He works there. He writes emails. So they are employed in the company. The only thing is that he's switching workplaces. So easy, you can come with us. You can. The only thing is you need a partnering company. I didn't have the case that it's your own company that is employing you, but that could be a very interesting case study to do that. And of course, you can, as a partnering company based in Spain, sure, you can be paid partnering company.
Yeah, so if I would like to do that, for example, and I would be employed here in Spain, I could get you in contact, for example, with this company to have a chat, or how does that work in the end?
It's both. So usually, sometimes students come to me and then they will search for a company, or the companies come to me and then they'll search for a student. If it's idea, the company comes to me and says, "We have 1 student, let's start." And we've got enough places for October this year, so that's in 3 months. So it's 3 months to decide. And if you want to start, just ask me. And we are a very small entity. You can start if you fill out the forms, give them to me, and within a few days, you can do the inscription for that. Again, I don't earn any money for the number of students I get because I'm state-owned, but this is offering, so it's a bit of get your taxes a little bit back because we're tax-funded.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Yeah. And everybody watching now, feel free as well to reach out to Alexander. He's a very kind person. You see, he loves what he's doing when he's presenting here. So get in touch, get all the information you need. And Alexander, thank you for the presentation. Yeah. Hope to see you soon again. I know we stay in touch. And for everybody, reach out, get your information, get connected, and yeah, share your ideas.
Thank you.
Alex. Thanks a lot. See you soon. Stay safe and bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back again to the BUZZ Expo. I'm happy to introduce you now to Maria Bondarenko, co-owner of GP Solutions. She has something special for you that I think you all have been waiting for, the key to post-COVID success. That sounds great, doesn't it? Welcome, Maria. Tell us, what does the keys to success mean?
Good afternoon. Dear production, please let me share my screen to start the presentation. Okay, so actually let's talk on that topic. What we can do for achieving success after this pandemic is over, and actually it will be over, I believe, very soon. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Maria Bondarenko. I'm co-owner of GP Solutions company and product director of BUZZ.travel Enterprise Solution. That is a special edition for the travel industry. Our company is 18 years in the business, and we specialize on travel. And actually, we possess quite good expertise, and we have seen many different crises over our history. And so we related both to automation of travel business and to integrations in the travel that is really, really important. And we will talk about this today as well. So few our clients, just to give you the idea with whom we work. And now let's move to the topic of our today's discussion. So what we will discuss today is, first of all, what is the global situation in the travel, and what are the previous trends and what we can learn from them. What is important to know about the future, and what important challenges we should cover for the future success. And I will definitely show you our solution just to give you idea how these challenges can be solved with BUZZ.travel Enterprise. So first of all, let's talk about the current situation and the forecast that was made actually before the COVID. So this is the diagram that shows you how the travel grown throughout the previous 20 years. And actually on this forecast, you can also see a few previous pandemics and the impact of them. So indeed, there was downtime in travel since any pandemic is something that has the first influence on the travel industry. At the same time, you can still view the trend, so it is increasing, and actually this year could be very, very good for the travel industry if not this pandemic. So this is the situation that it caused. So the travel went down, and actually this diagram was made in spring. Right now it is unfortunately even worse, but what we believe that after this situation there will be growth and everything will restore. So you see how big volume of possible income can be in this industry after the COVID. And actually the market will change. Many companies has already unfortunately closed down. So now it's the question, what companies will remain on the market, what companies want to keep struggling on the market, and what these companies should do to earn all this possible income after the pandemic is over. And before we talk on the important things that will be the key for success nowadays, also I wanted to show you the analytics on what was the returns during the outbreak, during the previous pandemics, and what was the result 1 year after it is over. So you see the situation is really positive. So it's just the temporary situation when we need to wait a bit, I believe, until the pandemic will be over and until the people will be able to recover and start traveling again. But many people already say that they want to travel. So it is just the question to wait and to prepare for this situation. So what now let's talk about what are the key changes during the current situation and what are the possible domains where we already see that situation changes. First of all, online. This is something that started high growth during the current time. The museums and all the other sightseeing start opening 3D virtual tours. The webcams starting sharing their views from the locations, and the online city tours start become popular with guide or even without guide. So there is something that can be provided for the self-service and that can people enjoy even right now during the isolation. Uh, a big segment nowadays that can start growing very fast in the first turn is domestic travel. So once it is allowed to go out of the homes, people get tired to sit in one location, and they start to explore the nearby locations even while the borders are still closed. So this is something that is already available right now, and it's possible to move towards these scenes nowadays. But actually, the regular travel will also grow once the borders are open. And there will be growth of demand after the pandemic. And we will need to assure that the software and the automation gives you minimization of manual to prepare for that situation. Now let's talk about the travel automation platform that is the good choice for the current situation. I will tell you about our system and the main things that will help you to become competitive with this solution. So first of all, our solution is more than 12 years on the market already, and we know what should be there. We have a lot of feedback from our clients, and it is incorporated in our platform. The system has modular structure. This means that you can compose your own solution based on the system, because every business is quite special and has its own specifics. We understand that, and we adjust the solution for you. And we also have the scalable architecture, so the system grows with your business. It's also very important. Now, what is great and what is very required for the current situation is accessibility of the system and availability on different devices. Working from the mobile phone, working from the desktop is something must be right now, as well as availability of your products and virtual assistants 24 hours a day. And since the travel business is something international, the platform is also designed for multilingual and multi-currency support and for international markets. So you can deal with your partners worldwide using the system. And in general, our solution is good for the tour operators, for the DMC companies, for the corporate travel management companies, for wholesalers or OTAs and vacation rental companies. Actually, the main slide from my today's presentation, so coming to the key aspects of success. So what you should pay attention to. Actually, it is relevant whenever you use our platform or whatever our solution. These are just 10 things you need to think about very carefully to be competitive and to gain most of the market that will recover after the pandemic. The first thing is personal attention to your clients. The second one is giving the ability of smart choice. Your clients want to find their travel quick and easy, and the better tool you provide for them to accomplish this task, the more helpful you will be for your clients, and the more happy they will be about your service. Also, it's important to provide wide range of services because we all want to spend as less time as possible on organizing our travel, and self-travel becomes more and more popular, and thus the more products you provide, the more you will be able to earn on upsale. Actually, the time saving is also important criteria for everybody, both for your clients, for your partners, for suppliers, and for your company. And if the tool gives such possibility, it is really great because this is the current challenge. What concerns finance, it is good when one platform gives you opportunity of financial accounting as well. So you will not only know that you have the booking, but you will also have the visibility and transparency of financial situation. Whether your clients have paid for you and how much they need to pay if they have just placed the deposit, and what is your situation with your payments to suppliers. Very important point is also the business intelligence. The system can give you the analytics showing how you're doing, and this will help you to make the smart decisions. The next thing is security. By this thing, we mean the capability to provide to different users the access that is allowed only for them, and to keep your data secure throughout the organization. This is extremely important if there are a lot of people working in your company. And with this, it's also important to assure that you will not lose anything, that information will not be erased, and that you will have control over the whole situation. The availability for mobile devices is also the current trend, and it's important that from the mobile phone, all the operations can be performed, and users can access your system easily from the device that they're using. And two more things, which are flexibility and community. By flexibility, we mean the ability to adjust to your business. Every business is specific, and it's good when you can adjust the system to your business, but not vice versa. We will talk about it in more details later. And finally, the community. Travel is something that is being done between people, usually people all over the world. And it is good if you are joining the global community of reliable travel partners for whom you can sell and from whom you can buy. Now let's talk about these topics in details, what is meant under them, and how you can achieve them within the system. So first point is personal attention. By this point, we are talking about the knowledge of your client. So this is the well-known CRM concept. What does it mean for you in terms of the system? So right now I'm switching to GP.travel Enterprise solution, and I will show you this a bit in our system. So this means that whenever you work with agencies, corporate clients or private clients, you need to have the tool to record everything you know about your client. Within here, you create the database of agencies with whom you work, and the system automatically lets you know what was the first reservation date, what was the last reservation date, how many reservations they have, and what is their current balance. Also, for each company, you can open the overview where you will learn more how this company is doing. So what is their preferred locations? What is the average budget of the hotels, and actually more and more details on what they buy. Based on this information, you can make personalized proposals and thus have the loyal clients among your clients. Also, if you have any communications with the clients, it is very good to have the tool where you have ability to record them. So, for example, if you have planned the call or the meeting with the client, you can create this record within the communications, and you can write down when it is planned. And once it is held, you can specify what you have discussed. So you can keep everything in one place, and if multiple managers work with the same company, they will be able to scan this history and know what is this client. If even the same manager is working with this client, yes, he will still be able to know about the company and thus be as good for their service as possible, not asking them, but immediately providing the service that they expect. That's very important nowadays. And actually, the same personal attention is possible towards private clients and towards corporate clients. The second very important thing is ability of smart choice. So this is something that can be provided for your clients for themselves. The website on which the travelers can session book by themselves, or on which your agencies or corporate clients can sign in and also do self bookings. So they no longer need to contact you by email asking what is available, because all the information, all the products are presented on the website. But it's important not only to present them, but to provide the ability to choose these products. How you can achieve this? First of all, the search engine, it can have the basic criteria to where we go, on what dates and so on, but it also can have the extra options that immediately give ability to refine the search and give more information for the system, what exactly the client is looking for. After clicking search, we receive offers both from the system and from the suppliers who are connected, and this data is presented in a uniform form on one screen. So you see that there are a lot of hotel offers right now, but they come from multiple suppliers, and they are all automatically connected for you and presented in the same way. And the offers are presented both in the list and on the map on the right. So it's possible, for example, to navigate the map and find the hotel the clients wants to based on the location. Or it's possible to use filter on the left and again or refine our search and see only the properties that fit to the filter criteria. So that's the way how the user can deal. But that's not all. The additional criteria can be used, for example, the option of comparison. So it is quite specific feature of our solution. So we can switch to comparison mode. We can select multiple hotels. For example, we hesitate whether this hotel or this hotel better suits me. And we can either load these offers in the form of PDF or Excel or whatever else, or we can compare them on screen. And on that page, the system shows to us what is the location of this or that hotel and which one is located more close to the city center, what services are provided in one and another hotel, and what are the prices. And based on this very structured comparison, we can make a smart choice. So it's also good for the users. And if it is good for the users, then they will buy from you. You see that right now, many people buy online, but not offline. That's why all these tools are very, very important. The next topic is about the wide range of services. So the more products you provide for your clients, the more you will be able to earn on upsell of these products. So with this point, for example, in our system, it is possible to configure websites to provide hotels, to provide activities, transfers, flights, and even packages. So for example, flight plus hotel, and give them a single price that will be maybe cheaper for the traveler as compared with the individual services. And for you, it will give additional income. What concerns the time that you spend on the operations and that your clients spend on everything? For the users, for your clients, I have already shown how it looks, and actually it is quite easy to use this interface because it is very user-friendly and it is comprehensive, so it does not require learning. But for the time saving, additionally, the system can provide very, very important thing is so-called API. I will tell you right now what does it mean and how it works. For example, in your solution, you also have the accounting system that is an external system. And once the booking is made in your system, it should somehow appear in the accounting system. Instead of manually creating this booking there, our system has API where which it is possible to send all this data automatically in a structured way. Actually, the API is quite big. It is technical side of the solution, but it gives you really huge capabilities to integrate with other tools. And this means that, for example, when the booking is created, all the data about this booking can be transferred in this structured way to outside, either to your accounting system or to the accounting system of your partner if he requires this data automatically in his system, and so on and so forth. And this minimizes all the manual activities to a great extent. So either the user is using the system via the interface that is provided, or if information from the booking process is required for any other processes, it can be automatically transferred. And that saves a lot of time. Additionally, apart from transferring information, it is possible to connect online with many suppliers. So it's possible to connect online with flight GDSs. It's possible to connect online with bed banks. And even more, it is possible for you to become the supplier with whom the others can connect online. This means that every company in travel in future will have their own solution. But if you have partners via whom you resell your products, you just easily connect online with their solutions and they see your products inside their systems. And vice versa, if you have partners whose products you distribute, again, you have ability to connect them online and you don't need to fill in these products manually. You just get all the prices automatically and you simply configure the markup for sales, for example, plus 10%. And that's all. The product appears in your solution automatically, the price is calculated automatically, and your client goes to your website and immediately makes the booking with immediate confirmation. You do not participate in this process, but you sell. And your business is motivated to configure the products and to find the best partners for you and do the marketing on your solution or on the market. That will be the main focus. Now, the next topic is financial accounting. So, as I have already mentioned, it is very good when with one solution you can cover all the business processes. This will be good for time saving, and this will be also good for the accuracy of data within the system. In our solution in GP Travel Enterprise, you can cover all these processes. For example, when the reservations are created, all of them, whenever they come from the corporate client or from the website, whenever they were created by your person or by the client himself, they are shown in one list of reservations. And within this list, you see the current status of every booking, whether it is confirmed or whether it is just a quotation or whether it is canceled, how much you need to pay for supplier, how much you earn from the client. So you immediately see the difference and the situation with each booking. And also the situation on the invoicing and payment, whether this booking is invoiced, whether it is booking already invoiced and paid. And within this module, you have the full ability to configure all the different ways of payments, like payment by card or payment by bank transfer or payment by cash. Everything can be configured and thus being tracked by the system. The next topic is business intelligence. In order to make the smart choice, you should have some data on which you rely. And this is also something where the system can be helpful for you. Not asking your staff to prepare the report how you have performed throughout the current year or the past months, but just simply clicking one button and getting all these analytics that you require. Within GP Travel Enterprise, there is such capability. When you sign into the system, you immediately see the most important dashboards. How many reservations you have since the beginning of the year? What is the dynamic of sales by months? And who are your top clients, top agents, top destinations and products? So all your business is shown for you at a glance. If you need more detailed reports and analytics, you can go to the reports section and generate corresponding reports for you based on the turnovers by products, by suppliers, partners, and so on. get the financial reports, room and lease reports, inventory, and corporate sales reports. The range of reports is quite big to cover all the requests that you potentially may possess to analyze different aspects of your business. And actually, very important point is security. You need to be sure that your partners view only the information that is allowed for them. You need to be sure that your clients can have access to their own rates, and you can actually configure the information based on the department in which they work. And one more important thing is that for this platform, you can also provide the extranet for the suppliers so that suppliers can configure their products and view them. And again, they should see only that is allowed for them. And security module allows accomplishing this. The topic of mobile adjustment has been already covered by me partly. This is the example how our software is working on mobile tools. So it's possible to use it both for Android and for iPhone to upload on App Store and Google Play as applications, and thus have additional way of distribution of your travel products. And again, it is the modern trend, and it is something that you can have with the same platform. So that's very important that one tool can work in all the devices. And the flexibility is something that is also important nowadays. It's good when each company has its own face. So you should look a bit different from your competitors, or even very different from your competitors, depending on your marketing approach. And with the solution that we provide, there is possibility to achieve such flexibility by adjustment of the look and feel of the solution, by adjustment of the business rules that influence what products will be shown, how they will be marked up, and actually how the whole booking process will work for you. And finally, about the global community. Very good news is that currently our clients are already in more than 20 countries of the world, and they are shown on the diagram that you currently see on the screen. And it is possible to sell for these clients your products. So we tend to partner our clients with each other, actually upon your choice, definitely. But many of the clients choose this option to appear in the global community of travel products. And thus, it's possible to connect to our systems with each other and sell your products to each other. So, for example, if you're incoming to operator in Germany, and if you want to make business with Israel, for example, we can connect you with our outgoing operator from Israel, and you can start doing business together with automatic connection from one platform to another. Since it's all on one technology, it is very easy to connect and to organize such operation. And we hope that it helps you to grow more with the modern tools and with the modern networking with the reliable companies and reliable partners. So actually, that's all what I wanted to share with you today. It looks like I have managed to cope within the 30 minutes that were provided for myself. And if you have any questions after this webinar, you can address them to sales software.travel. I also see that I have one question. Maybe I have a bit time to answer on that. Yes, actually, we have individualized process for creating offers and itineraries on request, and on such basis, it's also possible to automate your business. If we can contact directly after the webinar, we can show you how it works. I was just limited by time today, so I didn't manage to cover this process, but it is also supported.
Okay, thank you, Maria. This had all been very interesting. I mean, it has been a huge topic, of course, and you provided so many information just right in this short time, if you want to call it like that. And yeah, thanks a lot. I can just encourage everybody, get in touch, get more information. This is something you will really, really need in the future. And digitalization is just one very, very big topic. So get to know everything. Maria, I think you will be around on the platform as well the next days, as well as your colleagues. So everybody get in touch. Maria, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for your time. And
Thank you too.
let's stay in touch. And yeah, I wish all the best of luck for all the upcoming projects. I know there are some. And everybody stay safe and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
everyone. And first of all, sorry for the little delay. We had like some technical problems here, but now it's all working, which is fascinating because yeah, we cover quite a few time zones, which is nowadays, like in the Corona times, having all the Zoom meetings. I think, yeah, we get used to that, these kind of things. And well, we've got a really hot topic here, I think, which is about the crisis and the recovery with the coronavirus and this current situation, which is like just surreal. And yeah, it still feels like that. And I'm still like surprised how such a tiny virus really stopped the whole world just like in a couple of weeks. Who would have thought that in the beginning of March? And the travel industry got hit quite hard. And I personally would have not thought that we would be able to speak about traveling again. In Europe, this is already starting for a couple of weeks now. And our background with the speakers here is like travel blogging and working online and with social media. And so what we do is like we create a lot of content, and the topic is also about that, creating and sharing the right content. And yeah, just like to get right into it, I would like to share my screen and introduce the whole group. Okay, I think you should be able to see this now. So here we are. We all know each other for quite a long time, and we've been working together over many, many years. We've been on conference together, speaking about and sharing our experiences. And I would like to start with Janice. Janice is a founder and publisher and contributor to the Solo Traveler website. She has a long history as an entrepreneur, like running her own trade show and conference business. But since she launched the Solo Traveler website in 2009, it has grown to a huge readership, and she has been like really successful to get the Solo Traveler industry behind her, the industry, but also like a lot of travelers. Then we also have Keith, who is here on the screen on the right, second on the right. Keith was in his former career like a banking. He was an investment banking in his career, and he traveled the world and started at that moment also his travel blog Velvet Escape, which is focused on luxury travel. 2011, Keith founded iAmbassador and began offering social media and marketing services. iAmbassador won multiple awards for the campaigns and had a big impact on shaping and creating a professional travel blogger industry. With that, we also started the Social Travel Summit, which we try to really form and shape the future of travel blogging, where we discuss what's going wrong on in the travel industry, but also we try to find solutions. But we'll get into that as well, because I think that's also one of these topics. Then we have on the left, we have Rachel. Rachel is a blogger, writer, speaker, and television host. Her blog, The Travel Bite, has been featured in People magazine, Food and Wine, and Travel Leisure. She is also, you might have seen her also on the Travel Channel as a video journalist, and she regularly appears on live television as a culinary brand ambassador and on the Home Shopping Network. And we come to Becky. Becky Enright is a British Travel Press Award-winning writer and PR consultant whose work focuses on changing perceptions about misunderstood aspects of destinations. Her writing combines storytelling with insight into the social, historical, political, and economic factors that shape the country or place in relation to tourism. She also runs her blog for a long, long time, so she got lots of experience with that. Then we have Michael, who is sitting right now in Australia, joining us from there. And Michael is a former television and radio journalist who decided it would be more rewarding to travel the world and find his own stories. For more than 9 years, he runs his website Time Travel Turtle. At the moment, he's traveling in Australia, like I said, and sharing his stories on a new website, Travel Australia Today. Then to myself, I run Travel Dudes. Travel Dudes is an industry leader with the field of travel influencer marketing. It's a social media platform. It's focused on traveling. It's a big community, but we also have our own team of content producers. So in partnership with clients, we create cost-effective inspirational and engaging travel content for digital and social platforms. In the last 3 years, we have focused on producing videos for our own distribution of our own travel guide show. When I was on another conference, I was once introduced, and I think that also fits for everyone joining us here as a speakers, but I was introduced as a pioneer of blogging. I think that sounds very nice because it sounds more wise and experienced than just old. And yeah, I personally run Travel Dudes already full-time for 14 years, which is a bit scary already. Yeah, that was the team. I think at this moment we can like stop sharing the screen and we can get into the discussion and about sharing and creating the right content. So we are now in the Corona time. People talk a lot about that travel is going to change. And before we get really into that, I mean, the first couple of weeks, I think everyone was just like stunned to see, like I said earlier, like the virus stops the world. And I've seen that many tourism boards and brands, how they reacted to that. Some really stopped doing anything. Some were sharing content. And for my blogger friends here, how did you share this, or how did you experience this situation? How did you stop? What did you do with your content? Were you sharing content? What have you seen outside? Maybe Rachel, please go ahead.
Oh my goodness. I think I tried to keep it as real as possible. I had content scheduled, and so I paused the scheduling and tried to do it more live, where I was sharing live and then also communicating in my comments and captions about what was really happening, that we're home. We bought a house in the middle of this crisis too. So we were trying to be more real about what was going on behind the scenes and in real life. And still doing that. I also write about food when I travel. So I've been transitioning to writing more about cooking at home and bringing those recipes and the taste of travel in your own kitchen. So that's how I've transitioned to sharing in this time.
I've seen that actually quite with a few bloggers who have been switching their content from food to travel. Is that working for you?
For me, it's kind of saved my site, because for my own blog, for my website, all of the traffic for the travel articles kind of went down about 40%. But the recipes went up 30%, so it kind of plateaued and balanced out. But it's been a scramble to pivot so quickly and to change so quickly. It's something that I already used to write about, but to put those front and center and to put those at the top of my homepage and my blog. What's interesting though is on social media, at least on Instagram, those posts don't get nearly as much engagement as my travel posts. So I still try and do some travel related posts, but I post about where I look forward to traveling to, or I try and tell stories. I certainly don't make it seem like I'm in that area. Like here's a picture of where I was last summer, and I'm looking forward to going there again. So yeah, it's just been a transition and just pivoting. And I think some people are doing it really well, and some people are ignoring the problem. And here in the United States, we have other issues too going on right now. So it's been very volatile. And having to change our content on a daily basis, check the news and check Twitter in the morning and see what's appropriate.
Yeah, well, I think you're lucky because like with the food, that's something like you've been into. If I would have started that, it would have been a disaster. My cooking is not as good as my eating then.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, yeah. I completely agree. Like in the US, there's a lot of stuff going on right now.
Yeah.
Like with you others, like what is your content experience? Like, or maybe like, have you seen any, what was your feeling about the content others were producing and sharing? Becky, do you have examples? What's your opinion on that?
In terms of, I think bloggers and brands, I think there was a legitimate cause and grief stage where people were either panicking and projected that in some way in content, or they were silent because they were in shock. Or there was a lot of people that held back from saying anything, which is a good thing in a crisis, a recovery, because you need the facts before you can say anything. And I think all of those feelings were legitimate, and people reacting differently. There's nothing wrong with that either. And it's the same for brands. Like, this is the first time any of us and any of our DMO colleagues and tourism destinations as a whole have ever had to go through something like this. So I think there isn't a right way to react, and there wasn't a right way to react, and there wasn't one way to react. And I think that's something we have to keep in mind. I think it's easy to finger point and say, well, that wasn't the best way and we should have done it this way, but none of us have ever done this, none of us, and especially not this big and so long lasting. And then you had the people that shared, really fun kind of, destination videos, which were in the vein of like, see you soon, and like, when you come back, it's going to be like this, and don't worry, like in time, we'll bounce back again, and we'll see you here. So there was some kind of fun, positive, forward-thinking things as well. And then you had people that were super clever and creative, like the Faroe Islands, who were like, hey, it doesn't matter that you can't come here. Like, we have this guide, and you can tell him where to go, and we'll do virtual experiences. Yeah. So I think it was a jumble of everything for me.
Actually, that is a very good example, which I've seen as well. Can you explain that a bit more, what they have done there? Because I think not everyone knows about that.
So there was like a hiking guide. I think it's one or two main people, but I think initially it was, I can't remember the guy's name now, but he was a hiker. And I tuned into one where somebody was on a boat. And what you would do is you would sign up, and because there was hundreds of people, it ended up being quite hard to get a chance to, there was like a virtual control on the screen, like playing a video game. And what you could do is that when it was your turn, you could, say, go left, go right, jump up and down, run. And these guides got exhausted, especially the hiking guide. It was like, you people kept making me jump all the time. But it was just a fun way for someone to, rather than just look at a static picture or, watch another video, it was a chance to actually be there as if you were with that guide, but with a really fun element where people were just exhausting these poor people. But it got such good press coverage, and it was one way of saying, we're an isolated place. We're lucky that we don't have as many COVID cases. However, we're still not getting the tourism footfall, but we're doing something that allows you to be here with us. So it was a great example.
Yeah, I really like that as well. And when I saw that with those, like you said, with the controller, I was like, wow, running and jumping on the Faroe Islands, that sounds a bit dangerous with all those cliffs around. But I haven't seen it in action, but I will really have to look this up again, because that was like, what a brilliant idea. Michael, I know that you are traveling in Australia right now. So you are one of the first, I guess, who are really in action back in travel mode. First of all, how does that feel, being back on the road?
I'd forgotten what it was like to have to be on time to places and wear pants. So yeah, it's all a bit weird. But yeah, no, I mean, in Australia, Australia, I think, was quite lucky in some respects compared to a lot of other countries, in that internally we were able to control the virus to a large extent. But the sort of downside of that is that the Australian government is talking about not opening our borders for at least 6 months, maybe another 12 months. And so, for me, who focused on international travel, I had to sort of look at how I was going to run my blogging business in the short term, medium term even, to be honest, and decided that pivoting towards traveling in Australia, which is something I've always wanted to do anyway, was the right approach. And so, yeah, already I'm working quite constructively with state tourism boards here in Australia. I've been doing, I think I've done 5 trips in the last 5 weeks, all with tourism boards, and starting to explore the region around me, and soon I'll be going to some of the other states around Australia as well, going further afield.
Where are you right now?
So I'm on the south coast of New South Wales, near a place called Jervis Bay. If anyone's been here, it's apparently has the whitest sand in Australia, they say. And tomorrow I'm going out on a boat to go swimming with whales, as long as the whales come. Well, sorry, whales will be swimming with me is probably a better way to put it. So let's see how it goes.
How boring! I prefer my home office. Well, like when you go out there, okay, you said the travelers you approach now, they are other Australians. How do you? What kind of language do you use? No, okay, English, obviously. But how
English,
do you approach
yeah.
them?
Okay.
Like, how do you handle the situation? How do you explain what restrictions are there? What do you encourage? Is it more inspiring content? What kind of content do you produce?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think Australians are probably like a lot of people around the world, that you always think, oh, I'll explore my own country later. I'll use these years when I'm young and active and fit to go and see the world. And so there are a lot of people here who haven't seen places that are 3 hours drive away, yet they've been to Europe a dozen times over their life. And so people are certainly very interested in engaging with their own country here, seeing more in depth what is just around the corner, how our communities are all connected. And
but do you talk about the coronavirus and the situation, or like if you, well, I guess because it's Australians and there's no border cross, so everyone, are there different rules from state to state which you have to inform the people about?
Yeah, I mean, there are different rules from state to state. And in fact, just in the last 24 hours, one of the states has actually gone down into a bit more of a lockdown and isn't letting travelers from some of the other states in. Other states aren't letting those travelers in. So I mean, there are some sort of things that are changing a bit. But I have to say, honestly, I think, the caseloads here were so low in the first place that people actually aren't that worried anymore about actually getting the virus. It's just sort of working within the rules and the regulations that we now have, the restrictions we now have. And I think actually in some ways, in terms of talking about travel marketing generally, what's actually really important from my perspective is being very honest and talking about the reality of travel, and saying, for instance, without any spin, without any sort of coercion from the state tourism boards, it is safe to travel from Sydney and to come 3 hours south down the coast here and do what I'm doing, to go to restaurants, to go to the beach and so on. But it's unsafe to go overseas. And, our conversation might go into this, but I think actually, like, it's really important, when bloggers are working with tourism boards, not to actually try and create some artificial, untrue spin about what is safe and what is cool, and how we're all going to be back on the road living life as normal, because that's not the case. But actually looking for the opportunities that are safe now and are relatively normal. And in my instance, that means getting in your car and driving down the coast, and probably in the next few weeks jumping on a plane and going to Brisbane or Melbourne or those kind of places. But not getting on a plane and going to any other country for months probably.
Yeah. What I see is that obviously all those different regions of countries, but not just like countries, but also the regions in the countries all have different kind of rules. And I see also that there's like two groups of people, the ones who are really scared and who are really, well, they are really strict with how they behave, and they really try to stay in the limits of those restrictions. And then you see them who break out of that and who want more the normal life because they don't see that the virus affects them really. And I see a lot of discussions who suddenly they get really hot and heated and in a negative kind of a way. And on top of that, so like getting to travel, you see that people want to travel and others who are afraid. Then you have people who are staying in their own region or in their own country, which creates a situation where when you want to travel, it's so hard to really to see, okay, I'm traveling now into that destination. What can I expect from there? I think, Rachel, I mean, you live in the US. You might see that as well. So when you are traveling from state to state, it might, like going into a restaurant might look completely different for you there than where you are now, right?
Yeah.
Is that a problem in also like in sharing the right content?
Yeah, it is a problem, and it's even more micro than state to state. Even in the state of Florida, it's county by county that all have different rules. And so, for instance, I live in Orange County, which is a huge destination and tourism hotspot because of Walt Disney World and the theme parks. And right now there is a mask mandate. Right now, restaurants are only able to operate at 30% capacity. So a lot of people are doing takeout food. I am seeing a lot of the hotels do a good job with marketing and saying, we're being clean. Here's the extra precautions that we're taking. We're doing touchless check-in and touchless payments. So that way you don't have to interact with anybody. And so a lot of the hotels are doing like staycation packages because we don't really have a lot of travelers, even from none internationally, and especially within, the United States. But then the attractions are a whole different story, and so our rules keep changing because there's another spike. And so we had sort of flattened the curve. And just as you described, where you have some people who really just don't care or who think it's fake, in the United States, I think it's the only country where it's become a political issue. And so people, you have on one spectrum, people who don't want to follow the rules and who are not taking any precautions. And on the other side, you have people who are taking precautions. And so it really becomes, you have to know not just what state you're in, but what county you're in, and look up those rules because they do keep changing. And just like, Michael's traveling around Australia, I'm probably just going to travel around Florida this year, but each part of Florida is different. And so we did get an invitation from one tourism board to go to a different city, but there's a huge spike in coronavirus there. So I'm not even sure I feel safe going there, just because it's one of the hot spots right now. They're trying to promote tourism, which I understand, but I don't feel comfortable posting about, hey, I'm visiting here, and encourage travelers going there when their ICUs and their hospitals are about at capacity and they have a huge percentage of people who have caught the virus. So it is a little different. And, so if you're going to travel right now, even within your, I don't know how it is in Europe, but in the United States, you really have to double check each county. Since we don't really have strong leadership at the top, every municipality is taking their own approach, and every municipality has their own rules. And so really it's just finding that out and trying to do the best you can.
Yeah. Janice, you're based in Toronto, Canada. How is it looking over there? Are you traveling? Have you been traveling in the last couple of weeks? And like, how do you cope with your content?
When not traveling. In Canada, it's going province by province, and then within provinces, the larger municipalities have their own rules. So to travel outside of Toronto is actually fairly safe. Our numbers have come down quite well, though in the last couple of days, there's been a little bit of a rise. So, it's very fluid. It's very, very fluid. Traveling between provinces is, there's usually a mandatory isolation period. So that makes it rather awkward, So travel within Canada is where it's going to start. Domestic travel, I think is pretty clear, is where things are going to start in North America, but how it's going to start, and that variation, like Rochelle mentioned, is here in Canada as well. So, and as far as, sorry.
Yeah, you work also like very close with brands and who, well, in trying to push solo traveling. How's your experience there? I know that you have been still, like, obviously, I think you really try to keep up the communication with your partners and clients. What do you do there? How do you do this?
Yeah, well, it's been interesting because, of course, no one's buying tours. And our primary market are tour companies. Our primary revenue stream is working with tour companies to advertise their tours that treat solo travelers well, and that treatment is about the single supplement, right? The surcharge that solo travelers usually experience. So, so we've been, working with them closely. A lot of communication, phone communication. It's not just, emails going back and forth, but actually talking to them on the phone. April, we gave everyone free advertising. So it was like, but it was a really strong goodwill gesture and has kept people with us. And then we started charging, and we're increasing the rates bit by bit. We've also been communicating when we see a report that's really relevant to the tourism sector. We share it with our clients because some of them are small, some of them are large. Not everyone sees everything. So when we see something that's really specific to tourism, we get that out to them. We also share information that we can glean from our Google Analytics and what's happening. So we can see a trend down in the 24 to 35 group, which was and continues to be actually our largest demo. But that's actually in decline, and over last year is about a 10% lower than this year. And the uptick has been in the 18 to 24 group, and then also 45 plus, including the 65 plus. So that's been really interesting. We see trends towards more, I'm interpreting it as more newbies coming, thinking about traveling solo because of the type of posts that have hit the top 10 list versus last year. So there's all this kind of information that we can share. And we can also share some positive news, right? So looking at how our signups for our newsletter dropped down to the single digits per day, as opposed to 40 to 50 per day, which we were running last year, dropping down to single digits. Well, this in June, last month, we were at an average of 20 per day. So there's some, some motion, some forward motion to give some optimism. It's, we do what
there's
we can.
Light. You see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's what I've used start to say, and that's something what I really didn't expect. And what I also see that, like you said, the communication, I see that communication changed a bit. Well, not the way we communicate, but it increased. We communicated far more with other people, like having Zoom calls every other day. People also got creative. I know that, for example, a blogger friend of ours, Cash, the Budget Traveler, he created a complete new format with Adapt a Hostel. So he had this idea that people can help the hostels who had obviously also a very, very hard time, and to get vouchers for that. You yourself, you also had a really good and smart idea. What is that about?
Okay, so what we did is we put together a bundle of digital products, and we called it the Travel Dreams Bundle. So all these products could be used now in terms of planning for travel, or it could be used now in terms of, working with the photographs that you've accumulated from your travels or things of that nature. So they were all digital products. There were, I don't know, about 20, 25 products in the bundle. We sold it for $49.95 through a network of travel influencers, travel bloggers, affiliates. So it was, trying to create a win-win for brands that want to keep front and center, right? And in front of the traveler, and affiliates, the bloggers having a bit of a revenue stream, and yeah, it worked pretty well. It wasn't like over the moon. We're not planning another bundle really soon. We probably will do another, but not immediately. It's not a new business by any means, but it certainly, I think it helped a lot of people, and it was received very well. And then, one of the things that we were able to glean from it is we were able to do a survey of those people that were buying the bundle and find out what themes they might want, because we had no idea how this was going to go. Find out what themes they wanted. And certainly Europe came in #1. These are primarily North American respondents. And but then US, Canada, and nomad travel. That was the surprise. Nomad travel was right in there with North America and Canada, US, and nomad travel were about equal. So there was a surprise. More people are thinking about that than I would have expected. So, it was an opportunity to gather some information, to create a bit of momentum.
Yes, and I think what I really like about that, because you were one of the ones, like in a crisis, I mean, a lot of times you are just like paralyzed, and you just wait and you react. But you were now one of the ones who started acting yourself. And I think that is like one of the things getting out of a crisis. You need to start acting with something. And I think, yeah, projects like these, they keep you going and motivated, and your mind also a bit fresh, instead of just being in the home office and thinking, oh, what can I do now? When is the crisis over? And yeah, I mean, yeah, you work a lot of with brands. So let's, Keith, you have two positions. Like Keith, you run a travel blog. You got all that background, and you also run iAmbassador, where you run campaigns, and they are focused very much like with working with DMOs and with the different tourism boards. How is your experience with that? I mean, like right now, most people can't travel. What has happened in the last couple of weeks?
Right. Yeah. Well, in Europe, well, as you know, as you mentioned earlier, the borders are open since, well, quite a few of them, well, since today. And so, people are traveling. Companies are seeing an increased number of bookings and all that. So it's starting to come back again, which is great. And in the past couple of weeks, we've been working with a couple of tourism boards to create social media campaigns that provide inspiration and also information, and basically, to entice people to come to visit these different destinations. And that's and it's been going well. I think in none of these campaigns we've been really trying to create a huge amount of buzz or anything like that, but it's just more of just feeding information through, inspiring people, giving them ideas and tips of where to go, but also at the same time making sure that they keep an eye on the local situation, and how things can change very quickly, and just making people aware of that, and also of the different rules and regulations in different countries in Europe. So yeah, and from my blog, I've seen an uptick in traffic as well, in searches for different European destinations. So that's great. Much, very welcome. And so you do see that interest is growing, that, there is some demand there. We're not talking about 2019 numbers or whatever, but you can see demand growing, and that people are interested and they do want to travel. I live in the Netherlands, and where the Dutch people are famous as, as big time travelers. And when I see in the news every day, I mean, obviously there are a lot of people who are planning to either stay home or stay in the country for their summer holidays. But I also see a lot of people who are, actually thinking of, or actually have already booked, and can't wait to go back to France or Spain or Italy, or one of the other European countries. And I see that in the traffic on my blog as well. So yeah.
And creating content. What are the do's and don'ts for travel bloggers? Do you have advice? I mean, like, yeah. Becky said that earlier. It's a situation no one really had as a DMO or travel blogger, especially not like worldwide. We had crisis, of course, but now it's completely different.
Yeah, I think, I mean, well, first and foremost, you have to be, I think Michael said it as well, without any additional spin or whatever, you have to relay the situation as it is, and you have to make people, well, first of all, show them that this destination's a nice place to visit, blah, 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 and these are the things you can do. But at the same time, also make them aware of the different restrictions, and how to, and but also show them that, that if you go to a restaurant or if you go on a tour, these are the rules that you have to adhere to, and just to make sure that they are informed. And I think it's really important, and not to make the situation more beautiful than it is, but just to convey the message as it is. What is the situation on the ground? And I think that in the content that we create for our blogs or social media, I think in this current situation, is more important than ever, to have content that's authentic and that really reflects the real situation.
Yes, yeah, especially the authentic content. I agree with that. I mean, we've seen all those photos in the past, standing in the flower fields or in the lavender fields.
Yeah,
That's, well, yeah. would be a strange photo with a mask on right now.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen a couple of photos of Venice, for instance. And what's so funny was in the past, you know, people had to Photoshop the crowds out of the photos of San Marco Square. Now they don't have to. Yeah. And yeah, and but also it's important to show that exactly, you know, that there are people, you know, that it's important to wear a mask in a crowded area and wherever you go, and you know, to have that in your content as well. If you're wearing a mask and you're taking a photo or a selfie or whatever, you know, don't take off the mask for, you know, to make it look more aesthetically pleasing or anything. I think it's important to show, you know, what you're doing there.
You guys, you run the blogs professional for many years, which means you make a proper income with that. Now, well, income broke away in the last couple of weeks, for both, for sure. And when we talk about recovery campaigns, big question now: pay or not to pay? What's your feeling about that? Who wants to answer that one?
Okay, I'll go.
Go ahead.
I think it still stands that, you know, if you're producing a bulk of work, then you should be compensated and be paid. But also at this time, much like we've been talking about goodwill gestures as well, it could be that, you know, you're reaching out to people that you've worked with before, that you have a really good relationship with. And it could be that, you know, you might be lowering your rates for the time being or for the foreseeable future, which isn't great for anyone, but it's something. So there's that approach, but there's a two-pronged approach to this anyway. There is the mobilization of fans, as it's called in crisis recovery, where you take those existing ambassadors that you have and you might ask them to share one story, like one positive story. And that could be something that as a fan, you just do out of goodwill, as Janice was touching upon. Or it could be like what we've been doing with a lot of the European destinations. There's a longer approach to sharing. There's more than just one positive story. There's a strategy to it and the types of stories that we're putting out and when and how much. And that takes a lot more time and a lot more work. And that's when you can start discussing compensation for that. But just be aware that people just do not have the money. And I think there's a misconception that all of a sudden, you know, there's this money waiting in a pot for recovery, and it's not, because governments had to reallocate budgets across the whole country for their economic recovery. And a lot of that money came from the tourism boards, which are government run. So I just want to put that out there, that just to quash this misconception that there is a ton of money, there isn't. So it's up to you to negotiate what you feel is right, what you feel can be a goodwill gesture, and what you feel is the best compensation, knowing that these people are struggling as well.
Someone else?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Becky just said. It's really a case-by-case basis, and it depends on the investment of time. But of course, the budgets are not there like they were. And just as Becky was saying, you know, I know here in Florida, a good part of the tourism tax is from hotel stays. And I think for the first time since ever, that has gone, you know, below $1 million in the last month, and it's $1 billion industry. So the tourism dollars just aren't there. And so, you know, you do have to weigh in what your investment of time is versus what you're just doing for goodwill with past tourism partners and people that you know that you worked with before that you just want to see succeed. So, you know, if you can help them in any way and it's not a large investment of time, you know, I think it's okay to do that as just goodwill and good PR and not expect to be compensated. But if it's a multi-part campaign and stories that's going to take up some of your time working, then maybe something can be negotiated. Maybe it can be a lower rate. But I know in all of our conferences, we've always talked about diversifying your income and having a niche. And so now more than ever, it's been more important for that. So that way you can stay afloat in these crazy times and you know, still work and still provide recovery assistance in any way that you can.
Yeah.
Mel,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I think also, you know, we're in a different world at the moment in terms of travel, but we're also in a different world in terms of business. And, you know, the business models that we were all using a year or two ago just don't really fit into the current situation. So, you know, I can tell you, like in my particular case, traveling around Australia, what I'm actually doing is sort of dovetailing a few things into one. So I'm working with tourism boards who are covering all the costs like you would for a normal fan trip, because I'm producing content for newspapers, more traditional print articles, and the newspapers are paying me. The tourism boards aren't paying me any extra like they may have in the old model, because I'm creating content for a new website, an Australia dedicated website, which has no audience at the moment because it's brand new. So they
Then
shouldn't
tell
be
the name, please, so that we can all check it out.
So, oh well, good. Check it out. Go on Facebook, everyone, and have a look at Travel Australia Today, or you can go to travelaustraliatoday.com. But the point is, I probably wouldn't have worked with tourism boards in this way previously, but you have to, I think, accept that everyone is in a different situation. And so this is how I've sort of constructed a situation where I can build a new brand without having to outlay any of my own money, which I probably would have had to do normally. And I might be able to do that by combining it with print articles where the newspaper is paying me for that content. So it's kind of a different thinking that, I probably wouldn't want to have done a year or two ago, but it's working right now. And I think, bloggers have to bloggers and DMOs that we're working with, or brands we're working with, have to be clever and say, okay, like, what can we do now that actually suits everyone? Everyone can either be investing in the future or combining different monetization strategies into one, things like that, and also I think being flexible and understanding that both brands and DMOs and bloggers and writers are having to do that. And so, sort of be able to compromise and talk about a situation that suits everyone.
Yeah. When a question really also for everyone, like you've been in contact with your clients and partners, and there's for the audience, please leave questions in the chat here at the bottom of it, and we can get to those pretty soon. Here's a question from Kerwin, and he asked, is anyone working with brands to communicate their travel restriction policy?
Not right now, no.
No.
Not right now. So you've been in contact with partners and clients, and when you've been sharing their content, or when you've been sharing, working together in the last couple of weeks, have there been specific requests on the content you create and share? How is that situation looking like? Do they say, don't say this, or show me the content first? Keith, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the tourism boards that we work with has, there was a certain part of the destination which got itself into a pretty sticky situation at the start of the crisis, and so it was important for us who are participating in our social media campaign to address that. Well, not address that sensitivity, but actually just to not talk about it, that part of the destination. And also, I think what was really important as well was to focus on not so much on areas where a lot of people congregate, but more the outdoor and the nature, going out on long hikes and stuff like that. So it was, so I think, because of what happened in that destination, the tourism board was obviously, very, sensitive to the content that the bloggers intended to post. So we actually created a process where the content would get pre-approval from the tourism board before it could be posted. But then during the briefing, the theme was more a lot about hikes and outdoor nature activities and all that. So the pre-approval process was really quick, and it was all fine. The most important thing, I think, was just to avoid talking about nightlife and stuff like that, which got this particular part of the destination into trouble in the first place.
So it was pretty much more like being careful, not using a wrong word, maybe creating a complete shitstorm or something like that, what you can create so quickly, right? It's not really about, the bloggers obviously still had their own message to share and to tell, right?
Absolutely. You know, the messaging didn't change really. I mean, because the themes that we chose, which were about nature and outdoors, that already basically avoided, you know, the troubles that happened there. So there was really nothing what that was easy to avoid, and you know, and I think
what kind of what kind of content was it? Was it like were the bloggers in the destination, or was it content from?
No, it was content that was created before. So the content that's already existing on the blogs, on our social media posts, or photos, or videos, and so the whole campaign was basically about reposting content that the bloggers already had, and so the bloggers were briefed about these are the themes that we're covering, and you know, there's bits about family travel, there was bits about outdoor nature, and obviously food. So so these were the themes that were covered, and then the bloggers were invited to come up with a content plan, which they then proposed to the client, and the client just then approved it, and then that was that. Yeah.
Okay, this is now the situation in the past where we were all stuck in home office, and one of the next steps, like in Europe, we already said the borders are opening. So the next step would be going on actual campaigns and trips again, and also for the group again. Like, so would you expect an itinerary? What's do you have, like, when you think of this kind of trip, what do you have in mind?
Yeah. That's a bit of it's tricky, isn't it? You know, and there are a lot. I think all of us want to start traveling again, but we're very well aware of the risks, and I think you have to be very careful about what kind of project, like Rochelle just mentioned just now as well, that she was invited to this place, and now there's a spike to this place. Like, I don't want to go there. And I think, you know, we're all in the same situation as well. You know, I mean, sure, the borders are open. Yeah, I can go to France if I jump into my car this afternoon. I could be there this evening. You know, but I think we have to be very well aware of the risks, and you know, and act accordingly. Yeah, it's a tough one. It really is. But I think we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, you know, especially where we're going, who we're working with. I think, you know, group trips are perhaps not a good idea at the moment. Individual trips, definitely, you know, just bringing in a blogger to your destination, either as a single blogger or maybe a couple, but not so much group trips, and just making sure as well, reassuring the blogger. I think that's really important. Number one, the bloggers have to be aware of the risks. So, you know, they have to make sure that they've got sufficient health insurance, etc. And then on the other hand, just on the client side, maybe the destination, reassuring the bloggers as well that if something does happen, you know, if the borders close overnight and you can't get back to your home country, you know, that you have some sort of a plan ready. I think that's really important as well.
This is because obviously it can happen that a second wave suddenly happens from one to the other day, and then you might be really stuck. And I think that is something where you really need to talk with your partner upfront and really think about all possibilities, right?
Yeah, and you know, you have these apps now as well, which, you know, you can check every day. You know, just checking the news every day, you know, to make sure that, you know, what's happening in the place that you're in. And we have this, well, in Germany, you have the app now, the Corona app, and where you can check also on a very local basis, you know, where the spikes are, or, you know, what the situation is. So I think, you know, as bloggers, we're traveling, and there are these platforms available where you can get the information. And I think that that's also an important thing for us to do when we're traveling, if we travel. And we come across these platforms which provide really good information to share it with our readers as well, who may be traveling after us, and going to the same places, and that they know, okay, here there's this platform or this website or this app that will give me up-to-date information about the situation, about the local situation. So, which would, allow them to make better decisions as well. So I think that's definitely something that we should be doing.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point, because I mean, there's so much noise out there. So like providing the right and responsible information, talking about responsibility and how travel might go into the future. Is this like a chance also to change the way of travel? We know that the many destinations have travels of over-tourism, responsible traveling. Becky, I think you are very much into this topic. Like, is this a chance right now for directing the way people travel?
Melvin, we are running a bit over time.
We started late. Okay, no, yeah, okay. Maybe we can just to get to the end very quickly share the screen again. So, okay, one more question. I don't know what that is. That's gone. To get into, yeah, the crisis. And Keith, you run also the Social Travel Summit. And this was one, like crisis communication was one of the topics. Can you very quickly just like to end the session with that, say something to that and where people can get more information?
Sure. So every year we organize a Social Travel Summit, which is a gathering of professional travel bloggers and content creators with the tourism industry, and one of the big parts of the Social Travel Summit is the think tank, where we give a group of bloggers and industry people a couple of topics to discuss, and their findings are then put into this report. And we've talked quite a lot about so many different topics, and actually crisis communications and working with bloggers during a crisis was one of the topics we discussed. I think it's the one in 2017 in Expo, and these reports are all available on the website, and they're you can download them for free, and they contain a lot of great information.
Okay, yeah, we can stop sharing the screen and then I think, yeah, to end the session, I think working also in the industry for a long, long time, there's a huge chance and opportunity to communicate more and to work together and to make that work also in the future in the next couple of weeks. We see that a lot of times it's always about the communication, and I hope that everyone like got a bit out of that. Yeah, it's still like a surreal time. I think it will be very important to keep the discussions going. Feel free to connect to any one of us. Yeah, I think I'd just like to get active, and thanks for everyone for joining, for the experts. I myself, well, was at the beginning still like a bit nervous, but I'm getting into it, and I'm looking forward to work with all of you for the next couple of months and to get us into the right direction again. Thanks a lot, everyone, and also for everyone who listened and joined for this session. And we have 2 more sessions in the afternoon, so with similar topics, same but different speakers, and it would be great to see you there again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
working with influence B2B, not B2C. That is what we're going to hear about now. Working B2C influencers, that's pretty common, but B2B, that's a bit more unusual. I am very happy that Mariska Kestelo has agreed to tell us about how to do that, the advantages of that. Mariska has been working in this field for a number of years, and I have come to appreciate her as a very thorough and very well prepared representative of her profession. So Mariska, I am particular looking very much forward to your presentation. Yours is the floor. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, Jan, to be part of your event, and thank you very much for the compliment. I think I will start now with sharing my share my screen. I just go into the. I hope this all works, the technique, because it's always we as speakers we miss the engagement with I would say of course with the audience. My name is Mariska Kestelo, and I'm passionate about B2B influencer marketing, and today I'm going to guide you through, I would say, through the entire story why influencer marketing, especially now in these challenging times, is more important than ever today. So first, I'm going to talk very briefly a little bit about my background, but today, of course, it's not about me. It's all about B2B influencer marketing. So what is actually B2B influencer marketing? Unfortunately, the perception that we have about influencers, the definition that we use, and how to set up actually a campaign, what are the tips and tricks and tools that you need. And of course, I will give you some examples that you can implement B2B influencer marketing yourself. And of course, also how to calculate the ROI. And at the end, I will hope, it depends a little bit, but I think I will cover around between 30 and 35 minutes. And then I will leave it open for Q&A if you have any questions. So a little bit, I would say a little bit about me. So this is actually a picture. It could have been me, but I couldn't find, due to my several movements around the world, I couldn't find any picture of myself. But it's actually the region where I grew up, and this is the costume that my grandmother wore until the end, until the day that she died. So I grew up in the southwest of the Netherlands, and already as a little girl, I knew that I wanted to explore the world, and which I did. So I studied tourism, lived in more than 10 different countries, and actually ended up in the world of meetings and events. Some people perhaps are familiar with me or know my name. I've been also involved in MPI, Meetings Professionals International, where I was involved in Belgium 2 years as the president. And since 2016, I started my company, Word of Mice, which I worked on full-time since 2017. I love Simon Sinek because I think now, especially in these times, people buy what you do and they want to know also why you do it. And therefore, I want to give you a little bit of background information about my company. Working as a freelance event planner, I went to fairs like IBTM or IMEX or other trade shows. And often I came at the booth of a hotel or a destination, and I asked them, why should I organize an event in your hotel or destination? And so many times I got the answer from, yeah, because we are a 4-star property, we have 10,000 square meeting rooms, and we have 400 bedrooms. That doesn't answer my question. I want to know, why should I organize an event in your hotel or your destination? Give me some examples. Give me also, what kind of audience do you want to have? And I was actually surprised that in our industry, where we work in $1 trillion industry, that we don't spend so much, I would say, spend so much marketing budget actually on showing what we do. And therefore, working in the travel industry, where I saw the upcoming trend of travel influencers, bloggers, and vloggers working around the world by showing the beautiful properties, the beautiful destinations. And I thought, we can do, I'm not saying we can do that as well, but why don't we use people with knowledge, people with relevant working experience in our industry to show or to tell a story about a destination or about a hotel? Because if we organize an event, for example, I just mentioned a destination in Malaga in Spain, we cannot find all the information on TripAdvisor. If we say we look for a destination where our 4-star properties, we look for a capacity of 1,000 of 2,000 people. We want to have flights from 10 different cities in Europe, and it's a technical conference, and we're looking for technical speakers, and we want to do a site visit to a local company who's specialized in technology. This doesn't exist. We don't have a TripAdvisor. We don't have a Booking.com in our industry, which can cover all the different topics. So therefore, the experience which is there in our industry and who knows about the insights about the destination, in which destination you can organize the best technological event is there, but it's not shared. So therefore, these experience, these stories that amongst in our large community of event professionals and meeting professionals exist need to be shared. So that's actually what I did, because I believe that one little person, so one little mouse, can create a huge impact. So therefore, one mouse, several mouses, mice, the meetings, incentives, conference, and events can create a huge impact. And therefore, I started in 2016 with Word of Mice. We talk about influencer marketing, but what is it exactly? And a lot of people think that if I talk about influencer marketing, first of all, they think about the young and fashion influencers, the beauty influencers. Actually, B2B influencer marketing is a long-term strategic decision, and it is not something that stands on its own. It's actually related with all your other marketing activities, related with your PR, of course, with your event, with your online and offline events. So if you choose to work with influencer marketing, it's a long-term decision aligned with all your other marketing activities. And if you would say it's simple, because I created my own definition as a simple to the point Dutch lady, I would say remain top of mind at your desired target audience. So that is actually what B2B influencer marketing is, but done by experts who have relevant working experience in your industry. What is B2B influencer marketing? Of course, what more? It's all about engagement. You want to build up a relationship with your followers. You want to create trust to help to drive the business outcomes. And business outcomes, it's not always related only with sales. Of course, especially in these times where we are today, we cannot sell a destination because we can't travel, or sometimes we are restricted in our travel, I would say in our travel possibilities. So, but we want to stay top of mind. We want to keep our destinations, our hotels top of mind at our target audience. So therefore, influencer marketing is helping to create, building a relationship with your audience and followers and to drive business outcomes. I know today there have been several talks about influencer marketing, and one of the challenges that we have in the world of B2B influencer marketing is, unfortunately, there is a negative perception of influencers in general. And also the majority of the people don't know there is actually a difference between B2B and B2C influencers. If I would explain it very simple, is the B2C influencer is mostly, not always, but mostly chosen on the amount of followers that they have. because they work with consumers. So they want to create a bigger reach because the consumers decide what to buy. In a world, in a B2B environment, we're not always in touch with the end decision maker, and the lead time is actually much longer. So if we do decide to go for an event, or even in another industry, we go to people, we go to peers or colleagues who have knowledge about the product or about the service before we decide to buy. So the lead time, first of all, is much longer, but also the expertise and the knowledge is a reason to work with people. We look less to the amount of followers, but we look first to the relevant working experience in the field. And the last item is that also the impact and the possibilities are quite unknown, which is actually, I would say, a bit of a shame, because we need influencers more than ever today. And I will come back to the impact and possibilities much later on. So why am I so passionate about influencer marketing? Because first of all, it has a lot of advantages. And what are those advantages today? First of all, it's tailor-made. So every campaign is different. So a campaign what would work, for example, for Malaga wouldn't work for my home country, for example, for the Netherlands. It's very simple because every campaign is connected and related with your strategy, and of course connected and related with your target audiences. So the needs of every, I would say, destination or hotel is different, but because you work with influencers who know the industry, who know their audience of followers, you can really create your own campaign adapted towards your needs. And the second is, of course, you can adapt it to your target audience. For example, you're looking for a very specific audience for technical event planners, for example, from the Netherlands, from the region of Amsterdam. You can really focus on that audience by searching for the right person who's based in Amsterdam and who has that right audience. But also for destinations who are listening today, for example, if you would open a new hotel, or you're looking, for example, for a destination or where you're not so familiar with, you want to open a new market, it would be ideal to work with someone, an influencer who's based in that country or based in that area or city where you are going to open a new hotel, or even a new airline that is coming towards that destination. So there are many possibilities to work with influencers on a hotel level, destination, or any other provider within the meetings and events industry. And the third, of course, is the data. Today, we're more online, I would say, than ever. So we want to know what is driving our audiences. What do they read when they are online? When is the right moment to post? And because this has been a major shift, I would say, especially in this year. So therefore, you want to have connected with your influencers because they know their audience of followers. They know which time they're online. They know what the interest is, and they know, of course, also what's working. But these valuable data is now more important than ever. And by doing these campaigns, you gain already more insights than you would have than before starting with the campaign. And I think I mentioned this already a couple of times, why influencers are actually now more important than ever. We're more online. I mean, I would not have imagined to be part of this event actually today. I would also, to be honest, prefer to see all your faces and to connect with the audience and feel, I would say, also the excitement to be on stage. So therefore, we need to shift. We need to think differently because our audiences are now more than ever online. So therefore, use also the opportunity to connect with your influencers. I mentioned already a couple of times influencers, but influencers have, I would say, personally, I have a hate-love relationship with influencers. Because if we talk about influencers, yeah, we all think about the young fashion influencers, but we're all influencers. Everyone who's listening here today are influencers. It just depends what kind of a people do you need for your upcoming campaign. You have people, for example, you could use event speakers or famous people in your industry who have spoken in your hotel or have contributed towards your event in the past. You could connect them because perhaps they're also out of work today and they would also contribute towards your product or service today. So there are different types of influencers that you could use to, I would say, to spread the word without using a big budget. And one of the most important people that a lot of my clients forget are your employees, because your employees are also active online. They also watch webinars. They also have their own Facebook accounts, their own LinkedIn accounts. So really be very specific. And for example, with one of the clients, what we have done in the past is we created not only videos for the target audience, but also a video for the people inside the company to say, okay, we are launching a campaign. If you see this lady or you see this man walking around in one of your properties, know that we are filming, and they're going also backstage, so don't follow them. They're doing everything according to rules. So also inform your partners, inform your clients, inform your speakers, everyone who has been involved in your product or service or your company destination in the past. Please involve them, because how more people are aware of this campaign, how more you're able to spread the word. And the last one I want to explain, which is industry call. Call stands for key opinion leader, and key opinion leader is often used in China, where they're, I would say, 3 steps ahead in Europe related with influencer marketing. Well, how do you select the right influencer? I sometimes say it's like a dating agency. You also want to have a person who reflects your values, who reflects your but also who is a personality that can, I would say, match with the company. So it's not just picking at random someone who has the most, I would say, the most followers on LinkedIn. No, please pick a person who has relevant working experience, can align with your goals, but also align with your values. Influencer marketing is not rocket science. Everyone here listening today can actually set up a campaign. Just it's a very time-consuming process, because it's not just with one click on a button that we use automatic platform to find the influencers. In a B2B environment, this works very differently. We have to do, let's say, more manual work to find the right people and to also to approach. You cannot just send a standard email. So really, so the preparation and to get the maximum involvement of the influencer, the time to prepare, please, well, in general, I would say, before COVID, we counted 2 to 3 months to prepare the campaign. Now we tend to work a little bit quicker because we need to end up very quickly towards the current circumstances. But please take your time to prepare and to find the right person, because especially in these days, you don't want to harm your, I would say, your reputation, or you don't, I would say, to find the right tone of voice together with the influencer, that requires time. So please take that time that you need to prepare the campaign. And also, I would say, the execution time, so the time that we run the campaigns, don't think we do that for a month or for 3 months. We usually, especially in these times, we require to at least to do a campaign for 6 months, or preferably even to a year, because we don't know where industry will stand in 2 months or 4 months or 6 months time. So therefore, and that trust today, because we do business because we trust each other, especially in a B2B environment. So therefore, it's important to think very long term and to set up a campaign for at least 6 months, but preferably or recommendedly for a year. So how do you create a successful campaign? Some of the items I've already mentioned. So first of all, and I think the most important step is the analysis. So please set up a proper campaign and write out what you would like to get out of the campaign. What is your target audience? What are the channels? So and also, of course, the time frame. But also very important, because a lot of people think that as soon as they start with the influencer campaign, that magic will happen. Especially in these times, you have to think a little bit, I would say, a little bit longer. But please set your goals. What would you like as a destination or a hotel? What would you like to get out of the campaign? Is it just about engagement? Is it about visibility? It's about reputation? It's about brand awareness? Or are you, in these times, are you opening a new hotel? So be very specific on what you would like to get out of the campaign. And then scouting and selection, which is also, of course, a very important step, is screening the right people for your campaign. And you can, I would say, they can also be speakers, they can also be thought leaders, this can also be, of course, the influencers, the social media, I would say, content creators. But please write also the profiles, and how more specific you are, how better your briefing is to send out to the influencers, how more response you're getting back. And the way how we work is actually, so we send out the briefing towards the influencers, and then we give them the time to write a strategic proposal. And why is that? Because they know their audience of followers much more than we do. They know what's working, and they also come with creative ideas. Because we work with them because they're experts. It's like going to a dentist. You're also not going to ask your neighbor to, I say, to get your teeth out, or so see the influencers as experts. And besides writing strategic campaigns, they can also give advice towards your social media team. They can support you also on different levels. So it's not just, I would say, a robot you can dictate what to do. Now, please leverage, I would say, the knowledge of the influencer that you're getting involved with. So as soon as we have received the proposal, it's up to the client to decide with who they're going to work with. And if they made a decision, then we're going to sit and then we're going to put out the planning. In the normal world, we would do around, I would say, 20-80. So 80% of the campaign is online and 20% is offline, because we think it's important that also the influencer really has a face and also has a moment to get in touch with their audiences. And then, of course, we start with the campaign. Number 5, we start with the campaign, we start promoting. And of course, we keep in touch on a regular basis, sometimes on a weekly basis with our influencers, especially now when there are major changes coming up, especially on safety. Destinations are opening, some destinations are closing again. So therefore, it's very important to be on top of the content planning, on top of the planning. What's going on? Do we need to adapt? Can we continue next week with the planning ahead? And also something which is a question which I frequently receive is, often people think that an influencer just posts what they want to post. No, the content, if you are the client, of course, the content will be reviewed. But think it also a point of view from the influencer. They would never write or harm their audience of followers, because their reputation is also, it will also mean the end of their career, the end of their reputation. So they would not do anything to harm your reputation. And as if you made a good selection, they would never do. So please be aware which kind of people you select to work with. And as a client, if you have a video or a blog post or another important piece of content, the client can always review it before it will go online. And of course, then we have the reporting. So we always write a report halfway the campaign, and of course at the end of the campaign, to see have we reached our goals. Important input from the influencer, tips, advice for the upcoming strategy. But what we usually see is that the campaigns are extended because they're very happy with the provided content that the influencer has done. Another thing is that if we think of influencers, we think usually about blog posts, or I would say a tweet or a post on Instagram. But actually, an influencer can do much more. And I think I really want to highlight that today, because we work in a world where we need trust, and we live in a very insecure, very dynamic world, and we do business because we trust each other. So support that a convention bureau can deliver. So what about actually your own podcast channel where you interview people from hotels, people from restaurants or convention bureaus, what they actually all do to make it a guest as safe as possible? Or to do, like, for example, a webinar, or or to show, I would say, the entire journey from if you arrive at the airport, is it really safe? And going to the convention center, how is that journey going? So there's so many ways, I would say, to show your story, to show your values, but think also, I would say, a step further. And something that I mentioned already is, why don't you ask the influencer also to get involved in your offline events, to share their advice, to share their journey, for example, if they have been towards your in your destination or in your hotel. Now I would like to share some examples. I explicit mentioned that I will do it before COVID and after COVID, because there are some examples. Of course, we also needed to change and needed to pivot. The first example is outside of our industry, but I just want to mention how two large companies created a campaign which is not focusing neither on sales, I would say neither on gaining directly revenue, and then a few other examples from destinations that has been done that you can use within your influencer marketing campaign. So the first example is from National Geographic and Microsoft. So Microsoft said we have a lack of women in, I would say, a lack of women normally already working for Microsoft, but the gap will become only bigger and bigger. So we need people not only, I say, to recruit more women, but also we need more women encouraging to study in the sector science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But how can we encourage women, but also young girls, to choose for those studies? So they approached National Geographic and asked them to make pictures of women working in these different professions all around the world, and to launch this campaign on International Women's Day. Of course, if two large companies work together with beautiful pictures that are taken from National Geographic, you can, of course, imagine the boost that it will give. But the most important thing is it was not only, I say, creating a big boost on social media, but also Microsoft asked some of the women who were photographed to share their stories and to tell them what they're doing in their profession on a daily basis, to encourage, to show there is much more out there than or say a boring study, that there are fantastic jobs that you can do if you have chosen one of the directions within science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And it was actually, of course, it was a major success. But this campaign again was not focusing on business results, was not focusing on revenue, and so this is actually, I think, and therefore I want to share this example, is to create awareness for also on a long term, to encourage people to do something different. And of course, these are the data and the outcomes. Yeah, of course, if you launch such a campaign with two fantastic companies, the results are there. And then I want to share other examples which are, I would say, not really directly related with influencer marketing, but these are interesting tips and content that you can do, I would say, also with a tiny budget as a destination or hotel. For example, Amsterdam launched also virtual tours. So you could visit the destination and following one of the locals or international people who have visited Amsterdam. So I think this is a very beautiful way to continue your story about your destination and to remain top of mind. And also, one of the examples we found really inspiring was from the Faroe Islands. They've done already quite some major campaigns also in the past. IMEX Frankfurt, one of the largest trade shows for our industry, was cancelled due to COVID-19. So they said, well, we've all blocked the time to travel to Frankfurt. Why don't we block the time slots during those days of IMEX while everybody's at home, but where you can book virtual site inspections. So where you can book venues, where you can book appointments with BMCs to actually, and to show, to, I would say, to get familiar with the destination, but also to get familiar with all the possibilities that we have. And that's actually what they did. So they launched also an introduction video. We will be your ears, eyes, and body. And then you could block one of the time slots. I found it very, I would say, a very simple way, but how you can leverage with, I would say, with the tools that you have and with the possibilities and within the restrictions that we're living today, still remain top of mind. And another funny example, in the beginning, I heard a lot of people were also doing pub quizzes, which is quite popular in the Netherlands, but also all around the world, but connected with the museum. So the museum launched their own pub quiz, which you could download for free. It is actually an interesting way to still get to be familiar with your brand or product, and actually to launch such an idea. So these are all simple ideas we can all implement, I would say, from tomorrow on, and still gain to say, okay, we're here to help you. I hope we can welcome you soon back in our destination hotel or even in our museum. And one of the other important items, which is actually a bit of a more boring item, but a huge important one, is of course the cancellations, cancellation fees. There are a lot of events that have been postponed, have been cancelled. And Monaco Convention Bureau was one of the first already to announce. They said, we have adapted our cancellation policies. So these are very important items why event planners and meeting professionals will choose or will not to choose for your destination or venue. So they announced it on Twitter actually, but of course there are many. These are also fantastic ingredients where you can, I would say, in a funny way, which you could launch together with influencer and talking about this topic and regaining the trust to organize an event in your destination or venue. And then the 10 goals of influencer marketing, I already mentioned it. A lot of people think it's only about sales. Improved sales conversion is actually at number 5. So it means that a lot of people work with influencers to, I would say, to have other purposes, to reach out to new target audience or to improve their brand awarenesses. So some suggestions, because a lot of people said, yeah, but I would like to have some ideas, some suggestions that influencers can do. Well, first of all, content is key, and that will remain. Your message is, of course, more important than ever. But also another item is humor works. And why was the ice bucket challenge so, I would say, so popular? First of all, because it was connected and involved with a good cause. It had a good strategy, and the idea was very simple to copy. So we had the ice bucket challenge, so we converted to the mice industry mice bucket or mice challenge. No one ever has done such a campaign, and I think now the time is right more than ever, because people are willing to support each other. So if you could involve a good cause. And also, what do we need now? I just mentioned already cancellation policies or podcasts. Replace yourself in your target audience and use your common sense. So what do event professionals or meeting professionals need today to make the decision to go abroad with a group or to go abroad with a company? What makes them to sign that contract, or what makes them to make that decision? And also another point, don't forget your employees. Like I mentioned before, these are also your ambassadors. These are also your influencers. If you're very tight on a budget, think of using your employees and let them spread the word. And also what I really want to focus on is focus on the quality and not on the quantity of your numbers. If you have a fantastic campaign, it will be spread over So please focus on the quality of your followers and not on the quantity. So something which is also really important is the ROI. So how do we measure actually the return on investment of an influencer marketing campaign? There is no push on a button, I would say, platform that we can say, okay, this is exactly the outcome, because first of all, the lead time is quite long. So it might even that the campaign already has finished and then that the bookings will come in. So we need to have different metrics to really measure the outcome of the campaign. So first of all, which is important, the value of the content. So which means that some influencers create a huge amount of blogs or vlogs, and they still will be around. So we've seen also that sometimes after 3 or 4 years or even longer, that sometimes the content is being read by your audience. So please, I'm saying from if you are focusing on the campaign, don't think, okay, that the content that is created by the influencer will still be around after the campaign is finished. And of course, that content you can reuse as a press release, or you can reuse it to send out to journalists in a magazine. So you can reuse the content, and especially if content that is written, I would say, we call it undated. I'm not saying undated content, but if you can reuse that content, for example, after a year again. Of course, you can do the simple metrics, of course, engagements and comments, and of course, measuring your Google Analytics and the data of the influencers. But you can also use special codes to track where your followers are coming from, or perhaps a special code. I'm not saying the book now, because that's a bit of, I would say, not an appropriate promotion, but you can still use a special code, or perhaps you can send something from your destination towards the influencer at home, or to still have the feeling or a relationship with the destination. So there are special ways to still build up that connection with your audience. And then the last one, I think it's important, I would say, important to mention is we call it dark social, which is content, I would say, metrics that we cannot measure. Despite we live in a data-driven world, there is still data we cannot measure. For example, I would say top CEOs might not be every day on Twitter. Perhaps they post, but I'm not saying that we also read everything what is published. But if your campaign is really great, then it's been picked up by your managers and saying, hey, this destination has a great campaign. We're seeing that's working really well. So therefore, I want to say is, despite that you cannot say that person is not online or has written the tweet, doesn't mean they're not aware of your campaign. Also, for example, influencers that are attending a conference or attending an event and will get feedback, hey, I saw your post, but it doesn't mean always that they will like or comment on the post, but they sometimes prefer to do that offline. So always keep in account that all the data that you cannot always 100% track all the data of an influencer campaign. And I want to close my presentation today actually with a question, and I hope we all think about, especially in these, I would say, in these challenging times, because it is very difficult to set up a long-term strategy. Where are we going? Will there be a second peak or not? Can we travel again next year to all destinations in the world without any restrictions? So we live in a very uncertain world, and I think we are more aware in our industry than ever. So I just want to share you this question, and I hope you will think about it. Is which story do you want to share to remain top of mind in these challenging times? So I will go now over say go now over to the questions. I hope, I mean, I saw already popping up in the chat a few questions, but first,
Mariska,
yes.
I have to interrupt. We are running over time.
Oh, okay. No time for questions?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I would have loved to have questions with you, Q&A. This is highly interesting. This is really what a lot of our audience will need to do, but you will be on the platform, you'll be on the Expo in the next couple of days. So unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Sorry.
But people can, and that's what's happened. People can reach out to you, you're available. And I think this is highly necessary, highly interesting. But unfortunately, we have to stop now. We have the next event coming up. Thank you so much, Mariska.
Thank you so much, Jan, and talk to you soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining in this real surreal time we are having right now. As you know, the world completely changed in the last couple of weeks and months, and I still sit here in my office so many times and I think, wow, what's going on? It's really surreal. Who would have thought at the beginning of March that a tiny virus would have changed the whole world in just a couple of weeks? And well, we are stuck in it right now. And what do? We can't really travel anymore. Some regions in the world still travel or have started to open travel and the borders again. And it's, well, I was close to say it's a fascinating time. It's definitely not fascinating. It's an interesting time. And there's so much to talk about, and how we get or how we cope with that situation and make the best out of it. And I'm very happy that we are on this conference with BUZZ.travel and that we have some really good experts all together. And yeah, I would like to share quickly my screen so that I can introduce you to my fellow experts. So here we have Mariette. Mariette, maybe you can quickly pronounce your last name?
Etoué Helmbold.
Very good, Mariette. It's we know each other already for quite a long time. Mariette established Destinate, a destination management and strategic marketing agency. In 2013, after 10 years as the award-winning CEO of Cape Town Tourism. As a Cape Town Tourism, I remember we also had a campaign where we created the hashtag and the campaign Love Cape Town, which is now actually even like the complete branding of the tourism board. That's, when I think about that, already quite a few years ago, but it feels a long time. But actually in this time of social media and digital life, it's not that long ago. So Destinate, your current company. With Destinate, you develop and help implement strategy, build brands, market destinations, and connect people. Mariette is as well tourism and marketing strategist, facilitator, and speaker on tourism destination management, wine tourism, and innovation and marketing. Wine tourism, I guess we'll find out a bit later about that, why that is such an important point. I can already say she lives in Stellenbosch, one of the exciting and great destinations for excellent wines. Then we have Keith. Keith left his 10-year investment banking career to travel the world and to start his luxury travel blog, Velvet Escape. Keith is as well the CEO of Ambassador, which he founded 2011. With that, he began offering social media and marketing services. Ambassador won multiple awards for the campaigns and had a big impact on shaping and creating on the professional travel blogger industry. Yeah, that's I think. What Keith? When did you start with your travel blog? Actually,
2008.
2008. So yeah, right after the financial crisis hit everyone, and we are back in a crisis, talking together on this topic now. And to myself, I run Travel Dudes, TravelDudes.org. It's a community, it's a social travel platform, but we also have our own team of content creators. And Travel Dudes is an industry leader with the field of travel influencer marketing. So in partnership with clients, we create cost-effective, inspirational, and engaging travel content for digital and social platforms. But in the last 3 years, we have focused on producing really our own videos for our own distribution, which is a kind of its own travel guide show. On one of the last conferences, someone introduced me, and I think that fits very well also for Keith and Mariette, as a pioneer of travel blogging and digital destination marketing, which sounds, I think, more wise, sounds more experienced, far better than just like old. And yeah, I run Travel Dudes already for 14 years. So that's also quite a while. And we'll find ourselves now in a complete new situation, which, yeah, really no one expected a couple of months ago. Let's stop the screen sharing at this moment and we'll get right back to you. Now we can also discuss face to face. And already like a little notice for everyone who jumped in for the call now and who joins us. Please feel free to ask questions at the bottom of your screen of the window. You see the F&A, and I'll try to that we bring those in also in the discussion right now. Talking about travel bloggers, talking about the crisis. The crisis. Well, we are right now in a phase where we started with crisis communication that was in the last couple of months. Obviously, crisis communication keeps on. We get into a process of recovery campaigns on the recovery process now. How do you feel? What's going on right now? Mariette, well, how is your situation in South Africa, in Cape Town, beautiful Cape Town?
Yeah, it is certainly beautiful, but it is a very strange time we find ourselves in. And in South Africa, we're a few weeks behind, I think, Europe in terms of our infection rate. It is now close to our peak. So we're seeing a very intense increase in infections and hospitalization. And essentially, we've been in the longest lockdown probably in the world as a country. We went into lockdown early March, and we are still in lockdown. And of course, our industry is hugely, a huge contributor to our country's GDP. And tourism is essentially the lifeblood for so many people, and it supports thousands of jobs, and particularly in our country, small businesses. And of course, these small businesses don't have the buffer that many larger corporations have. They can't just, close their doors for a few weeks or months and restart. Literally, tourism is hand to mouth what they survive on. So we are definitely seeing a catastrophic situation in terms of tourism here. Destinations are suffering, tourism businesses are suffering, and people are losing their jobs. And at this stage, the prospect for international tourism to return to South Africa is realistically 2021, although there is a hope that, in South Africa's case, it seems that our death rate is not so high. We are hoping that, we can get through this, our peak quickly, and hopefully by November, December, we can be back up and running. So of course, we are looking towards domestic tourism like many other countries around the world. But in South Africa, our reality is that domestic tourism is not enough to sustain us. South Africans, the majority of South Africans don't have the disposable income to travel. Travel is not part of their culture. And we still have a long way to go to make travel a more common and accessible for the majority of South Africans, for whom survival is what's paramount. They don't have the luxury of going away for a weekend, or let alone to stay in a 5-star hotel. So our industry is bleeding, and we have a lot of people that are desperate at the moment, and we need to do everything in our power to make sure that we can flatten our curve and get back to working as soon as possible. And the message is very clear that South Africa is very well placed to attract international visitors post-lockdown. We have the natural beauty, we have incredible high quality of accommodation and tourism facilities, and people are working very hard here to implement measures and precautions so that we are ready to open as soon as we can.
You said it very, very well. I think it's like a complete different situation again. Also, like for the communication here in Europe, I see the destination, the tourism boards already start in the communication to attract local tourism, so that people can explore their own countries. And like you said, that's completely different in South Africa. Did you see how the tourism boards were handling this kind of situation, or yourself, like for your clients and partners? How did the content look like in the past? Or like in the last couple of weeks? Because I mean, what did you do? I mean, were you still like pushing out content, or were you silent, or?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, as soon as there's really two sides. Some destinations and tourism bodies have been really good at communications. Others have gone completely quiet. And of course, in the business consultations that we're doing, to support businesses through this time, our advice is to not go quiet. It's the worst thing that you can do. It's very, very important. People now want to be inspired and reassured. So we are all online at the moment, even in South Africa, and we have an important market here that might not be a big market, but a lot of South Africans would have gone overseas for this winter, for summer, obviously in Europe, etc. And they have enough money to travel. Then we also have an upcoming middle class who would be keen to travel. And if we can package ourselves properly for that market, it's at least something. But we've definitely seen people struggling, and tourism businesses and tourism boards struggling with what to say and how to say it without kind of coming across as crass or as insincere. So many people err on the rather say nothing than say the wrong thing. So also we've seen poor communication from tourism authorities in terms of what can be expected and what the lockdown regulations imply. As we are starting to ease some of the restrictions, there's been miscommunication, for instance, in terms of whether domestic tourism is allowed intra-regionally at the moment, because some of the other sectors have opened, but tourism, which is such an important component of our country, is still completely closed. Although they've allowed some restaurants to open and for takeaways, etc., some wineries are open now for wine sales, although you can't sit down or do any leisure activities. The bottom line is there's miscommunication. And what we need in a time like this is very clear communication from tourism authorities, from tourism businesses. And what customers and our audiences need is we need information, and we need to be inspired. So we need to talk to both the head and the heart. I think one of the things that this pandemic has done, it's thrown us all together, and we've realized just how incredibly fragile our world is. But it's also brought us together in a way, and it's reminded us of humanity. And people really now want to return to that stage where they are able to hold their loved ones close, where they are able to revisit their favorite places. And they might not physically be able to travel there yet, but we'd like to start dreaming about that time. And I think that's really the messaging that tourism boards and tourism businesses should be focusing on now, is inspiring, but also reassuring and providing adequate information and clarity to consumers and travelers.
Yeah, what I see here, especially in Europe, but also like in many countries, that the restrictions, everyone is doing their own restrictions, and which is very, I could imagine very scary also for the travelers, when even if people want to travel, they don't really know what to expect. Keith, you as with the background of a travel blogger, but also running campaigns and working with the different destination and tourism board, when you hear those kind of situations, where do you see the benefit of a destination? How could they work with the travel blogging? How can they make use of the potential?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, to start with, I mean, iAmbassador was born out of a crisis, actually. I mean, we started iAmbassador in 2011. And actually the idea of creating a community of bloggers, and who also create our own campaigns, etc., came from well, the crisis, the Arab Spring crisis in 2010, 2011, and where there was a lot of turmoil in the Middle East, but not in Jordan. But Jordan saw its tourism arrivals crashing, and so what they did very quickly was what they wanted to do was to get the message out very quickly that everything was fine in Jordan. You know, there was no turmoil there, and there are a lot of things to do and see in Jordan. And so what they did was they figured out that the fastest way to get the message out that Jordan is a safe country to visit was to invite bloggers to come and visit Jordan, and basically for the bloggers to show their readers that, you know, Jordan's a safe place to visit, there's nothing happening there, and there are plenty of things to do and see. So I was one of the bloggers who was invited in 2011 to visit Jordan, and I came actually towards the end of that campaign, which lasted a whole year. And when I was sitting there having lunch with them, and we were talking about all the fantastic content that had already been posted by the bloggers in the past like 8 months. And I said, it'd be great to do a wrap-up campaign at the end of the year to showcase all this beautiful content. And that's how Ambassador started, actually. It was the first campaign we ever did, and a place to go on a holiday. So in this sense, bloggers have a really good role to play in times of crisis, and in trying to get the message out very quickly, and also to inspire, as Maria had said, to inspire and to inform. And I think that's exactly where bloggers or travel content creators excel in.
And I think the one of the really big benefits is, like you said, it can be like very quick. I mean, you are in the destination, you can like share your message, but it's not just like a one way, right? I mean, there's a communication line both ways. There's a discussion, so people can ask questions and you can reply to them. I think that is one of the really big value.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because bloggers obviously have, a very good engagement with their audience. So I mean, any followers of a blogger can always ask a question via the blog or via social media and get an answer. And so they build up this relationship over time. And if it clicks, you build up the trust factor between the blogger and the reader. And so, when you have a blogger visiting a destination and, showing what it's like over there, the things they can do and see, which restaurants to go to, which hotels to stay at. These are things which the readers would be taking note of. And I think, that trust factor is really important. And I think especially in times of crisis, because of the trust factor that bloggers have with their audience, this is a really, really important point, which bloggers have and should make use of in their communications. And I think, working with tourism boards or brands to get the message across, and especially to get the message across very quickly, using bloggers and their social media channels and their blogs should be, an important part of their communications.
Bloggers. I've got a question from Becky, which fits actually nicely into that one. She asks, how will DMOs ensure they are finding the right content creators now to share the right messages? Because obviously not every travel blogger is a professional media trained person who can respond on the reactions the audience might give. How can you find the right people for that?
I think, well, first of all, I would, if I were a DMO, I'm not, but I would actually, choose to work with the bloggers that I've worked with before, and I've built up a relationship with. And when you have that two-way communication going between the DMO and the blogger that you work with, it's so much easier to relay the information that you want the blogger's readers to see. And I think that is a very important aspect when at times of crisis or during a recovery, that you have those communication lines going, and that the blogger is getting the correct information, because facts are so important now, and there has to be an open line between the DMO and the blogger to make sure that the right messages are being put out there, the right information is being put out there, in addition to obviously the inspiration that the bloggers can bring into the picture as well.
Mariette, what's your point on that?
Yeah, just to add to that, now over the last few years, we've seen trust becoming more and more important when it comes to making travel decisions. And I love what Keith said there. We as DMOs, but also as the travel blogging and influencer industry, it's very important now to reach out and to work strategically together. And I think it's a great idea to work with people that you've worked with before, who you can trust. Trust will become more and more important as we go forward. We'll see from a traveler perspective, they will not go to destinations or visit a hotel that they do not trust and can see the visual evidence that those people are taking their safety seriously and that it will be a remarkable experience. So we're going to have to see a lot more transparency in the negotiations between bloggers and DMOs. I certainly hope that DMOs will put a lot more work into choosing the kind of blogger or influencer they're working with, and do their research and their homework. The fit with your audience is so important now, and being able to be very, very selective in terms of who do we want to attract. So which blogger or influencers or content writer should I use that speak to that audience? We know, as an example, for instance, just from the wine industry, that women are playing a huge role, not just when it comes to travel decisions, but when it comes to what wine they're buying. Okay, so in most cases, women are the ones buying the wine, not just in grocery shops, but also now online. And we've seen a huge growth in online sales happening over the last few weeks. And in a place like South Africa, you know, we've been caught snoozing because a lot of the industry have not implemented digital marketing, online campaigns, or even e-commerce yet. So they, you know, and the same applies to the travel industry and to DMOs. So we'll see now that I think one of the biggest shake-ups that the pandemic has caused, in certainly from an industry perspective, is this online revolution, right? So I think bloggers and online influencers will become more and more important as we go forward, but we will also see more and more noise coming online. And as DMOs and as brands, we have to work hard and make it our business to select the right blogger that we know is a great storyteller, but also has the trust of their audiences.
Talking about noise, which fits to the next question, which comes from Alexandra. And she asked if she hasn't really worked with the bloggers before. And yeah, she finds it hard how to choose then a blogger. Like, what are the parameters to look for besides of the numbers of followers, which we know can also be, unfortunately, sometimes a bit fake. But altogether, I think, yeah. So she asked, so she runs a hotel. So she asked, like, how can she choose a blogger to promote a hotel?
Yeah, well, you know, I think first and foremost, it's important to get out onto social media, do your research, and look at the blogs, look at the presence of the blogger on social media. What do they tweet about, or what photos do they put up on Instagram, or, you know, what things they say, and try to find the ones which really fit the messaging or the image that you as a business have, and that really align well, and just watch them for a while, and just read their blog posts, you know, what do they typically write about, and once you're comfortable with the stuff that they're doing, get in touch and have a chat, you know, a Zoom call or a Skype call, whatever, and get to know the blogger as well. And you know, it's really important to have a good match between what your objectives are as a business and, you know, what the blogger's objectives are as a content creator. And I think, you know, it's important to talk about it very clearly with each other and try to find ways to align those two sides.
Mariette is actually very busy also today, all the time, and she unfortunately has to leave us for another call, but the session is about to end. Mariette, thanks for joining. Before we completely finish, I would just like to ask one more question for Keith, unless you are still like got 2 minutes, Mariette. But it's, I think, a very good question, because yeah, when working with bloggers and how bloggers can help in a recovery phase, pay or not to pay. I mean, a lot of bloggers are professionals and they make a living with that, just like every other business, or like many other businesses have like a really troubled time in this current crisis. So you've got the professional bloggers who actually make a living out of that, and then you've got hobby bloggers. So how would you deal with a situation like that now?
If I can add to that before I pop out, thank you guys. It's been great to see you and to be part of this conversation. I think it's such a valuable conversation, and there's still so much work that needs to be done in this terrain. And I think particularly now with COVID, we're going to have to, you know, see how the rules change and how we apply a different way of thinking, and collaboration will become a lot more important. As I say, transparency a lot more important. not just for bloggers, but also for consumers out there. So when it comes to payment, we've certainly realized the value in transacting with bloggers that are professional and being very open about that. And it's just, you pay what you get what you pay for. So, you know, if you are, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you always have to pay, but certainly when you're running a proper campaign and you are trying to do something a little bit more strategic, it's very important to prioritize and to put resources to it, as you would to above the line ad campaign in the past or other traditional media. You certainly would have invested in that. So I think from an online marketing perspective and a good content perspective, it's an investment that's worthwhile. But then again, of course, they are also hobby bloggers and a different kind of information that you want to get across. So it's not necessarily a one size fit all, but we've certainly seen the importance and the value to have a good contract in place, to agree on payment, to be transparent about that, to have a good brief in place, and to make sure that the campaign also fits well with what the blogger or the content creator is good at doing, so that there's a good fit and that there's mutual respect. And essentially expectations can then be met. So often I've seen DMOs inviting a top influencer with 1 million followers, hoping for the odd tweet or the odd Instagram story, and the investment is just not worth it in the end. So rather choose your bloggers well. It doesn't always have to be the rock star. It can be someone with a very engaged but smaller audience. Pay the person what they are worth, come to an agreement, and then make sure that the expectations are very clear in terms of what you expect as a DMO in terms of the content that needs to be created. But obviously maintaining the integrity and the personality of what the blogger needs to get across to their audience and their followers. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been wonderful to be part of you. I'm going to pop out, but I'm sure there'll still be a great conversation.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to see you again. Maybe we can just simply, very quickly, can I share my screen? So let me show you, just like to get to the end. There we are. I think that might be some very good help for everyone. Keith, maybe you want to say anything to the think tank reports of the Social Travel Summit, because well, the half of the 30 minutes are gone, but
yeah. Well, actually, you know, Melvin, if you don't mind, I think there were two questions there which we could handle. I mean, we still have a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. But to everyone here, we organize the Social Travel Summit, which is a professional travel blogger conference every year. And one of the parts of the Social Travel Summit we organize is the think tank, where we discuss a variety of topics, and all these discussions are then put into a report, and you can download them for free via the website. And there's a lot of great information in there of discussions between bloggers and the tourism industry about issues affecting them. But those two questions, yeah.
Yeah, let's stop the screen sharing again. So the two questions. I
think there was.
Is the tourism board reaching out to any bloggers? If so, how are they sourcing bloggers? And the other question is, will there be a decline in the number of blogs now that tourism is resetting? Will it reset what is professional in the blogging industry?
Well, the first one is, yes, tourism boards are reaching out to bloggers. I have already seen, I mean, as an ambassador, we're doing a couple of campaigns now, just social media awareness campaigns for different destinations, and I've seen similar on social media of other destinations, actually around the world, not only in Europe, who are reaching out to bloggers and doing social media campaigns. So at the moment, I don't see any like blog trips or whatever happening, but not now anyway, but in the near future, probably yes. But right now I see quite a few social media campaigns happening for destinations, yeah.
Yeah, that's something I've actually seen as well. And like I remember, like 2 months ago, that was something I couldn't see in any kind of near future. But like already, I'm in contact with a couple of people and already discussing the recovery campaigns, which is actually a really good sign. I think it shows a bit of the light in the tunnel, and it gives also like a bit of hope and something to really to steer on. The number of blogs to work with in the future. So what do you think, Keith?
Well, I think I think there will be, especially well, I don't know. I think some blogs will stop, but what I've seen is like the more established bloggers are also starting niche blogs, which then increases the number of blogs again. So. And it's a great thing to do. And in the past couple of months, most of us have had a lot of time on our hands, and I've seen quite a few bloggers putting that time to good use to build a new niche blog, something that they've always wanted to do. It's something that's close to their heart, and so I see the number of blogs growing. But at the same time, I can also imagine that there are quite a few blogs, especially when there's no income coming in. And especially when there's no travel, that these blogs will kind of stop or maybe fade away. I think it'll be a bit of two, really. Yeah.
What I've also seen is like that a lot of the bloggers who have been in the game for such a long time, they have improved their blogs. They have been working on changing the content strategy and merging content, deleting content, making the blog prepared pretty much for the future. And I think that's also one of the big values with the blog, which is not just like the social media. Obviously, most bloggers use the social media, but the blog provides like a long-term value, accessible all the time. So they don't need actually to promote or to share something all the time on social media. This is all on top. And by improving the blogs, I think that has been like a very smart move to deliver even more good value for their clients and partners down the road. And actually, I think you said that in the call earlier, you already see an increase of travel. So without even sharing something on a specific destination, you suddenly see that you provided value for that destination because you had the content online on your blog, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we even like we spoke about Jordan just now. Some of my Jordan content is about 8 years old, which I keep updating regularly, and actually throughout the past few months during this crisis, when traffic to my blog basically crashed, one of the posts that stayed right up there for some weird reason, I have no idea, is about Petra in Jordan, and that post is like 8 years old or 9 years old. And which I've updated throughout the years, and it was doing really well. I think people were just looking for something to read about, or maybe something inspirational. I don't think anyone was planning to actually go to Jordan, but yeah. And I've also seen that long form content has been doing really well, because people have also got plenty of time and like to read travel stories, inspirational stories and all that. So these are the types of content that have been doing really well in the past couple of months. Yeah.
Great, cool. Yeah, we are 7 minutes after 4. It has been a very quick half an hour.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining, and for everyone who was listening, Chet, thanks for joining as well. I think what is important, like I see down the road really a big potential when with working with bloggers, as they can provide a lot of value in many different kind of ways. I think it's always up to the communication to get in touch with each other, quickly grab the phone, the old school phone, instead of just messaging, and start brainstorming the different kind of strategies and what you can do, because every destination needs something else, and there's many different ways to help each other. And yeah, that's like from my part, and let's get forward and let's get out of this crisis stronger than before. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our chat where we'll discuss travel bloggers, content creators, and the future of destination marketing. Yeah, we are in a very surreal time right now with the corona crisis hitting us all very hard in the travel industry. And who would have really thought a couple of months ago, like in March, that a tiny virus can stop the whole world in just like a couple of weeks. And now we are sitting here in our home office and thinking, what has happened and how can we get out of that? It's, yeah, I think that's so often. But to get also the bit to the positive news right away, I mean, we've seen that travel is already possible, at least like a tiny bit in Europe and also here and there, but with a lot of restrictions. And yeah, the question is, what is happening in the next couple of months and how do we get out of that and what's going to happen in the future? And for that, I would like to invite also my other speakers. For that, I would like to share my screen. And here it is. I make it a bit larger so that we can see everyone. So I would like to start with Emma. So Emma, she is working in tourism and PR for more than a decade, and she is a marketing with a lot of marketing experience. Emma was an early adopter of influencer marketing for Visit Britain. Under her leadership, the company has seen many successes with the influencer campaigns, including Best Global Partnership 2017 with, at the PR Week Global Awards, and Europe's leading marketing campaign 2018 at the World Travel Awards. Most recently, she has been examining the metrics used reporting influencer campaigns, very interesting, to see how she can better demonstrate the impact they have on organizational goals. I think that is a topic which we'll be discussing also in the next couple of years, on and on and on. Then we have John. John from Costa Brava is a true tourism and destination marketing expert. He is passionate about innovation and value creation through memorable experiences. John lectures at the Tourism University in Barcelona and at the Tourism University in Girona. He has also been the marketing director of the Costa Brava Girona Tourism Board for many years, creating innovative promotional experiences such as the Euro food trip. And then we have Katharina. Katharina has been working in digital marketing in the tourism industry for over 15 years. Since 2015, she is working for the consulting network Tourism Zukunft and supports destinations in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria in the field of digital marketing with a focus on holistic digital strategies, including content and data, but also influencers, video, and social platforms. And to add to that, she was also running for the German National Tourism Board, the social media department. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Social media, focus on that, not just all digital. And then we have Nicholas. Nicholas, we could he could reply in Italian, German, and English. I can stick only to German and English. He is Chief Marketing Officer at iAmbassador, where he's responsible for expanding and strengthening client and blogger relations, developing iAmbassador's education services, as well as longer-term business strategies, which I think is very important for destination marketing down the road, where a lot of things happening just like from budget to budget. I would like to get face to face and stop sharing the screen. And there we are. I see Katharina first. So how is your situation right now in this really surreal time? How are you coping with everything, and how do you see the travel industry?
Oh God, where to begin actually? so much things are happening right now and are on the table. Actually, so we at Tourism Zukunft, of course, dealing now with a lot of destination projects. So as many of you know, the Germans were first allowed to travel in their own country. And with that, all the restart campaigns were started, and the destinations had to think about how to, to get on track, to do business again and to handle the situation. And actually what we see now, and in a way, this is from my perspective, really a positive signal, that they actually do management, to be really honest here. Because I think this kind of situation, as bad as it is, forced us all, or especially the destination offices, to to look into the destinations and to to get their management on. That means to get the stakeholders on track, to get good information out to the different stakeholders and partners in the destination, to have a strategy to get through the lockdown, and that means also to to get their stuff at the home offices and keep their business running. All these small little things which they had actually to organize, and which were not so usual for them in the beginning, were kind of really stressful. And now they just they are out of the crisis management and the crisis situation itself. So I think they have their information on track, and they're really in the situation of a kind of being a hub in the destination, and getting everyone really good informed and involved in the different kind of developments. Just to give you an example, Schleswig-Holstein, it's a big state in Germany, and they started actually in the mid of May. So they were allowed to get tourists again and to reopen. But this is nice, and everyone was happy. But actually now the work they have the work to do on site. It's like how to get the tourists from one place to another, how to avoid crowds in the destination. We had we had another kind of lockdown in another state, in two kind of region in another states. People from there were not allowed to go to other states in Germany, and you have to react on this. So it's a really kind of whole different, I think, environment for a destination office as it was before. And it's really we see really the kind of situation from those offices who were really good in managing before. So really were interacting with the partners, with the stakeholders in the destination, had a good data management. Data is the big thing at the moment. When you have no data of your destination in one place, to get used to it, so that you can use to it. And
what kind of data are you looking then at? I mean, data is always this big white picture, and everyone uses it. And but like what
location-based data, when you're in the location, you can track where the tourists are going, where you have different crowds. Maybe at the hotspots, you can add to that weather data. You can add to that data from the local suppliers. Are they open or are they not open? You can add to that data from, for example, bicycle trays. Are they open, or are there different trays to use to avoid, for example, crowds? And you could put that all together. Add to that, of course, content as well. And this content, I mean text, pictures, videos, whatever you have. And if you have that, for example, in one kind of database, and we talk about an industry that's all the matter of open data, you can have, or you have a potential to use it now in order to provide information on a digital way, information for the tourists on site, and information, for example, also for the suppliers and the smaller hotels, whatever you're talking about. And this combined makes the situation much more easier and much more in a way to handle the situations now. If you have, for example, a crowded beach, which is obviously not the thing you want to have at the moment, you can actually, use such data to implement a kind of system, and to get a system on track, which is maybe useful in order to coordinate the tourists on site. And add to that, for example, that's also a big question at the moment in many destinations, for example, to have time slots for different hotspots. So you get maybe a time slot for 2 hours to get to the beach, yeah, at the beach, and then you're out again.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't think that this was happening actually in the UK, right, Emma? I've seen photos where the beaches were crowded. Instead of being in the Costa Brava, they stayed at home at the beach over there. How's the situation at your beaches?
I mean, it shows our staycations are working. I think that the situation is varied. I mean, that was one beach at one point in time, and I think we all know what an image does speak 1,000 words, but at the same time there were 15 minutes down the road there were beaches that were deserted. So I think it's just a case of our job is to make sure that people know about all the different areas that they can enjoy the beach, the countryside, the coast safely in this times, and not all kind of so it's a behavior change, isn't it? You know, if your normal behavior is it's sunny, let's get to Bournemouth Beach or Hastings or wherever it is your local beach. It's about, that's quite an instinctive behavior. As soon as you're allowed out and it's sunny, going. And that's what I think we saw, is people not necessarily taking the time to consider whether they needed to change their behavior now that restrictions are starting to lift. So that is where the kind of focus for our national campaign is actually sitting. It's on a, you know, we're running something with, called Know Before You Go, and it's really encouraging that behavior change. So it's not, it is encouraging people to stay at home, but it's encouraging them to make sure that they check before they go to see whether these places are open, whether they're busy. Back to your point, Katerina, lots of our attractions have introduced time ticketing, not the beaches, but lots of the attractions are opening, and they are, we're going to see more opening as of Saturday. The 4th of July is when the restrictions relax in England anyway. They're slightly different, relaxing across Wales and across Scotland and Northern Ireland, so that makes it trickier. But yeah, we are seeing timed attractions, and what our job really has been is to focus on how we can educate consumers to behave a little bit differently at this time, not to not go, but to check before they go. And obviously we can then provide them with a whole range of other inspiration on how to get outside safely and how to explore the cities and the coast and the countryside.
You said changing the behavior, and we talked about that also, like already in the past, when we talked about destinations with over tourism and responsible travel.
Yeah.
And I mean that were current topics and important topics, but suddenly now you need to change the behavior from one to the other day. Katarina said using data. What are your chances of really changing the behavior so quickly? Do you use also this kind of data? What are your options to really get the people off that beach or to a specific behavior to more responsible behavior?
It's tricky. We're using a whole range of data sources. So the data that Katerina suggested, we're looking at search data. What are people looking for, so that we can understand if they're looking for beaches, how do we then serve up content that is of beaches perhaps they wouldn't necessarily have considered first time around. We're also, the challenge with the data is so much when you look at consumer behavior data, it's based on historic trends, and this is not a situation anybody's ever hit before. So we don't know how customers are going to react. We can't base this on historic data or groups of people. Our segmentation is not necessarily right for this type of campaign. So it is having to really start from scratch and be quite reactive and understand what data we can use. So booking engines, we've got lots of our commercial partners telling us what they're starting to see in different markets, so we can understand what people are searching for. We have regular waves of consumer sentiment research which is being done, so that we can understand how people are feeling, what are the barriers to travel, both domestically and internationally, so that we can start to think about that, and that can then start to drive some of the actions we take. So we know that risk, people were worried about going out and about holidaying anywhere, at home or internationally. So using that to then drive a industry-wide scheme on a reassurance mark, if you like. So the reassurance mark to show that businesses have taken certain steps to ensure that they are putting all the recommended measures in place to try and give consumers that added security, I guess, or peace of mind. So there's a whole range of data being looked at.
John, being based in the Costa Brava and with all your experience, I mean, Spain is also opening up now for tourism. And do you know how destinations got prepared for that? And also like that the visitors came, of course, we know, we've seen the pictures that the hotel have the cleaners and here and that, but like also like the problems with the, yeah, too many people at one spot. Do you know if they've thought about that as well?
Yes, but let me contribute to the question before because
Sure.
I found very interesting what Katharina said and with Emma said, but because here now we're talking with a very high professional people and very high professional DMOs, but this is not the real case in the world. This is not normal things in the world. When we talk about big data, here we talk about big data like everyone is using big data and nobody is using big data. Very few people, maybe Emma, because Visit Britain is really professional, some in German, very professional, but the rest of the people, we are talking about the small data. How can you talk about like a beach, a very small coastal beach, if they have big data? Go to Spain, go to Italy, Nick can say, see, if they don't know even how many tourists they have, they don't know how to measure that. So they care because one thing is big data, the other thing is small data, and then with the big data, you have to transform it in information, and then information, you have to transform it into knowledge. So it's two different steps here. So we need to be very careful when we say big data because we use things about with a mobile phone, so we buy the data with a mobile phone, so we know how people move and all that. Yes, this is good, but then we don't know how many tourists we have. We don't know, you know, it's something like, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. So big data, yes, but careful when we use this word, careful, because it's not for everybody.
Just to correct you shortly, I mean open data. I'm not necessarily talking about big data. I get your point fully. I mean open data, which is already there, which is in the city departments. You know, it's not a biggie. It's actually, you know, you have weather data, you have street locations data, you have park car data. You have really official kind of databases which are just not in use like that and not combined with tourist data which are already in the destinations. This is what I meant, you know, just to have a kind of mindset now to really use such kind of things you already have in the destinations. You have also an open kind of data map of all the bicycle and trailing trails in Germany. It's already there. You just we just see how the discussion goes at the moment, just how to make use out of all this data we already have and just combine it maybe with new applications. Actually, kind of tracing app is also not so new, but to combine it with these things and to make sense out of it. But I totally get your point. This is not a thing you do like this, yeah, and there are a lot of other things they have to do at the moment. But I think what I just want to point it out is actually that we now get to these issues again, which we were talking about for years, you know, for years and years, because these actually are the things who are really important, not only in a pandemic, who are really important for future kind of destination management and marketing, for, you know, new products, new ways of thinking when it comes to sustainable tourism, all these other things. So I see that this kind of actually this pandemic, yeah, as bad as it is, as a kind of chance actually to really get to the core issues of destination management and maybe to put them a little bit further, you know, in the development.
I understood very well. It's not that I want to be controversial, but I think that this is a good point. But again, this links with a question that Melvin asked me. This links if you are prepared or not. If you are prepared or not, because all this data, this open data, is available. How to use this data? We have to transform in information. So somebody has to transform it in information, because if not, we have data, and then we have to transform it into knowledge, because somebody has to take a decision, make a decision on this data. So it's two steps here, and maybe, okay, we are in the first step. Some people very well prepared are getting the second step, but we are not in the third step, and normal tourist destinations are not in the third step. The same as that not in the third step in blogging or in content creation, which we will talk later, I hope so. And then linking to this, to the question that Melvin has asked, It's like, okay, destinations that were very well managed and well prepared for it, I think they're gonna do fine, and they prepare everything during this confinement time and all that. So everything looks now that is getting ready, and there's have safe and clean labels and all that, and they're doing fine. But people that has not been prepared there before, and they just doing things because they open the hotel, or they open like a shop, and the clients used to come, now they have a problem, now they have a challenge, now they have, maybe some they have to disappear. So there will be a period here of if they will disappear or not, some of the tourist companies, which is very sad, but this is the market. This is the market in its real market. So if you are prepared, I think you'll be okay this season. If you weren't prepared before, now it's very difficult. And this is a situation that happened to us with the coronavirus, but this can happen next year with another thing, and next year with another thing. And so this is not a thing that I think is going to disappear like this. So I think we're going to see new ways to do things, and new ways to develop, and new ways to travel. And you were talking about sustainability and all that. All this comes to one word: if it's profitable or not. Sustainability is very fine, and we're very happy all that to say, oh, we're very sustainable. We talk about sustainable, and we are sustainable, and we don't use plastic, and we do a lot of the greenwashing thing. But is this profitable? If it's profitable, then it's going to work. So let's start talking like this. If it's profitable, it's going to work. If it's not profitable, people will doing, okay, we take away the plastic bottles in our restaurant, and we do some water, whatever, and some recycling. That's it. No. If they see that people are going to ask for it, and people are going to pay for it, are willing to pay for it, then they will do it. And then there will be a very important thing about this. But this with everything. So we have to see things about the small companies. Apart from the big chains and all that, we're in a market that you are a small company as content creators, but activities companies normally are small companies. So there's not like a huge company creating this. We are not Airbnb here. We are not Airbnb, so we need to see how this move.
Yeah, that is actually one of the things also, just like from the past. Obviously, the content creators, the travel bloggers, the influencers, they play one role in the bigger wheel. And in the past, it was always already very hard for destinations to manage everything. And they had so many other jobs to do because their business also changed a lot. And yeah, I really wonder with that situation before, where it was already too much work for them, how can they really be prepared for a crisis which we never had like this now, which makes it very, very tough. I get a question from Kervin, and so what do you all see as your biggest challenge, and how can bloggers from the US help? Okay, let's US. I think it's right now a bit tough. Yeah, we can go into that as well. Nicholas, you running campaigns with travel bloggers. What do you think? How can bloggers help from the US, but also maybe in general? What's the benefits of the bloggers here?
Well, there are different ways, and also considering the time we are currently living now, and of course, it has stopped for a bit everybody, like Jaume was saying, also like the local small business, but also, as Katarina pointed out, a lot of destinations actually had to really manage themselves, especially within the destination, because I think what happened at the beginning was that their client wasn't anymore the visitor or the tourist, but their internal partners, because they had to focus, how can we help them out, you know? And after that first phase, now it's the phase, okay, traveling is allowed again. We can start to do, you know, marketing activities or, you know, business relations with other countries. I'm just speaking about the example for Italy because I'm based here and I'm seeing how things are going. Of course, Italy was one of the countries that got hit the most at first, and then it continued further. But it also showed how they managed until now to recover pretty well in terms of health and safety regulations. And of course, staycation started, but they also were the first country to wanted to be open for the rest of Europe. So now there are many, you know, also targeted marketing campaigns happening towards the neighboring destinations. We, as an ambassador, we see as well that some of our, you know, yearly clients are coming back now to ask us for proposals regarding especially the internal market of Europe. So like car trips, road trips or train trips. Something is started as well with the flights, but I doubt we will see something big happening until maybe September in that sense, speaking for us as, marketing organization that works with bloggers. And concerning the US bloggers especially, what I'm saying a lot to all the different destinations we speak to is not to forget the US market now, because I see that a lot of the issues, a lot of the strategies happening now, of course, is to kind of, okay, let's go for the countries that are allowed to travel now in our country. But then you don't really think long term that maybe next year US travel is allowed again. So people from the US can come to Europe. So you have to then be ready there again. Like Jaume said, you have to be ready. If you weren't ready before, you won't be ready then quickly, right? So concerning our little part of, let's say, of the work that we do concerning influencer marketing, we're advising a lot of people to at least work with the US bloggers, for example, on trips that are based in Europe. So US bloggers that are based in Europe, that they can create content about the destinations here. But then, of course, the bloggers, let's say at home that cannot travel, what can they do? They can, of course, they have tons of content from the different destinations they have been, and then can, of course, find agreements with the destinations or so on order to promote this content. How can we, collaborate each other with that? And I think already a lot of people have been doing that since a month or so.
Yeah, I think the big benefit of the travel bloggers is because they can approach the audience so quickly with their content and give the right information, right? And not just like a one way, but really like a discussion where it goes forward and backwards, so that that the travel blogger can reply to comments. It's something what I've been missing out at the early phases of the crisis communication. I tried it and it was very hard to get the message out about the situation at that time. What's going on? What is the information? I know from travelers who has been stuck in a destination and they weren't able to fly home, and even the consul, the embassy was not able to help them and stuff like that, because the lines were just like completely down and stuff like that. And Kervin asked that, so how can visitors get the travel restrictions information they need to visit your destination in this area? Obviously, you've got the tourism boards with that. Would the travel bloggers also be a good way of communicating this? And how could this look like? Anyone?
I can take some of that. I think there's two things going on there. So I think the challenge with communicating the restrictions is they keep changing. So that certainly is a big challenge that we've been coming up against, working with government to understand when these restrictions are going to change. And we don't get any advance notification of that. We will hear on the news, as everybody else does, when they announce these different things. So being prepared and updating websites all the time with different changes is very difficult. And because it's not necessarily a tourist call, it isn't our call on whether you can visit, you can't visit. This is a government, a much bigger government picture. So actually what we're doing is just trying to convey that information and not have to change it on the websites every 10, 15 minutes. So that ties back to the same point about using content creators, bloggers to do a message. Once you put that out there, once you say, hey, we're now open, and then 2 days later, actually, we're not, we're still thinking about it, that's very difficult. And that causes much more confusion than it is to just make sure that we have got some stability and consistency then in the message that we can go out with. So certainly for us, we have been working really hard to understand as a destination how we get ready, so that when the government does relax restrictions, we know what we can say, and we do start to think about how we can then get that message out there. But while the situation is still so fluid, it doesn't make sense to be using content creators or even our own channels to be really pushing messaging that may still change within 24, 48 hours. So I think that certainly for us as a destination, when we do have that stability, when we do see air bridges announced, when the quarantine restrictions start to lift, then we will start to really think about how we can content creators and really a better amplification of that information on our channels. We are building, as I said, as part of that know before you go. Internationally, we haven't focused so much at the moment because it isn't possible to travel into Britain really at the moment for many visitors. But as it becomes possible, we will make sure that the information that travelers need is on our website. So there will be a single page on our national Visit Britain website to let people know, if not exactly the information, if the information is not coming from us, we will be signposting where they can find it. So it does become a one-stop shop rather than having to visit multiple different government organisation sites. But at the minute, the frequency of change, it's so difficult.
Anything to add from anyone else?
In my point of view, Melvin, I agree completely with Emma said, because they don't know the news, and they know the news by the news, you know, so they have to react very quickly. But for me, the point of this point of view is that the bloggers has a lot to say. It's very important, because with so many changes, the ones I trust really now is like either the first clients that's been there or the bloggers that have been there, because I'm gonna rely on someone that is not public, because the public will say, oh, everything is safe, everything is good, you know. So I want to rely on someone that I really trust. So bloggers has a lot to say here. And I think it's an important thing. But as well, when we talk about bloggers, don't talk about, or content creators, sorry, don't talk about like short term. Look for midterm things and look for long term things. You know, Visit Britain is doing well because it's thinking about short term, but they have the strategy for long term. So it's not a one of, and now we need bloggers and they have to come quick and say that everything is okay. No. It's like a long term thing and a mid-term thing that said, look, we need this kind of content. We need this content about sustainability. So if we really have something about sustainability, or we really need about this content about biking or whatever. So I think we have to look for more length of time, and bloggers are really, and content creators are very, very important, because DMO are losing the credibility most of the time, because they cannot recommend a specific thing, while bloggers can do it, and they have an audience that they really trust. So the audience trusts them, so they have the reach and they have the audience and the trust. So I think it's a really win-to-win situation for DMOs and bloggers.
It's absolutely about that phasing. So now that we do know that there is going to be restrictions lifted for certain domestically on the 4th of July, we have started reaching out to our Visit England ambassadors that we worked with before and asking them to help us share that information. As you said, they have the reach, they have the engagement. We didn't have the information before. We didn't know what we wanted them to help us talk about, because we were still trying to figure out what we need to talk about and what we need to say. So as stage one for domestic, we're now ready to move into that. Internationally, we still don't know what we're saying. We still don't know when people can come, if they can come, what markets they can come from. But as that becomes clearer, then we will certainly look to stage in helping or working with either new content creators to show what the new normal is like, or again, back to the using content creators that we've worked with in the past and asking them to help us re-amplifying some stories they told previously. So lots of different ways, but the first has to be certainty within the destination as to what messaging we're giving out.
For instance, I think Nicholas talked about staycation, or Emma talked about staycation. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I don't know about UK, but in Italy and Spain, it's like impossible. I mean, it's impossible to fill all the places that we have. And in Catalonia, we have 21 million tourists, and we have 7 million locals. Well, that's it. That's the end of the question. You know, we're not going to travel three vacations a year. You know, so this is we need to have a staycation, which is good for the very short term, but we need to have European tourists. If not, we are dead as a tourist destination.
Okay, talking about that, but every country did their own thing without really talking to each other to set the same restrictions to make it possible to really do what you just said, to have an exchange of tourism again. Katarina, do you see chances that this is going to happen? I mean, like, the last couple of months were a mess. We can live with that up till now, but it should be getting better, right? I mean, we can't continue like this.
Yeah, just short, I want to add to Jam something regarding the long-term approach. just for all the bloggers and content creators watching us here, just to keep in mind, there was a recent survey for the German market. So actually the summer vacation is already gone. So people have made their choice regarding the summer vacations, and we still see their campaigns running regarding the summer vacations. So actually, from my perspective, if you're a content creator and want to get a grip on with the destinations, look further, look for the autumn or look for next year, and look what kind of new developments are there. So product wise and the market wise, because actually many of the destinations are not totally clear of it because they don't know it. It's in development itself. They have a lot of pressure from the politics, from the governments to get the tourists in again, of course, to get the hotels full again and to make money. But actually this is, we don't know if we have a second wave and all these things. And this is just, really short-term thinking at the moment. And it's really short-term, in a way, short-term campaigning at the moment. But I think we will get a more stable kind of situation when we get more information about the virus, and when we get more information how Europe is developed and all the other countries. And this is, I think, it's a really good chance to really step into a certain kind of market or destinations and really work with them on that. So not just, don't get me wrong, not just the kind of image way and we are open again, but really rethinking products, hidden places, all these kind of issues they have. Many destinations in Germany, for example, have the issue of over-tourism, as you said, Melon, can't handle the situation now, but others have the situation of under-tourism. They want actually tourists because they have the space, they have the outdoors, they have the bicycle trails, whatever the people want actually at the moment. It's 90% of the Germans want outdoors at the moment. And this is the number one thing to travel. But they don't get the tourists. So definitely you experienced guys out there can help them with that, can help them with that to come up with strategies and campaigns and communication. And I think it's really worthwhile to really go deeper and look how they develop and get in contact with them and talking about those things instead of just, don't get me wrong here, just trying to have them with their image. We have the situation now that everyone wants to travel, actually, at least in Germany and some part of Europe. But now it's really, I think, the time to really be targeted in what you're saying and what you're communicating and what you're offering. That is a safe travel, and you can stay here and you can have outdoors or whatever it is. And with that, I think, and with the profession and expertise so many have here, they can really support that. So
you mentioned with the over tourism. So, and you say that they have the space now. And what I've seen is, Nicholas, you have been in Venice at the first weekend when they opened again. And I guess that was unbelievable because there was no one there. For me, Venice and Barcelona, they've been the typical destinations for over-tourism in the past. But I can imagine give them another 4 weeks and they would be very, very happy to get the situation back just like it was before. For a lot of people there, not obviously for everyone, but for a lot, because they made the money with that. Now this all broke away, which leads us to the question from someone without name: will sustainability and tourism resetting be an actual recovery factor and not just another set of buzzwords? I mean, this is okay. We are talking about these kind of things, but is it realistic? Will a destination like Venice or Amsterdam or like Barcelona change their strategy in a way that it will be more sustainable?
I mean, I think ethically, of course, it should be, but I agree with what Jaume said before about if it's profitable or not. I mean, I know that Amsterdam is undergoing some changes already. Even before the pandemic happened, they already wanted to change the way, how tourists live the city. So by taking away some of the, pass me the term, crappy tourist shops and also letting the people understand and know that Amsterdam has far more to offer rather than just the city center. And they even renamed some of the towns nearby more in a touristic way, like Zandvoort am Zee has become Amsterdam Beach. The castle in Muiden or Mouden has become the Amsterdam Castle. And it's funny because I had some friends visiting from the US at the time, and they said, oh, we want to go to Amsterdam Castle. And I was like, there is no castle in Amsterdam. But then that's the way they are doing that. Concerning Venice, I've been there as soon as the lockdown has been lifted within Italy so that we could travel within Italy. I just said it myself and my girlfriend, we said it might be an incredible opportunity to visit the city without anybody there. And it definitely was, but it was also a bit like a sort of a ghost town in a way. Like 80% of the hotels won't open until like international travel starts again. Because I spoke to some hoteliers, they said, we work primarily with Chinese tourists and US tourists. So, you know, that's, of course, they need to see it to redefine the city, but then it's a bit like Jaume also said before about it's the market, it's who survives or not. So I don't know. I mean, in a way, I don't know, of course, if it's good or not. Of course, sustainability should be there. It's ethical, but then I think it always links back to if it's profitable or not in that sense.
It's actually also a question of demand. When you're considering Germany, for example, now, the car is the #1 vehicle to go or to travel at the moment. It's safe, you don't have to wear a mask, and it's in your own space. When considering the efforts we have undertaken in the last years with Deutsche Bahn and all the campaigns we did regarding sustainable mobility, you could say at first hand, oh, it's not really a good development with the pandemic, actually, because many of the people, especially when it comes to mobility, don't want to sit with others in a bus or whatever, yeah, or share a train. But actually, from my personal point of view, but maybe I'm too optimistic here, but I think we will see a slight shift in the demand in that way, that we will not have a kind of mass tourism for a long time, because we can't. And the people want to be safe, and they don't want to be in crowded places. I know we see these pictures, we have seen them from other countries, we see them in Germany as well, in Hamburg and Berlin, people sitting on meadows nearby and having parties and all so on. But there's another kind of a majority also in Germany who do not want to do that, especially not with kids, and who are really concerned, or especially older peoples. And to get them, you know, travel again, I think we will have a kind of change in what we are, you know, promising and what we are trusting in within the travel product. And I don't know if this leads totally to a sustainable or more sustainable approach, but I think definitely there's a chance with all the developments or, you know, kind of consumer behavior changes we have seen during the lockdown here in Germany. So people buying more regional stuff, people go to the smaller shops here, and people are really, you know, actually got involved in their communities again, what they hadn't before. And so I think we have maybe kind of slight change here in the thinking, but definitely it's up to the industry itself to make it profitable, as Jaume said. But I think it's possible, and it doesn't mean you know, that such kind of products cannot have a price tag. They definitely can, and I think there is now the chance, at least, to try and to develop and to rethink some parts of the industry and some parts of the product, because the willingness at least is there, but we cannot expect that the people will cry out for it. I don't think so.
I've been a travel agent for over 10 years, and my experience, I was selling any kind of trip from low budget to very luxury. And my experience was that the majority wanted, well, it was not the majority, but it felt like that. The majority wanted like a 2-week holiday in an all-inclusive 4-star resort in Tunisia for 400 euros per person. it's something I think we as travelers in this group, as experts, but also listeners, is obviously something what we usually not do ourselves. But I've seen this, that a lot of people are that way. And I see it very hard really to give, to lead or to change these kind of things, obviously, because like John said, it's about profit making money and spending money and having the best time of the years, the holiday.
It's a question, Melvin, it's a question that now we have a very short memory, but now we are used to that everybody's traveling everywhere, and this used to be like that, which is very good because people has come the habit to travel everywhere. But now if a person says to you that travels 3 times a year, you don't look strange. Now it's quite normal in a mid class, like 3 times a year, maybe a short weekend in Venice or in Rome or in Paris or in Barcelona or in London, whatever, no? But for instance, in my case, I know much better UK than Spain, because I say, well, Spain I'll do it when I'm getting old and all that, and I've traveled like maybe 30 times in UK or more, because you discover Scotland, you discover. So this is not normal that you used to come. I've been to Italy just for lunch, and this is not sustainable and not normal. But this is the democracy of traveling. The low-cost airlines has impulsed us to travel to Frankfurt Hahn or to places that we didn't even know before, to Bergamo, to these places that we didn't even know. So this is the democracy, and there's people that wants to spend 400 euros for a resort. The first trip to Mallorca, remember the first trip to Mallorca with the Germans cost 250 euros a full week, half board. Okay, so we're very happy. No, we are all very happy that the Germans came to Mallorca. Okay, at what price? Is this sustainable? Is this a good example?
Well,
I don't know.
It's a
good example.
right?
It's a good test. Yes, no, it's a good test, but this is the reality. And then you scrabble a bit, say, how much these people pay? Oh, they pay 500, but then the company pay them 200, well, like 300 euros per week. So there is people that wants to travel, that wants to go there and they want to enjoy the beach and just don't care about much identity or whatever, So there is a, it's very sad, but there is a research that after being a week, some tourists doing a tourist research, after being a week in Mallorca, 40% of them, they didn't know there was an island. Okay, and this is
That's
a research.
news for me.
But this is a research. So, okay, you go to a place, but you go because it's really nice. Go to a really good travel agent. Say, oh, you want to go have fun? Go there, and it's really excellent place, excellent hotel, excellent accommodation. You're gonna have fun, good weather, pretty beaches, and that's it. And you don't know it's an island.
So I wish I would have had those kind of clients in the past. Yeah, but I agree. That's fine. Emma, I introduced you in the introduction. It was also about measuring, and I've got a question for you, because I think that also is very interesting for the bloggers, and you've been dealing with travel blogger campaigns for such a long time, and I know you got into this topic a lot. So quality over quantity is so fundamental when it comes to measuring, as well as measuring success over a longer period of time. And that's what we've been discussing that here in the long-term campaigns, but a lot of times I see that with DMOs, tourism boards, that they think from budget to budget. So with that, in the most cases, the short-term success is so important. So how do you deal with that? How do you handle this? And do you agree in providing these two kinds of measurements, short-term and maybe also long-term? Because I know we've seen statistics where long-term, you could see really the success, especially of the travel blogs, which develop the traffic and not just like social media from day to day.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely the approach we're building. The challenge that certainly we have, and I know lots of DMOs have, is your funding cycle. You are funded on a government cycle, and when that funding cycle is gone, they want the results within that funding cycle. So in some cases, if you ran a trip in, I don't know, in January and your funding cycle ends in March, government want to see those results by March. So there's two things. It's one, it's an education of government, and they have to be educated because they are the people who give us the funds. If they don't see the results, if they don't see the impact, the ROI, no more money for you to do that. So they have to see some sort of results. So it's part of an education game, which is a longer game about helping them to understand that, yes, there are short-term impacts. Yes, you can see the pictures now. Yes, you can see the content live on the screens. Yes, you can show your constituents, your relevant MPs, and in your relevant areas that look at the content you've had created. But actually, it is much more about that longer-term goal as well. And tying that back in, remembering the work that you've done with content creators in January, so that when you launch a campaign to do with the same area in September, you already know that their articles are going to rank because you know the search terms they've got in there. They're going to see a second peak, picking up organic traffic around the destination, providing it that third person voice or that trusted voice. So it is about building it into a longer term strategy, and therefore your reporting must be longer term as well. So you must be able to kind of show them that whilst we reported to you on this is a later result. It's very difficult to get them to care about things that don't ultimately impact the bottom line they're working on now. So we are still going back to them and doing that. Internally, sort of within the kind of the organisation, it's been easier, and using that longer term reporting, I say easier, but easier than government. Using that longer term reporting to then play back, so playing back annual results of things year on year and including other things as well, to show the value that things build. And we did a test at the Social Travel Summit, not last year, the year before, where we tracked some of the blogs for over a year, even though they were only due to be live for 3 months, and that was the initial tracking period. We did track for the year. We tracked booking, we tracked search, we tracked interest, just to understand whether they did have second peak wave. So really trying to build up that data set to then present back to prove that case out.
Any more comments on that from the others? Otherwise, I still have a question also for Nick, because well, you also run those the campaigns, and talking about the long-term quality of content. How important is that for a destination? You've been in the past, you've been also working for the Emilia-Romagna Tourism Board.
Well, of course, I mean, like Emma said, it's all about educating, the destinations, and also let them understand that, yes, you need the data from a social media point of view, which is immediate and sometimes even, inflated, but because also you need to do the financial report, and that's also depending on that. So if you do a campaign, like Emma said, I mean, in the UK, where they have the report in March, you do it in January, and you need them to produce all the content maybe within a month. But then we all know that concerning the blog post, it takes like sometimes months before they get catched up, in Google, so that they rank even better and more people look for it. Or maybe there are articles that I don't know, speak about winter, and the summer is starting, so people won't look for that stuff. They just look about it the year later maybe. So it's always important to educate as well the destination in looking at that in that way. And also longer term wise, like I was saying before, even now, if small campaigns will happen involving like bloggers primarily in Europe, but as I think also Rachel said in the comments before, somebody that writes in English has a reach also in North America, of course, right? So next year, hopefully, North Americans are allowed again to travel to Europe, and they will look for content about Europe. So why start to do campaigns next year to create new content, about a destination there, and not maybe start even now to prepare for it? I mean, I'm not speaking about the rules and regulations that we will have to follow because of the COVID and everything, or more the social and, let's say, live communication of, okay, the country is safe now and free. I'm more speaking about the different, things to do and the things that you can see, or maybe even speaking about the smaller beaches that nobody knows, so you can prepare the terrain for that in that sense. And that way you see also how longer term these articles are going to help you, but they also help you in the analysis, because we are now running as I ambassador together with Emilia Romagna a project where all the articles that the bloggers have been wrote about Emilia Romagna, to see when they start to pick up again, you know, when people search again for what, like Katarina said, what do they search for? You know, maybe you invest all of your time and money in marketing, let's say a particular area, but then the people don't look for that. So try to analyze the data. It's again about what we were speaking before. Yes, big data. Yes, there is a lot of data, but at least if you have some data, try at least to read the one that you have, you know, rather than just saying, I have stuff, but I don't look at it.
Having this data and you say, okay, look what the people are searching for. And well, suddenly you don't like what they're searching for. How are the chances to influence them with travel bloggers? And what would be a good way? I mean, you run campaigns. I know in this kind of crisis, it's even harder than ever, because like you said, everything changes so quickly. But are there ways who can, for anyone?
I mean, of course you can, like Emma said also before, work with new content creators that maybe focus on the theme that you want to push, but you see that it's not maybe working because people are not searching for it, or maybe not because they're not searching for it, because there is not enough content about it. And then maybe, of course, you have to do other things as well, which are not only working with content creators, but it's as well like promoting the content and giving it visibility through other advertising channels, you know, online. So it's not that you have to think that the blogger can do everything for you. I mean, that's also, the blogger is a piece of the puzzle of the communication strategy that the destination has. So that's, I think, on both sides, in one way, useful to know, you know, that the destinations know that also bloggers cannot solve their issues, but also bloggers need to know that destinations have to do also other things, you know, and it's not only working with bloggers.
Yeah, so the bloggers is one part of the puzzle. Completely agree, and there's so much more. John, Katarina, you also have the experience with that. It's how can you connect the bloggers into the bigger puzzle? How can you connect them with the partners, airlines, hoteliers, and yeah, into the bigger strategy? I guess it's communication, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think we have talked about this, Melvin, a lot, many times in the past, and Nick also. And I think the first thing is to let them know that they are there. You know, that they're part of your campaign, of your project, of whatever you're doing and plan. And I think it's as much earlier you get them involved, as better it is. And we have some projects, or we did some projects, not too much, unfortunately, but we did some projects with destinations where we had, for example, a target group analysis. So we created personas for different tourist groups, and we actually involved the bloggers from the first step to the last, you know, rolling out the whole campaign. So it means we had for each target group and personas, we had different bloggers, and it was clear who the destination is or wants actually to have in the destination. And it was really you know, we were really getting to the details, and we were really getting the partners involved and at the table. So it was not the situation that we wrote an email 3 days before, oh, there's someone coming, can we, you know, is the room ready, and please can we have a dinner or a meal, and oh, we need a city tour, and then the blogger is out again. So I think we should be over that now, you know, after all these years. And I think many of you guys have so much experience, so much, you know, credibility in the market for different topics. You have so much know-how when it comes to the platforms. You have so much know-how when it comes to the content. You know how to market your platform. You know how to put an advertisement out there, whatever it is. And what we try to do is always to get this message across. This is not just someone is coming and writing about something and having a good time. It's someone with knowledge, it's someone with expertise. And that means that someone has to sit at the table from the first day on, when we are planning a project, when we're planning a campaign, and when we're talking about it. And of course, she or he has to say something how to, how to do it actually on site. It's actually not my part again, and it's not, from my perspective, not necessarily the part of the destination. And I think when we really try to think in a holistic way, and this is always we try to do it, then you really see the outcome of it. You see really leads coming in, for hotels or for other operators in the destination. And apart from nice numbers, and don't get me wrong there, I know the situation is the same in Germany as in many others. We all have these impressions, and we all have this like numbers and all this kind of stuff. But we can actually do more. We actually are able to really, bringing those campaigns to leads, to actually people buying something. But it needs, of course, time, and it needs planning, it needs a strategy, and it needs a long-term approach. And this is what we're still missing, unfortunately, in many campaigns.
Completely agree with that one. I would like very quickly to share my screen. We still have like one question later to answer, which I would also like get back to. But yeah, what Katarina said, I mean, we've been talking about these kind of things for such a long time. Maybe Nicholas, maybe you would like to say where you can find information on how to work with bloggers. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. For those of you who are interested not only on how to work with bloggers, but also for bloggers and influencers on how to work with the industry, I really suggest you to check out the Social Travel Summit think tank reports. The Social Travel Summit is the annual conference that iAmbassador organizes every year. Unfortunately, not this year, because we all know because of the pandemic, but the previous ones have been organized together with Germany when Katarina also was there, and then with Emma in the UK. And we also had Jaume and Costa Brava over too. And that's where both experts from the destination side, but as well from the blogging and influencer side, sit together and we brainstorm about what are the current challenges and how can we work together on improve it and to tackle those. These reports are not about only like good case studies, but it's also about the issues that are out there and how can we solve them together. So check it out. They're free to download and they're a really good read.
Okay, then we can stop the screen sharing and then we get to the last question. Let me see there. I had to scroll down, but that was a nice one. Is there a plan B in case a blogger says something wrong when promoting after the crisis? Shouting out the wrong content. So what do? What is your plan B?
Go ahead, Emma.
So it's communication, really. I mean, these things happen. If the content is wrong, I would call them, or I'd get in contact and just sort of say, look, if it's factually incorrect, I mean, it's not what we don't do is try and retain any editorial control as to what you're doing. Your story is your story, but actually if it's factually incorrect, then we would just contact and say, look, can you change this? Can you amend this? It's happened, and we've always worked with influencers to build the relationship, so they are then happy to kind of change that. There is no real plan B. It's about really managing those relationships there and making sure then that any correction that needs to go up goes up in as timely manner as it can. That's how we would deal with that.
This I think Emma got it completely right. We have to contact them, but then as well you have to talk to them what happened, see what happened, and see how you can sort it out. The best thing is to try to avoid it before they publish it. This is our job, or used to be our job in the DMO, to try to avoid it.
How do you avoid it?
If you know that it's going to happen because you see that something is not getting right and all that, you talk to them. And
no, I mean, but before, like you say, try to avoid it. I mean, I guess again, communication, right? But do you want, in a crisis like that, would you want to see every content which gets published beforehand, or will you just say, we work with the right bloggers, I'm fine?
No, I work with the right bloggers. If they have a problem before, normally if you have a good relationship, which I think all of us here have a good relationship, they said, look, Jaume, we didn't like this, or look, Emma, we didn't like this, or Nick, we didn't like this, maybe we're going to publish, and then you talk. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding, sometimes it's something that is wrong, and they can publish it, of course. But as well, the blogger has to be careful because they are their brand, and the way they say things as well, they can affect them. So if you say something, I think you have to say if something is wrong. I think bloggers have to say that something is wrong, but you need to be very careful how you say it, because you are your brand, and then this can help you in future projects or not.
And thank you. Now we are in the next session about authentic content. We just jump into the next one. No, but yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like authentic content. We've been talking about that in the past. It's we've seen changes mainly on Instagram, but where this is not happening anymore. But especially in crisis, this is more important than ever. And yeah, our time has ended for this session. Thank you very much for joining. For everyone also for listening and for joining the talk. If you have any questions, just like getting in contact with all the experts here. I hope you took a screenshot, or just like we'll go again on the LinkedIn page from BUZZ.travel and find the names, and yeah, just stay in touch. And I hope that we can all work and communicate more than ever together, and to get us out of this situation stronger than before. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We now have 3 sessions on the airline industry. Without the airlines, we can take our bicycles, our cars, or perhaps even better, our motorcycles. But in the long run, that would be pretty boring. Without airline industries, we have a problem in the tourism industry. I'm therefore very happy to welcome Mikko Tortanen. I hope it was pronounced correctly, Mikko, who is Vice President Global Sales of Finnair. Mikko has been around quite a bit, seen a lot of Finnair, and today he is responsible for the global sales team. He's responsible for the Finnair brand, and he's a member of the senior management team. He has been representing Finnair in a lot of sessions and a lot of events, and he is known as a brilliant communicator. So we are looking very much forward to your presentation here, Mikko. The word is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your kind words. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be here today representing Finnair and talking about this crisis and us getting out of this crisis in this extraordinary time. As mentioned, I've been over 20 years with Finnair and seen the many ups and downs of the industry. And today has been a special day for us at Finnair. Today is the day when we've started our ramp up process and we've gone from our bare minimum regarding our network. So from 5% of our normal flying, today we will start increasing that flying to about 25%. In July, we'll be operating about 2,500 flights, when originally we had budgeted about 10,000, over 10,000 flights for July. So today, in that sense, I hope is historical for Finnair, that today is the first step, the first baby steps that we as an airline are taking towards that journey, which we call the journey of recovery. We've ourselves estimated that this recovery journey will take about 2 to 3 years for us to get even close to 2019 volumes, but that day has to start from somewhere. And I'm happy to say that today is the day that Finnair starts this journey for our recovery. These are some topics that the last 3 months have been very hectic, in the sense that I believe everyone in the industry is thinking about what will the future look like? What is that term that you hear often about, the new normal? What is that unknown that we're heading to? And I'll open the door a little bit to questions and topics that we've been looking at in Finnair, that the industry also has been looking at, and we'll have that discussion on these matters. But I've prepared 4 or 5 slides that I was thinking about going through and running through to help us in the dialogue and also maybe show some of the areas that we've been looking at. And I guess this would be the time that we could start to share the actual presentation. So there we go. I hope this is all showing in the way that we have planned. But this first page basically is just saying that welcome on board this Finnair journey to the new and the unknown. Please buckle your seatbelts. It will be a smooth ride, and I'll take you through the upcoming points. If we look at how the industry, and now I'm talking about airlines, are actually approaching ramping up their network, you can see there are many different approaches that airlines are taking. Here you have a number of airlines and how they've had their network in June, July, and August. And the top line always represents basically the capacity that they've planned for that month. And the other lines represent different times in regards to when they do their adjustments for those months. So if you look at month number 8, so on the right of each of one of these graphs, you see the capacity that airlines have, and these chosen airlines have had in regards to August. And then the other lines that are slightly underneath are the capacities that those airlines are planning to fly in regards to August. On the very bottom right, here we see Finnair and how we've approached the actual capacity going forward. And just from the lines, you can see that Finnair has a very different approach towards how we're rebuilding our capacity and ramping up our flights. So if I put a little bit of focus on Finnair, you can see the top line is saying how many flights a day we pretty much had budgeted for June, July, and August per day. The lower line is what we have actually published. So it was back in mid-May when we came out with our ramp up plans from July onwards. We've published a new schedule from July until the end of the winter season, so until the end of March 2021, where we are building that ramp up. As I mentioned, July starts with 25% of that originally budgeted amount of flights. And by the end of winter, we're planning on being at about 70% of that originally number of flights. We've taken this approach where we have really, I guess you could use the term, cleaned up our network and really put those flights that we truly intend to fly into the system, into the GDSs, for the B2Bs, for the consumers to find. If you look in comparison to how other airlines in the industry have taken the approach, you can see that they're either extremely optimistic in regards to flying pretty much their full networks in August, and from how they have taken July and even June, you have seen cancellations happening quite near to that actual departure date. So here, with this slide, I did want to show that there are different approaches, and Finnair has taken the approach where we truly want to put the network on sale that we truly intend to fly for a longer period of time. So for us, talking pretty much until the end of March 2021 for the whole winter season. Now, my next slide, my next picture is going to represent why have we taken this approach. And I've tried to illustrate this through this triangle that is the triangle in regards to important topics in regards to the ramp up. And in the very middle of that is trust. We do want to build the trust and the confidence in all actions that Finnair is doing that reflect towards the consumer, towards the traveler. We want to put the network on sale that we truly intend to fly to build the trust to the consumer that this is what they will and Finnair will be flying. And this, again, this road to recovery, the network, which is the basis for airlines, has started for us today, the 1st of July. Heading into this, it's been horrid looking through the newspapers and different medias in regards to how airlines have been coping. There are also many other partners and stakeholders in the industry who've also had a horrid time in regards to financials. But I think the industry is talking right now about the survival. It is a survival game in regards to who will be the strong companies, airlines, who will find their way out of this crisis. It is important what type of financials these companies have had in airlines. And I'm happy to say that Finnair had a strong financial situation heading into this crisis. We've said it publicly that Q2 has meant about 2 million in losses per day that we have been making. The strong financial situation that we have, combined with different type of financial measures that we've put, starting from rights issues to taking loans, are ways where we are ensuring our funding for the upcoming future. We're confident that Finnair will survive this, but these are also the messages that Finnair wants to convey to the public as well as to the B2B industry in regards to building the trust, building the confidence again, because in this time, there is a lot of confusion, there is a lot of untrust, and this is an important area that we as an industry, and not only as Finnair, we need to build to make sure that consumer behavior does look towards buying again, traveling again, and having the confidence in making those decisions. Another area that has been important in regards to coming or building up the ramp or the network and ramping it up has been the actual service concept. What approaches are airlines and the industry taking in a time where social distancing is a term used? Do we need masks or not? What type of restrictions are in the destination? Are we able to get into the country? Will the restaurants and museums be open? What type of service will we have at the hotel? So there are many questions that were not there pre-corona that the consumer also needs to understand when making their purchasing decisions and going forward. But this is like I mentioned, coming into this slide, a kind of a visual in regards to many of those critical topics that need to be tackled to really hit what's in the middle, to hit that trust and build that trust, because this is one area where due to the unknown that the future holds in store, many are wavering in regards to that trust. So this is a really important topic for us in the industry, be it airlines or hotels or whomever, that really needs to be worked at. It's been interesting to a degree over the past months to see that it is truly unknown that how consumer behavior will react over the next 6 to 12 months. I've outlined some of those topics that I've bumped into over the past couple of months, where I've seen a lot of different kind of ideas and directions. It starts with, the consumer, who at the end of the day will kind of also make this industry or break this industry. How will that consumer return to travel, be it corporate or leisure? And a lot of this has to do with how borders are opening, what kind of restrictions and recommendations are made by countries and borders. There are a lot of different kind of reports and surveys that have been made, saying that for some consumer segments, they'll be back traveling in up to 2 months, while others are saying that it could take up to even a year. But truly seeing how that ends up happening is something that only time will tell. Another interesting question is that how will that consumer behavior go in regards to where do they prefer to purchase their airline tickets or their hotels or their services that they'll need, be it car rentals or insurances? Will it be directly from the provider? Will it be more direct purchases from hotels directly or from airlines? Or will it be from the intermediary and wanting that first point of contact and first point of purchase for a wider number of goods and services? Again, time will tell. Even before Corona, a lot of discussion was around tourism in mass destinations, and now this is focusing more on the leisure. But how will this go forward? Will sustainability be how high in the discussions and the points when consumers are making decisions? At Finnair, we take sustainability extremely at a high level, also going forward from this crisis. We have our sustainability targets which remain at the same level, where we're looking at being carbon neutral by 2045. These haven't changed. But could it be that the preferences and the behavior in regards to buying your future travel, it will be more in towards the niche? Terms such as room to roam will be the ones that are discussed. Could this, for example, looking at Finland, where I guess you could say this is a strength of Finland, where nature is, part of our heritage and culture, where the lakes and the midnight sun are I can't say every day, but are part of our different seasons. So will this be something that is more keen over the next 12 months for that traveler? We also go that, I think today is a good example in regards to having this digital expo, that I think we've all come accustomed to different kind of virtual tools, be it Zoom or be it Teams or be it the different WebEx kind of platforms that are available. They've come out over the past 2 months. So many more of these are available. If we look at sporting events, if we look at exhibitions, if we look at different kind of events that are happening, will this become more of a tool to do it digitally and through virtual platforms? Or will it still be being there in place and kind of feeling the event, having that face-to-face contact that also builds trust and maybe dives into that experience in a stronger way? Which one will come out stronger from this crisis? And these are areas that then also affect airline decision making. An interesting topic where I also see a typo is strategy overall. That will this cause airlines and partners in the industry to accelerate their strategies, or will airlines and companies redefine their strategies? Which way will it go? At Finnair, our view is that we're accelerating the strategy. Technology was a big part of our strategy, making sure that we're in the digital channels today and of the future. This is something that we're not putting the brake on. The same goes with sustainability. So I would say that for us, it's more about accelerating the strategy, making sure that we get to that goal that we had prior to Corona, that we also get there post-crisis. This is an interesting one that affects a lot about network buildup and what type of timetables and schedules and destinations you will service. Do you do it more towards the corporate or more towards the leisure? And this has been an interesting topic. I get many views that yes, corporate travel will start first. Others say no, leisure will start first. But who will be that segment? What will be that segment that comes out fastest out of this crisis? Will it be different in regards to the markets? Will it be different in regards to O&Ds? These are really important topics for airlines to consider when they are making their plans going forward, especially in regards to the ramp up. The service concept is something I touched. What type of adjustments do you make in regards to the service concept? Do they go close to pre-corona levels, or is this a time when you also see adjustments going forward? Another interesting topic, especially when maybe you go into certain markets, group travel is still a very big part of that travel. In today's world, will that group travel become more FIT-based travel? This also has an effect in regards to how airlines do inventory, which is one of the, I call it one of the chambers of the heart for an airline. You know, you have network, you have RMP, so revenue management pricing, you have sales, you have marketing. These all, to a degree, kind of make those four chambers of an airline, and especially that commercial division. In today's world, that heart and the chambers, I would almost argue it's more than four, but this has been a traditional view on how I've looked at it. But these are some of the unknowns that, as of today, I'm not able to give specific answers, but I think these are themes that many in the industry are looking at and trying to find those answers. Jumping onto the next slide that I wanted to kind of throw out there was that there were many topics that were breaking the ice before Corona, that will they also be there tomorrow? So talking more about that when we get a bit further in this recovery. Ancillaries and having variable price points and different type of branded fares was definitely peaking up before the Corona. Ancillary services, you know, these had started already many years before with the LCCs coming into the industry, but you do see more even traditional airlines going into making sure that they're able to segment and offer the consumer different type of options. And this is a big reason why ancillaries is part of the airline industry in such a strong way. But how will this go forward? Especially once we get more into these recovery stages. NDC has been a hot topic if I look at the past 4 years, and how distribution capabilities develop and how they're actually integrated into distribution overall. It'll be interesting to see how this goes forward. I still believe that if you look at the present technology that's used in regards to distribution, we're looking at languages that do not support the direction that the industry was taking in regards to personalization, in regards to offering ancillaries. So in that sense, I strongly believe NDC is here and it will also continue. I think it's more, will that pace accelerate or will it stay in the status quo as it was before? But again, this is something that we'll hear more about it and see more how this is actually implemented over the upcoming year or so. Everyone had a view on what a 5-star airline, what 5-star service, or be it then 4-star or 3-star was pre-corona. Will this be new going forward once we get into the recovery and out of the recovery? Will those 5-star pictures in regards to the services that we see throughout the travel industry, will they remain at the same level or will they be different? Will they alter? Will there be new standards in regards to what a 3, 4, and 5-star means in regards to service levels and expectations? This is an interesting one, and maybe you've seen, and I think we've all witnessed, you know, some bits and pieces in regards to how that competitive environment will be going forward into the recovery and out of it. I think that revenues and talking about cash positive is still quite a bit away. I think there are still many struggles in regards to the financials and making that cash positive results for those in the industry. Will we see consolidation, be it in the airline industry, be it in regards to the B2B, in regards to tour operators or travel agencies or OTAs, or how will this play out over the upcoming months? As mentioned, we've seen small parts happening already. But what will that future hold in store, and what will that mean in regards to the strategies of those companies that still are in the environment 1, 2, 3 years down the road? These are some of the topics, and there are more that were before, where the question can be, will they be there also tomorrow? Just checking how we're doing here on time. On this slide, I also did want to represent, you know, some of the criteria, I guess you could say, that if you in the industry, and now I'm looking maybe a bit more from the airline, but I think this can also be taken a bit wider, and basically talking about anyone in the TNT, the travel and tourism industry, as well as with companies overall. But I would raise, if I had to take 5, these are the 5 that I wanted to share with all of you, that to survive the crisis and have a chance to be here in the future, I think these 5 are key. In today's world, if your data sets and data sources, both internal as well as external, are pretty much not living in regards to real time, understanding what's truly happening in the markets, both in regards to your internal numbers as well as external, if now you're starting to think that, how do I get these sources up to date? I would see that there are challenges then for these companies. I think data in today's world, where you're making decisions, where you have to be agile, which is another term that's used quite widely in today's environment. But I would say that agile, in the sense making good decisions relatively quickly, because the time to wait also means money being spent. You do have to, you know, be able to take these points quite quickly, and data definitely does help you directing you as an organization in regards to decision making. So data, I would see crucial, and how easily are you able to get it? How easily is it also able to be read and understood? So how it's visually perceived, and how trustable it is, and how confident you are that the real-time numbers that you're getting are the actual ones. The next 3, I would say, are pretty much linked to each other. I think, you know, evaluating the cost of sale and how much it is, doing this per segment and through the different areas. If you don't have a touch in regards to what it costs in regards to your sales, you have a risk of running up your costs in a time where cash is king, and cost is something that you really want to keep under control, and as an organization understand where those funds that you have are actually being put. These 2 are you know, RASK and CASK. So we talk RASK and CASK, and these are, you know, 2 of the basic KPIs that airlines look at. So the revenue you get in regards to your capacity, and the cost that you have in regards to your capacity. And in very general terms, if your CASK is more than your RASK, you're in trouble. And these are numbers that you really need to, you know, to look at and understand, and understand how it is going forward. That, are you selling your capacity, how versus previous periods, and how your cost is then aligning with that revenue intake. This is what I touched on quickly in regards to the modern agile. You have to be, it is a new world, and no one truly knows where we're going. If someone is able to say that we are making very good forecasts going into the future, they're lying. In today's world, I would say that at best you're making guesses, and sophisticated guesses, that the future within this border situation, with consumer behavior still being such a question mark, I think you do have to be agile. You do have to make decisions based on your data sets and understand the data, having good market intelligence in regards to what's happening in the different corners of the world. You do have to have also a degree of bravery, and in that sense, understand what you are doing, because no one truly knows what that future does hold in store. And at the end of the day, I've seen and been happy to see that when a company, and now I can speak on Finnair's behalf, when you have a very clear strategy, you have a very clear direction and goal and targets in regards to where you want to be, where you want to get to, what those measures are in you fulfilling your strategy and actually putting it into place. When you have this as a basis, it does support you in your decision making regarding pretty much all the aspects of your business, be it in a crisis mode or a non-crisis mode. So I think the strategy is the base for you going forward, and it truly does help in these times. These times have meant for you as a company and us as Finnair is to review that, hey, this is what we had pre-corona as our strategy and direction. Are we still in line with this? Do we still believe that this is the direction and the best direction for us as an airline to take over the upcoming years? And on Finnair's behalf, I can say that we're still very confident in regards to the strategy. The next 2 years, next 3 years will and are baby steps in regards to us getting back to the to close to those levels that we had in 2019. But you need to be agile and you need to be adjust when you see that areas need to be adjusted on. So strategy, it's still at the the base of companies and the base on what you're doing. But I think I'm pretty well on time, and I think I'm trying to leave a few minutes still for some questions and comments if there are any that are out there, because like I said, no one has that true answer, and knows these are areas that we've been looking at in Finnair, and having been part of the process, I'm very confident that we as an airline are taking the right steps in going forward. But I guess you can take the presentation down now, and I can take any questions if there are any out there.
Okay.
Perfect. I think I do see a couple of questions here that as a blogger and airline geek in the US, how can I help? And I mean, to this one, I think for us as Finnair, we're naturally getting the word out, and I think Finnair, one of the areas where we put the most focus is that how can we get the awareness out on letting consumers throughout the world where our network fits, getting the message out to them and saying that these are the points that we at Finnair are putting a lot of focus on, and getting us into that bucket of options for that consumer when they make their decision in regards to what airline they will choose when they travel to. And for this, we try and be creative. We try and use our marketing budgets and communication budgets and in a good way. We try and maybe find creative ways in getting the word out in regards to Finland as a destination, again, for that leisure traveler. We work closely with the TMCs and corporates when we talk about the corporate travel side. So I think that if bloggers and basically those who communicate to the community see Finnair as an airline that they do want to build the awareness on, we're very happy about that. But I think that's one comment I have there.
There's a question about social distancing on airlines.
I think that, this is a really good question. And when you look at what I mentioned about it, the service approach, the concepts that we've put into place as of mid-May that we have running until pretty much the end of August, that we'll be reviewing during the end of August, where we've added the requirement to use masks for both passengers as well as our crew. We're doing boardings and deboardings in different order. We've actually intensified the cleaning that we have during the turnarounds and during the time the aircrafts are in Helsinki. So especially focusing on those areas of which are touched most during the actual flight. So seat belt buckles, that's a tongue twister, but seat belt buckles, the armrests, if you look at the tables in the seats in front of you. So really focusing on these areas of high touches, that we're really intensifying the cleaning aspect during the turnarounds. Social distancing, this is one where basically we are selling the capacity of our flights, but there also have been statements made in regards to the actual air qualities in the aircrafts, where the HEPA filters that do filter the air in the aircrafts actually do make that air one of the best if you compare that to be it shopping malls or offices or others. So naturally, the health and the concerns the consumer have are ones that we do tackle, and we do take very seriously, the different directives that come from governments as well as from IATA. But extremely good question, because this is on the top of the consumers' tongues.
Mike, Mikko, if you can answer the next question briefly. We are on the edge of time. I think it's called downscaling in New English. Have you fired crews? Have you laid off? Have you reduced salaries? Have you parked planes?
Yeah, so naturally our and it's on social media also, you know, we had our beauties sleeping, so our aircrafts were parked. We had, we were only flying about 5% of our network, so, you know, for the last 3 months, so we did have quite a few there. If I look at the employment options that we have here in Finland, we do have a kind of a flexible way of furloughs, and these are, you know, layoffs that have been, you know, during Q2. We had quite extensive layoffs, which we are also continuing during H2, and in that sense, we are trying to have, you know, the staff that's required to run this factory that we have. So the airline. So we are not at full staffing and will not be at full staffing during this year. But we have not been in the situation until now where we've made any decisions in regards to layoffs, and a lot of this has been due to the employment laws here in Finland, which do allow you to do these type of layoffs where we'll kind of see in 3 months, some 6 months, and so on.
I think we need to stop here, Mikko. I would have want to continue. I had a question about, you had this triangle about trust in the middle and financials. We need to take that discussion 2-on-2. I will get in touch with you one of the next days. Thank you so much for your presentation. And it was Wolfgang who said he's an excellent speaker. He wasn't lying. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you very much. I enjoyed it very much, and I wish you all a very good Expo. And thank you for organizing, and thank you for the invitation. All the best to all of you.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
You too. I'm very happy to welcome Annette Mann. Annette Mann is Vice President Product Management in the Lufthansa Group. And I think it's fair to say that Annette Mann is some kind of internal troubleshooter when it comes to product management items in the Lufthansa Group. She has, during the time with Lufthansa, been responsible for various new products in the Lufthansa Group. And since the Corona crisis started, she is a member of the operational crisis team, and she leads the part which has to do with customer-related subjects in the Lufthansa Group Restart program. Annette Mann will tell us how Lufthansa will change and how it will not change. And we're looking much forward to your presentation, Annette. Yours is the word, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Happy to be here and to share what's happening right now in Lufthansa Group and how we are preparing for opening up international air travel. So production, I'd like to share my screen, please. So I hope you all can see my screen now. Restart customer. You all know the world has changed so much since Corona, and for us as airlines, it was really a challenge because at the lowest point, we had about 2% of passengers. So we never completely stopped our operations, but we were at about 2%, which is very, very close to just a shutdown. What we now do is, we're opening up, and of course we're looking into what has changed in terms of regulations, but also what has changed in terms of customer perception and customer needs. And there I will bring you to my first picture. On the left-hand side, you see what we were confronted with. So the whole social media was really full of these kinds of pictures. Cabin crew completely covered in plastic, pictures of people in a medical environment getting tested. Then surveys telling that 80% of people are really afraid of flying and think that flying is the worst kind of transportation possible right now. And that's kind of what you find in public. What we see actually when we talk to our customers, and we do that very regularly, we have an online panel with a couple of thousand Lufthansa Group customers we ask questions to regularly. We see a little bit of a different picture. So media is very, very negative. What we see with our customers is that many of them, and what you see here is the picture for Swiss, but it's very similar to our other hub airlines, is that the majority, the vast majority, is not as anxious and relatively relaxed about, okay, what does it mean to fly in times of Corona? That's the one thing. And so we had lots of internal discussions. How do we actually approach this crisis? Because of course we saw that many airlines were very quick with lots of measures. And as we are airlines from Lufthansa is German, Swiss is of course Switzerland, Austrian, I think what we all have in common in our DNA of our airlines is that we kind of try to approach things rationally, and that we really like to work with facts. And we have really decades of experience with the professional risk management. And so we were confronted with, I'm part of the operational crisis team, and we had everyday discussions about what's going on there, what's this virus, what is dangerous about this virus, how can you get actually infected, but what is maybe not that dangerous. And at the same time, we were confronted with people being super afraid. We saw lots of irrational fears coming up, partly also, I guess, pushed forward by media. And so this was for us really a hard time to decide, okay, shall we just like go like many others did and do measures to show everyone like how seriously we take this, even if many of these measures are maybe irrational and don't help anything to make anyone safer. And in the end, I have to say, of course, we don't neglect that people need the psychological safety. However, we still try to have this approach of being quite rational and objective and base our decisions on facts. And I will tell you a little bit later what this actually means. First of all, I want to stress something. You've heard that maybe many times. Airlines keep telling that flying is not that dangerous. It's not very likely that you get infected on board of an aircraft. And why is that? Although it's such a small space, it has to do with how the air exchange works in an aircraft, and it has to do with all the filters installed in every our aircraft, the so-called HEPA filters. And we keep saying that this air is exchanged about every 3 minutes. You don't have that anywhere in your offices, in a bus, in what kind of restaurants. That's very specific to an aircraft. But this is actually what currently helps us to keep everyone safe. And we by now have also a procedure that this kind of air condition, including the usage of the filters, is not just active if you're on board and in flight, but we also have procedures running that this is the case already during boarding and deboarding. So we make sure the system is running. And so far, we really have no confirmed case of infection. That doesn't mean that the risk is zero. You can't say the risk is zero, for sure not. But so far, we don't have confirmed cases, and there are only some very rare cases known worldwide. We know that doesn't really help to keep everyone safe, because that's something rational and people still, there's lots of psychology behind. Do we feel it's dangerous to fly or not? So of course we asked our passengers, what do they expect in these times when they fly? What kind of measures do we need to take as airlines? What do they expect? What we saw is this picture, and I don't want to run you through everything, but what was kind of interesting, we asked for measures along the travel chain for Corona, and the first two top measures were flexibility and cancellation. It wasn't even about hygiene. So the most important thing right now for passengers is, when I book, I wanted to be super flexible, I want to be able to cancel, and of course we have implemented that. So all of our Lufthansa tickets right now are can be rebooked. They have much more flexibility than before. Then, of course, not very surprising, there's several hygiene measures people expect us to do. There is, of course, the expectation to keep people apart from each other whenever there's enough space on board. We also have the expectation that there is some kind of health check before departure, making sure that we don't take people with symptoms on board. And there's also lots of expectation when it comes to distancing at the airport, so to make sure there's no big crowds, no chaos. So that's what we see. Something very, very interesting here is that what people don't expect us to do, and now as the traffic is already taking up again, people actually don't expect us to reduce service. They don't expect all these packaged meals we see in the market. They don't expect that we clearly reduce the interaction with crews. So that's quite interesting that we see lots of airlines doing that, but we cannot really confirm that our passengers expect us to do that. Even the opposite, they're now demanding more and more that regular service comes back. So what have we actually implemented? We went through, let's say 4 clusters of measures. So these are measures implemented for our airlines. Of course, we looked into the cluster of creating physical distance. So what do? Whenever you are at the airport, we make sure together with the airports that there's floor markings, there's barriers, there's protective screens at the counters wherever feasible. We slowed down processes. We made sure that the security process is with more distance. We slowed down the boarding, also the deboarding. We do wherever possible the contactless boarding so that you don't have so many contacts at the airport. And as I said, super important, we don't have this physical distancing on board. So of course, if the flight is not full, we keep everyone as separate as possible, but we don't have the official blocking of any seats. However, we make sure that when you are on the plane, it is safe, as we have the air condition in place together with filters. And as I said, there's not any known case of infection on board so far. Of course, we also did intensification of hygiene. So we ask our passengers to do a self-medical check and a health declaration when they check in. There's a mandatory mouth-nose cover you have to wear during your flight. And also at the airport, whatever local regulations tell you. Of course, there's additional onboard hygiene. So there's disinfection wipes, there's extra disinfectant. Also for the crew, there's new procedures for the crew to intensify their hand hygiene. There's intensified surface cleaning, disinfectant dispensers along the whole journey at the airports. Yeah, since this week, we also have opened the cooperation with a COVID test center. So when you, for example, need a health check for immigration or to avoid quarantine wherever you go, then you can do these kinds of tests at our hub airports in Frankfurt and also Munich. That's just a new service for our guests. When it comes to reducing personal contact, we looked into our digital processes. There's lots of processes in place. Also, that was the case before Corona, which now helps us. There's contactless check-in, online check-in. There's contactless baggage counters, so you can use all that. We have modified our onboard service. I'll tell you something about that in a minute. Also to reduce the most intense contact with cabin crew, and we have adapted our lounge product wherever feasible. There's first openings again of lounges, especially at our hubs, and we make sure that, of course, their social distancing is respected. Yeah, what's maybe most important, that people know all about that, and we have worked hard to get out transparent information. Our websites are completely reworked, and there's lots of information available. I'll show you one example later, the so-called travel briefing, where you can get all the information you need to prepare for your travel, that you have a good idea what will you expect at the airport, what can be your expectation on board, and also at your arrival destination. We have reworked all our announcements to make clear what are the new procedures, where should you please take care and support us in processes, for example, when deboarding, that we don't have the typical deboarding situation, everyone's jumping up and queuing in the aisle, but yeah, several new procedures where we will guide you through new announcements. And quite new, also launched last week, we have the so-called Bring Me Home guarantee. So we will make sure that everyone can travel with peace of mind. We have included new features into our tariffs without making our prices more expensive, and where you can be sure that there's some insurance behind if you have travel abroad, or there's one tariff where you will be just very, very flexible. If you feel you want to go home, we will make that possible with the booking guarantee. This is valid right now in Europe, because there we can ensure that with all the regulations in Europe, that we still can bring you home if you want to go home with this flexibility. We're still working on something which is then valid hopefully one day for long haul, but that's a bit more complicated. So I promise you to get a little bit more in detail. I chose the example of onboard services, because as I said, people actually expect us to bring back service, and we see ourselves as premium airlines. And for premium airlines, we really, from the very beginning, wanted to make sure that even during Corona, we want to do the best service possible. We want to still be in the premium league. And so what we did is we went through every single step of service procedures, together with our hygiene experts, together with our doctors. We have an own medical center in Lufthansa Group with several specialized doctors who helped us understand how this virus can be infectious, and we worked through every part of the service. And just to give you an idea how we work in Lufthansa Group, how we try to understand how we can still ensure a safe service, but still be, and live hospitality. There's several examples. Of course, we had to cancel some services for hygiene reasons. For example, we can't have carts with open food right now in the cabin. That's just not, that wouldn't fulfill the hygiene requirements. We can't have help yourself baskets where several people are maybe taking a piece of bread. That's not possible. We can't have the galley buffets right now. We don't collect the headphones in economy class just to make sure and protect our crew, because protection is not just about passengers, it's also protecting our crew. So that's the measures we take. One very interesting part was actually the hot towel service. Our doctor said it would be critical to have a hot towel service, but we just learned that both our crew but also our passengers were just very, very cautious and didn't feel comfortable anymore with this service. And so we decided to just abandon it for the moment. And we have no in-flight duty-free services right now. So that's what's canceled. But actually, lots of services are still possible. Some have to be modified, so that's what you can see here in the middle. And some can be completely reactivated because from a medical and hygiene point of view, they're safe. So what's modified? So for example, you get a new glass with every refill. We make sure that there's some reduced interaction. For example, on long haul flights, we had a service where, it was kind of a restaurant service before in our business class. We are back now to a tray service just to reduce the interaction here a little bit. We use more trays to hand things out. We adapted our fresh fruit assortment because, well, it's more safe, for example, to hand over a banana or an orange, which you peel yourself, instead of handing out an apple. And we allow our cabin crew the usage of gloves in certain service procedures. That's, by the way, also a very interesting part. Lots of people expect cabin crew to wear gloves. However, it's actually wearing gloves is not necessarily safe for someone else, but it's safer for the person wearing this glove. And there's several scientific studies which say people wearing gloves, that's not safer than not wearing gloves, as long as you keep a good hand hygiene. And there's some evidence that when you wear gloves, there's a tendency that you do a lot less hand hygiene. And so that's kind of one example, very small example, where we try to understand, okay, is it just looking good and feeling more safely, or is there actually a good reason for wearing gloves? And there is some situation where it makes sense, but there's other situations where it doesn't make sense. And so we try to really find the right balance there. Last but not least, the service is reactivated. We have a completely regular blanket service. We rechecked all our service chains. Of course, everything is gets through the laundry before it gets used. That was the case before the crisis. It is still the case. And so, of course, we use blankets and pillows and mattresses and all what our passengers need, especially on long-haul flights. We also brought back the menu card. It actually helps reducing the intensity of interaction because people can just read themselves what's on the menu. There's a lot less talk. and so it's actually a good measure. So we brought it back, and it's your personal copy, so nobody has to be afraid that there's some infection risk. We also brought back milk choices. And we also brought back the nearly regular beverage service. There's some reduction on shorter routes in economy class, but the reason is not hygiene, but our cabin crew is so busy these times with all these extra announcements, with handing out special forms for passengers. So the extra forms and processes get a little bit more back to normal. We will just try to also bring the beverages back to our shorter route. So that's kind of our approach. There's one important disclaimer. There is, of course, the possibility that we get some extra regulations from certain countries where we need to reduce service. For example, right now on flights to China, we probably cannot have the full service. And of course, there might be different regulations over time. So we review these kinds of services all the time. But I hope that gives you a little bit of an idea how we work, how we really think through the little details and make sure that still everyone's safe, but we still do a great service. Last but not least, we're working on lots of other topics when it comes to Corona-related issues. I don't want to run you through all that. I talked about the Bring Me Home guarantee, the COVID test centers. Of course, we're looking into under what circumstances can we bring back lounges and lounge service. That's a bit more tricky because there was a buffet service before, which is kind of difficult right now in Corona times, so we have to rethink that. We do lots of communication, but honestly, it's a big challenge, and I think it's a big challenge for our whole industry. We as airlines, we cannot control the whole travel chain. I mean, we can control what happens on board of our aircraft, but before and after, it's quite a challenge. And even if we're in very close contact to all the airports, it is a challenge, will remain a challenge, and there's everyday situations where we get new rules and regulations by authorities, and we just have to do that. So it is super difficult to promise a clear standard. We try, but I think it's also our job to make everyone aware that it's close to impossible that it will work out every single time. I think it's important that we explain why when it doesn't, but that's just the reality we will have to face over the next weeks and months in the travel industry. As I said, we try hard to still keep people informed. This is one example about what we do here. It's the travel briefing. This is the example of Swiss. This is also available for Lufthansa and Austrian Airlines. You can see here on the different pages, it tells you what you could check or should check before your journey, what's happening at the airport, what's on board, and there's all links included where you can get more details. What's the service on board? What about the travel regulation, the hand luggage? And so you can work your way through, get all the information you need, especially if you fly for the very first time after maybe a longer break. And whatever you're interested in, I hope you find it online. We have lots of communication formats right now, customer letters, posts on social media. We have new video formats where you can just get an idea. What does it feel to travel right now? There's lots of webinars like today here. And so this was it from my side for the moment. Thanks for listening. And now I'm very much looking forward to your questions. And I'd like to stop sharing, please.
Thank you, Annette. That was highly interesting to get an inside view into the actual details, what's going on. Perhaps a question, looking a bit further. The airline industry all got a lot of help, and the help is mainly in terms of loan. You will have a lot less revenue the next couple of years. You will have a lot of money to pay back. How do you think the industry will cope with that? How will Lufthansa look in? I know it's a difficult question, but look in 3 years' time.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, and I think I would, lots of people would like to know how to answer that. Honestly, right now we're adjusting to the situation, and from a personal point of view, there's the saying, never waste a good crisis, and I think we just have to keep that in mind. I mean, we are a very big company, and we are also a kind of complicated company. We're there for a very long time now, and things build up, and we're complex. We're sometimes a bit complicated in our structures. Every big company is sometimes also, discussing a little bit more too much the internal stuff, and maybe loses sometimes a little bit of focus what's happening out there. And I think this crisis will not just force us in a also positive way to refocus and to really focus on what's the core of traveling, what's really important to our customers, because that's why people choose to fly Lufthansa and Swiss and Austrian airlines, and we have to understand that really carefully and work towards that, and have a great product still, because only in this way we can earn the money to buy back our debts. And we will have to be creative, all of us in the industry.
Yeah. There's a question here from someone anonymous. Wishing you the best. My question is, when will Lufthansa and SunExpress will carry much more European visitors to Europe? To Turkey. Can you answer? You don't know.
I'm not sure what's meant. I mean, with many countries, I mean, we're very closely monitoring where people can actually travel when it comes to travel restrictions, and we build our flight plan according to where we can actually fly people to, and where they also can come back without maybe getting into quarantine. So that's the core of our flight plan. Yeah. So whatever is possible, we will use these opportunities, because that's exactly the way how we need to get back into business. And if there is opportunities, if there is a market, we will fly there. At the moment, Turkey's just closed for most travelers, and so I don't know when this will open up.
Under the risk, the US, Brazil, Russia, and so forth, they are closing borders outside EU. And they said, will that kill the aviation industry? I think that's more or less the question we had before. What will happen to the industry? What will happen to Lufthansa? Yeah. There's a lot of hard work ahead of you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We absolutely believe that it won't kill the industry, because there will always be the wish and also the need for travel. I mean, look at all these people who have their families really globally distributed. Look at all the global companies with businesses in all kinds of countries. Look at the people who want to discover the world and travel, and that will come back. And we even see it now. People would like to travel, but of course the circumstances have to be right. They have to be allowed to travel, and also the situation at the destination has to be suitable in terms of, if I want to be on vacation, I can't go into 2 weeks of quarantine, so I don't travel at all. But we feel that people really want to travel again, and so no, the aviation industry won't die.
Correct, but it might consolidate, right?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
There's a Kristen Medina asking, is there any quarantine required? I mean, but that is for the destinations. You don't have any quarantine, right?
Well, it really depends from where to where. So within Europe, Europe has opened up again for many destinations. So it is possible to travel within Europe. But when you come from a so-called third country into Europe, you still, well, there's lots of restrictions. And if you can't travel into Europe, you still have to follow, in many cases, 2 weeks of quarantine. And yeah, there is no general answer to, can I travel and do I have to get on quarantine? It virtually changes every day, who can travel where, under which circumstances. Yeah. That's the reality.
Annette, time is up. Thank you so much. I found it very interesting, very useful to get into the nitty-gritty stuff, what is actually taking place, what is going on in such a big, complex organization. Very useful views. Thank you so much, Annette.
Thanks for the invitation.
Welcome. Now we have a very interesting event. It deals with the near-term future of the European air traffic. That is something which should be interesting to a lot of us. Miguel Perez has done a survey on the outlooks of the industry. Miguel is brand manager in Visit Valencia, and he leads the marketing and brand team. Not only that, in order to improve the air connectivity of Valencia, Visit Valencia founded Fly Valencia, where they work on improving the air connections to Valencia. And that is in that connection, Miguel has done this survey, which we're very interested to hear more about. Miguel, please take over.
Hello, greetings from Valencia in Spain on the Mediterranean Sea. It is a pleasure to share this report and this view on the future of European aviation with all the audience from BUZZ Expo, BUZZ.travel. Thanks a lot for your interest on this report. A couple of months ago, I remember, this COVID issue started in Spain in March. Exactly, we started in this alarm state in middle March. That's when we have the Fallas Festival in Valencia, which is the most important festival in our city. And during the first weeks, we were a little bit like adapting to the new situation. Of course, keeping home, no? And then after a few weeks, we were like talking all to each other, everybody in the branch, from hotel managers, airlines, airports, what's going on, what will happen, how are the airlines going to start again the routes, the traffic, the connectivity. And we all were like looking at the glass ball, no? And trying to see the future, no? And even in the morning you could see something, and in the evening you will see a completely different thing. So at that moment I decided, well, instead of asking one person, another person, I'm going to try to ask many people. And as I asked over 600 people from my contacts in LinkedIn, from airlines, from network department, from sales departments, from the airports. I had no idea if this was going to work, because it was at the end difficult questions, but I was happily surprised that very fast many people was answering the survey, and quite fast I had over 100 answers. And with over 100 answers, the survey was really not changing the results. They were quite accurate at that moment. And I decided that was the moment to do the report that I would like to share with you. So I'm going to share. And you can see on the screen one of the things that we were asking. Imagine that this is this was done 2 months ago, no? And well, it was about European aviation, so no about Valencia or a concrete destination. And well, 75% consider that between June and July, the traffic between Europe would start. And this was quite right, because we've seen that from middle June, there were some flights earlier, but massively from middle June, and now from July, we are getting most of the routes reopened. Then we were asking about how many flights will be reestablished, no? And let's say between 50 and 75, which is the green portion, were considering that they will operate like half of their capacity, and this is what is happening. So we see that, for example, in the case of Valencia and in many European destinations, we are recovering like around 85% or 90% of the routes in July, but the capacity maybe is around 35, 40% maximum, depending on the routes. And in August it will be growing, and in September we will see. And then we were asking also about long haul traffic. This was a much more difficult question. You can see that for European traffic, and like 60% was thinking the same, and this is what finally has happened. In long haul traffic, well, we know now that European Union has is going to say okay to some countries to get some traffic, but they are saying no to other traffic. So at the end is what we see here as well. So July, August, September, there is much more it's much more uncertain, no? What will happen. Then we were asking about the number of routes that they will operate in summer season, and again we see that a big percentage thought that they will operate less amount of routes, and this is what we are also seeing now, that an airline which was maybe flying 100 destinations, now they are flying 75 destinations or 70 destinations. They are starting by the safest ones, the ones where they think they have more traffic or more bookings, and some of the new planned routes are staying out. This is something from the future, no? Because we are already in summer, and we are already seeing what is happening in July, and we are already seeing what is happening in August, because some of the airlines are already adapting their flight schedules. And we see that for winter, airlines are also expecting some reductions. This was answered 2 months ago, but I think the answers are quite realistic to what will probably happen. The majority, 61%, think that the flight schedules and air capacity will be reduced between 20 and 40%. There is even people who think it will be very tough, or there was people 2 months ago that were thinking that the recession will be very tough and the reductions will be over 40%. At the end, we don't know what is going to happen. This situation, I talk daily again to hotel managers, hotel sales directors, airline network planners, airline sales people, airports people, and people from other tourism destinations. And one phone call is very positive, very optimistic, because bookings are going on and things are going well. And then another call is not so good, because now bookings are being stopped. So it changed, but there is a trend that we can see here, and this is quite positive, and it's that the flight searches are growing and growing. This is not about Europe. This is searches from Valencia, from European countries, no? And we can see how it grows from very low in the end of May to now almost 3 or 4 times the amount of searches that we had only 1 month ago. So this is really optimistic. In fact, we are already seeing in Valencia tourists. Last week, I had a very nice phone call from one of the restaurants of a 2 Michelin star chef here in Valencia, and one of the people working there was telling me, Miguel, we wanted to call you because yesterday we had the first table again from international tourists. This was last week. It was people coming from Netherlands, and they told us that the plane was full of people wanting to travel again, to enjoy life, to activate the travel mood on, the aviation mood on. On the survey, we were also asking about prices. Here, most people from the airlines and airport answered that prices will not change. Some people were thinking they will be reduced. Some people will be raised. If we check in the last months, at the beginning there were a lot of sales trying to incentivize the demand, and now it depends on which route you look at and which date the prices will be high or low. You never know. I think this is exactly the same as it was before COVID, that you could get very cheap flights or not that cheap flights depending on the moment you were booking. One of the conclusions that I would like to share, which is something that one of the people answering the survey was saying, and is something that I completely believe, and is completely on our Valencia ADN, is that we need to work all together in a virtuous ecosystem in order to rebuild the trust with all clients. This means we need to try to be positive. The situation is tough. We cannot lie. That's the situation. But we need to be positive. I mean, our 5-star hotel next to the beach, 1 month ago it was completely empty, and next Saturday we'll probably have 60% occupation. That's good. Our beach club that you can see on this beautiful picture, 2 months ago it was completely empty, and now is full with a social distance, and with safe measures, but full of people enjoying Mediterranean life and safe. And this cooperation, and with this, I think I finish my speech. This cooperation is what we have been working always in Fly Valencia. No? This is our successful model of cooperation with airlines, cooperation with airports, with media, with the tourism industry, a lot of relationship marketing and networking, market research, to increase the air capacity, to increase the passenger demand, in order to satisfy the travelers and the consumers. And now, in the moment that we are living, this is a must. The resources for marketing to activate again this demand is very limited, because all the private companies are having a lack of incomes in the recent times, and all the public companies or tourism boards or whatever, like we in Visit Valencia, have had to spend a lot of money helping for this sanitary situation, for this economical crisis, for this social crisis, to be sure that everybody will go on this situation. And this is a sentence from one of the people that did the survey. It was not a sentence from this person, it's a sentence from John Jay in the 1813. And this is hope for the best, plan for the worst. And this is what I think we still have to do, and we are working on. We are hoping for the best. We are planning for the worst. We are trying to activate this mood on. For example, next week we will launch our 22nd gastronomy restaurant week. It's called Cuina Oberta, which means open kitchen. 22nd, it means 11 years doing this restaurant week. And we are going to have 50 restaurants joining this gastronomy festival in Valencia. To finish, I just want to invite you to activate this aviation mood on, this travel mood on, to be positive, and wherever you live, whenever you can travel, whenever you can fly again, Spain awaits you. Visit Valencia. We are here at your disposal.
Gracias. You can count on me for coming to Spain as soon as I'm back in Europe.
We can leave the screen.
Yeah. Miguel, thank you a lot. Very interesting survey, and it seems that things are slowly getting back to better levels in Spain, in Valencia. We hope all the best. I unfortunately need to close now because we are 4 minutes over time. It has been a pleasure having you on the board, and if people have questions, you will be on the BUZZ Expo to be contacted, right?
Of course, I will be there. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks a lot, and sorry for the extra minutes.
That's okay. C'est la vie. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Hasta pronto.
Welcome, everybody. It's great to have all of you with us. Sam and I, as you know, we do hospitality talks. We are thrilled to have been invited by BUZZ.travel Expo to put this session together for you. Sam, how's your day been?
It's been fantastic, and I'm especially delighted that we can have a show on this Digital Travel Expo. So I'm really excited, and also to make some new friends during this panel discussion, and also all the viewers who are joining us. So please put some nice questions together for the panelists to make our discussions more livelier. So look forward to it.
Sam, you have it easy today because typically for hospitality talks, you were doing all the techie things. Today it's being done by our colleagues. So you have a lot of time today.
Well, I'm really happy about that. It's a nice change. So I think we need to consider how we're going to do this in the future.
So you want to tell a little bit about the hospitality talk so that our viewers would know?
Sure. We started in February. In fact, we started to talk about the concept of hospitality talks with Abid, and we thought we want to have a discussion which relates to the burning topics and also that goes in everybody's mind. And this was before the COVID was hitting us. And when actually that started, then we started to look around the world for hospitality professionals who would be interested to join our panel discussions. And we started to get a lot of interest from consultants in interior design, architects, general managers, and etc. And this has really created a very interesting and lively discussion, which can be seen more on our YouTube or LinkedIn channels. And we have been able to provide a great deal of value. And more importantly, Abid and myself, we have been learning a lot in this process, considering that we both have a privilege of working around the world for quite a long time, but we never had this situation happen to any of us. So we're all learning as we go by how to deal with this pandemic situation and the post-COVID situation.
Well, fantastic. So we were thrilled when we were asked to put this panel together. So all of our viewers, hopefully from Hospitality Talk, have joined us on this platform today. We've got a great panel for you, food and beverage professionals. So without any further ado, Sam, if it's okay, let's bring in Chef Robert Wiedmeyer, who's the owner of RW Restaurant Group. Robert, welcome to this session.
Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here and talk about these very pressing topics.
It's definitely interesting times that we're living in, Robert. You've been in this business for a very long time. Tell us how you have seen the restaurant industry and food scene evolve over the years.
Well, you know, if I go back from when I first started cooking back in like the late 70s to where we are today, it's changed drastically. And I'll just go through a little bit of historical background. If you go from, let's say, 1980 to where we are now in 2020, I mean, the fact that you can go on YouTube and go learn how to make a foie gras, torchon foie gras, or learn how to, you know, debone a duck. None of that was possible until all these different avenues of being on the computer were able to do that. We had to go actually go work for a chef and learn from a master chef and then pass that on and work and do that. Now you can do, I mean, my son has rebuilt cars off YouTube, rebuilt computers off YouTube, and you're getting a lot of novice cooks that have been able to go onto YouTube and other channels and learn how to do make a béarnaise sauce and how to, if a béarnaise sauce breaks, how to fix it. And it's all on there, everything. So I've seen that kind of change.
Has that enhanced the consumer expectations? Do they know more about food and different flavors? How has that changed when they come to dine with you?
Well, if you take the food and the beverage, I'm going to combine them both. Yes, it's made it, the consumer is much more educated on the products. For instance, and we just talk about, you know, where's fish coming from? They want to know if it's wild. They want to know if it's been farmed. They want to know where this is coming from. They know about truffles now. And almost every restaurant, I mean, it's in a, you know, a hierarchy of a $60 tab, not all, but they'll have foie gras on the menu, which that was only that one time that was like, oh, they've got foie gras. It's really special. So yes, the consumers become very, very educated, not just on food, but on wine too, on beverages. You know, it used to be you could do a wine list and, you know, you didn't have robertparker.com where you could go on there and see what it's rated and what you should be paying for it. And they could do that right at the table. I mean, now because of the Food Network and the TV programs and everything else, people are much more educated on food. They know the terms. That's why everybody's become a foodie.
Well, at least we hope to be foodies, or we pretend to be foodies. I don't know how well we are truly foodies, but you know, technology has accelerated knowledge gains. So tell us, we live in the world of YouTube, Instagram, food channels. Tell us, how has that changed the business acquisition? How do you find new customers for your establishment?
Well, if you use your IT stuff, if you use it properly, if you use your online reservation systems and actually get in there and really plug in the information, what I mean by plugging the information, not just their phone number and name and they're having an anniversary, but going beyond that, like what they normally have for a drink, what they normally do for wine, what they like to eat, what they ate last time. So if you're running an upscale Michelin starred restaurant, you have the ability to go through every single client that's coming in and have history on them about what their likes and dislikes are, or what they ate last time, so you don't repeat it. So it's only as good as you use it. However, on the other end, we've gotten inundated with IT stuff now. So it's like it used to be, the phone would ring, you know, the person would answer the phone, the maitre d' would answer the phone, they'd write it in pencil, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, 2 people, anniversary, thank you very much. Now we've got all these other systems that have attached onto the restaurant, which are actually cost you money. So it's actually, yes, it can enhance your business if you use it properly, but if you don't and just paying for it, it's actually draining money out of your pocket. So Yeah, it's good and it's bad. It's all on how you use it. And there's a lot of stuff out there now.
No, no doubt, no doubt.
You can wake up every morning and look at your phone. I can look at my phone and go, I can have every rating, every complaint, every compliment at the touch of my fingers at 9 of my restaurants.
And that's a good thing, so that you can respond to it. You can make sure that the people are going to get the experiences that you are trying to deliver. At the same time, if technology is not deployed correctly, it can create issues. Robert, I'm going to turn it over to Sam here in a second, but before I do that, I understand your operating model is you lease spaces and then you put a concept together for that particular space. Tell us what goes into selecting a site and how do you develop some of these different concepts, because you've got from a Michelin star restaurant to some relatively casual dining affair.
So, I had Marcel's for like 10 years, which was my fine dining restaurant. I didn't open up another restaurant until after 10 years I did it. Well, why did I do that? One reason was that my executive chef that was with me had been with me for a long time. So I wanted to open up another casual brasserie. Not another one, but open up a casual brasserie, which I did. Brasserie Beck. It got selected by Esquire magazine as the best new restaurant in 2008. And everybody thought it was a novel idea, a brasserie in Washington, D.C. I'm like, there's nothing novel about a brasserie. They're all over Paris and Brussels, in the UK, in London. But in D.C., it was a big thing. Todd remembers this. So in selecting restaurants, for me, it was, okay, I wanted to be able to, get a bigger, wider net to feed people. So Marcel's, the average check can be anywhere from $150 to $600, depending on what you're drinking, obviously. Brasserie Beck has got an average check of $65 to $80. My Muscle Bar and Grills, which are very casual, which I did after a restaurant in Brussels called La Poubelle, which means the trash can in French. It's a mussel and frite place where you just eat mussels and fries and you drink Belgian beers. Very casual. We play loud rock and roll music, and that's got an average check of $35 per person. So I kind of like spread myself out there in the sense culinary wise, and also being able to reach people that can't eat at Marcel's because they just can't afford it, but they can go have my cuisine at a much lower price. And, if you're doing everything correctly, it doesn't matter if you're cooking in a Michelin-starred restaurant or a brasserie, the food should be great if you have the same integrity in what you're buying and how you're using it.
Are customers of Muscle Bar or your other restaurants, is one group more demanding than the other?
Not really. I would say, on a whole, I'd say probably they're easier at my more expensive restaurants and more demanding probably at my least expensive restaurants. Because if they're going to the Muscle Bar and they think it's, Chef Robert Wiedmeyer's concept from Marcel's, they're high expectations when they're getting just mussels and fries and a salad or a steak frite. And they're looking at much higher expectations at a very casual restaurant sometimes. So sometimes they can be a little bit more harder on that establishment, even though it still was great food. But, we all make mistakes in the restaurant industry. Not every night do we put out everything perfect. I'd like to say we do, but, salt in the wrong cook's hand is poison. So, it all depends on who's cooking it.
I've never heard of that analogy, but I'll have to remember that. Sam, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Robert, it's very interesting. I've been looking at the kind of different concepts that you have and different restaurants. And I need to ask you first, are all your restaurants currently open? No,
the only one I have not opened is Marcel's.
Okay.
I'm waiting on that. And the reason why is that the clientele that comes to Marcel's and spends that kind of money and wants that kind of experience are well-traveled, well-heeled individuals that are probably not having to worry about money, and they're elderly. They're anywhere between 55 and 75. And I don't think they really want to put themselves at risk during this COVID pandemic, and they're probably going to stay home. So I'm debating when I'm going to open it up or when I'm going to open it.
Yeah. I was before I came, we started to prepare for this show. I was asking around with my friends, and one of my friends is in Lyon, and she asked a question, and maybe I can address it to you. How much do you think customer experience will suffer permanently with the changes brought by COVID? And what is this going to mean for restaurants that are heavily relying on this experience, and she's referring to Michelin star rated restaurant.
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think that, if when she started having the sommelier walk up to you with gloves and a mask on his face and try to explain the wines, it just takes away the whole romance, the whole experience of the dining experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say to myself personally, if I was not in the restaurant industry and I decided to go out to a restaurant, a Michelin starred restaurant, and everybody's wearing masks and gloves, I'd probably look at my wife and say, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I feel the same.
Right?
I was Norma in Copenhagen. This René Redzepi has taken a very interesting approach by reinventing. He opened it. The Norma is closed as we know it, but now he has he sells hamburgers and wine at the terrace. So just in order to get the very casual approach, there's no reservations required. You can just come for a glass of wine or come for a cheeseburger that costs about maybe $18 per burger. But it's going to be a good burger. But how do you feel about reinventing the concept on a formal dining, on a formal restaurant at this time? Does that make sense, or do you prefer to wait until things are that you can open up as you are used to open it?
I think the question on that, the answer on that is that it depends on your lease. It depends on your relationship with the entity that you're in and what your economics are within your lease, or if you own the building. A lot of people at this time right now, a lot of chefs, a lot of restaurateurs are renegotiating their leases during this time and trying to get, a deal, because, you're basically walking into a burning building and saying, we're going to start cooking food here, to hopes that some people are going to come out to eat. So changing the concept of Marcel's to do burgers and stuff like that, I just don't see myself doing that at this time. Not that it won't work for some people to do that, but I want to wait and see how this goes down the road with getting a vaccine for COVID-19, and hopefully things will turn and we'll get back to some normalcy here.
Yeah. I was talking to a couple of my friends who also are running some restaurants, mostly in Asia. And what he was saying is that the kind of restaurants that are exceeding the business volume that they did before are his pizzas. So meaning all the casuals. How is it for you? You have different types of restaurants. How do you see the
casual places are doing okay?
Yeah.
The ones that are a little bit more expensive, like my Wildwood Kitchen and Lock 72 and Marcel's was not open, but the other two are open. They're not doing as much business. But the casual restaurants, they got big patios. Those are the ones that are doing business.
Yeah.
People want to sit outside. They want to be out. They don't want to sit inside. You can't blame them.
Yeah, of course. Do you think somebody else was asking me, will spontaneous dining be the same, or will dining become more of a planned event where people take more time to consider their options where they're going to eat? Because here in Helsinki and also in other places, people can be quite spontaneous. Well, let's go and eat there, and because we've been there before. Or do you see that people are taking their time and they're taking the time to make a reservation, or before they even consider to come to the restaurant?
I think people are going to be a lot more cautious. They're going to go on the internet, see what type of precautions you've taken as a restaurant in your policies and your steps on keeping the place sanitized. I think people are going to be very, the younger people, not so much, but people that are from that age bracket that we were talking about, the 50-year-olds to the 75-year-olds, are going to be very, very cautious about when they make a reservation, how they make a reservation, how many people you can have seated in there that night. They're going to be curious about it. But on the other hand, they might not even go out to eat at a restaurant. Now, again, the casual restaurants, I think will do okay during this. They're not going to make money, but they're going to break even maybe.
Yeah. Have you done sort of the kind of takeaway systems where, at least here in the Nordics, a lot of restaurants who were forced to be closed, but they kept the kitchen open so they can keep the staff.
Yeah, curbside pickup's never going to go away now.
Yeah,
I think it's here to stay, and actually, it'll be a good thing even after they get those pandemics over. It'll be another revenue stream for restaurants, because a lot of people are going to we just call the restaurant and they bring it right out, put it in our car, and we leave.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't feel like getting dressed up tonight or going to a restaurant. We just want to pick it up and go. So I think curbside pickup is here to stay. Okay, none of my restaurants, all my restaurants will continue curbside pickup forever.
Yeah. Do you mean also that will that be that you have a very particular menu that only works for that curbside, or
yeah,
are you going
got to be really careful. A lot of the restaurants aren't doing that properly. They're doing food that doesn't travel well. And when you do food that doesn't travel well, and then the people get it home, they're like, "Why did I order this?" So you got to do food that travels well. Braised items. You know, you shouldn't be doing pommes frites or French fries to travel. They don't travel. They'll be soggy and no good when you get them. So you got to really think the menu out, and you don't want the menu to be too big either.
That's right. Great, Robert. Thank you very much. Great to get your thoughts on this. So over to you, Babbitt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Robert, I can relate to the food not traveling very well. Recently, we had ordered some food, and by the time it got to us, it was a total different thing than what we had remembered dining in the restaurant. Right. So it is a different segment almost dealing with the takeaways. Now, this takeaway is going to be part of how the restaurants continue to operate. Do you have to do anything differently to make that happen? You talked about having a particularly different menu. Restaurants are thin margin business to begin with. After COVID, it's operating at 50% capacity or under other restrictions. Takeaway is another expense. Yes, it gives you revenue, but it does take away, no pun intended, part of your profit. Help us understand how these different revenue streams and expenses work.
Well, the cost about doing takeaway would be buying the containers and the bags for all that to go, and then just putting something on your website that people can go right to the website, order, and then you just, they pick it up. There's not a whole lot of overhead in doing that, but there is cost in buying the takeaway stuff. I mean, the boxes and the bags and the instructions. You got to put down the instructions for some of the stuff. So yeah, there is some downfall, but if it's done properly and well thought out, it can actually be a really good revenue stream for all restaurants. Fantastic. Like I would never do, like at Marcel's, I would never do my tasting menu to go takeaway. I mean, it's impossible to do. But we could do some other things like my lobster bisque and my roasted tarragon chicken. We could do that to go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, Robert, in U.S. terms, government had extended some of the help during COVID, whether it was PPP or some of the other incentives that were offered. Did you partake in any of that? Can you help us understand how that might have helped the restaurateurs or hurt them?
So you saw in the PPP, the payroll protection plan was going out. There was a lot of chefs and restaurateurs speaking publicly about it that it doesn't work. It doesn't work for the restaurants. And the reason why they were saying that is because when they first rolled it out, it was like 75% of it had to go to payroll within a very short time. So for instance, at my restaurant, if I brought everybody back the moment they gave me that money, well, they would just be standing around doing nothing, getting paid. So we said to them, we went back to the government, we went back and we pleaded. I was on news with the labor secretary not too long ago and explained that the PPP is not sustainable. And the reason being is that if we just use up the money without making any income, and then when we really need the money when we can open, it won't be there. So what's happened is a lot of the employees have gone on unemployment plus the stimulus on top of it. So they're making more money staying at home than if I was to bring them back at, let's say, a 25% reduction of their salary. So that ends in July. So the PPP has been great if you use it properly. If you don't use it properly, you might owe the government a lot of money at a 1% loan over, I think it's 2 years, which isn't that bad. But to just take it and start paying people their payroll with it with no business, no customers was a waste of time. Waste of money. Actually, not a waste of money.
Yep, true. And quite candidly, if there is no business, the staff is not going to enjoy it hanging around.
No, they don't want to be there. The morale's down. They don't even want to be there.
So one last question before we bring in our next guest, Robert. There are lots of things that I can continue to talk about, but help us understand the farm to table type of movement or sustainability things that are being talked about in the food industry. Is it really catching on, or is it mostly a hype today?
Well, again, so farm to table, it's to me it's kind of like a stupid thing, because if you worked in great restaurants, that's all you did was bought from the local farmers and took the food that was local as much as you could and made your dishes out of that. So I've always only done farm to table cooking. So farm to table, kind of that term came out about, let's say about 8-9 years ago, Todd.
Yeah.
So everybody was farm to table, farm to table, farm to table. Half the places are not doing farm to table. I mean, they'll say they're doing it, but I don't think you can do all farm to table in today's market unless you've got a little tiny restaurant out in the country and you change your menu every day. Right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. And having tried some of this from local farmers, when I was based out of Asia, quite candidly, you couldn't even get enough produce or enough materials to be able to do this. So, well, thank you.
We try our best to do that, but you can't do it all farm to table.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Robert. Please stay with us. There are lots of other questions. We will come back to you, but at this point, I'm going to bring in our next guest, Todd Kilman, who is a journalist and editor and has been a foodie for a very long time. Todd, welcome to our session with Digital Travel Expo and Hospitality Talks.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. And it's climbing, by the way.
Oh, I beg your pardon. My apologies.
That's okay.
How's your day been? You have seen the food business evolve for a long time. Anything you would like to add relative to how this industry has changed over the last 5-6 years?
It's changed dramatically. It's changed dramatically. The operations of restaurants, the kinds of restaurants we're seeing now, and I know this both as a journalist and an editor, and also as a consultant. We're seeing also just incredible changes that have happened within operations over the last 5 years. Restaurants have changed dramatically the way they've been doing business. That's mostly been invisible to diners and to developers and to business people on the outside who are constantly looking at restaurants and seeing how they might fit into their plans. The food media business is in tremendous flux. The last 2 weeks, huge changes in this country, and I suspect they will ripple outward. Food media has been collapsing. Food media over the last 5, 6, 7 years has gone through a dramatic shift. So there are so many people that I would consider to be amateurs in this mix now. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of them don't have training. There are people who are amateurs who are working at the professional level. The market for that is incredibly glutted. You have people who are doing aggregation. They are borrowing the ideas and the reporting of other people and repackaging it. You're seeing that happen at a level which you would be probably surprised if you knew that was going on. There's a lot of slipperiness going on. The kind of people who are doing this work now are, in general, less well-traveled, or the kind of traveling that I would consider to be the important kind, where you're really immersed and you're going on to soil of another country and immersing yourself in that culture and trying to understand from the inside. There's much less of that kind of travel informing the writing. There's much less seriousness. I don't mean that the writing is stiff and ponderous. I just mean that there's a lot less real engagement, and there's a kind of a basic trendiness and a lifestyle component that is become predominant.
We were talking about technology and impact on this business with Chef Robert. From where you sit, you talked about food media is pretty much going away. Any other things that you have seen that might have been a seismic shift in our industry that was brought about by technology?
I mean, tech is changing almost everything that we're seeing, and we're seeing the ways that that apparatus in our lives has set the conditions for what's happening now with this crisis. Almost every exchange now is happening through tech. The restaurants that are navigating this well, the fashionable term is pivot. The ones who are pivoting well are relying to an inordinate degree on tech. They're in some cases changing around entire operations using different point of sales, different ordering systems in order to make things possible. They're relying on media campaigns to do work that previously they would have done themselves in-house, maybe at a small level, maybe going out through email and other means. It's creating dramatic changes, and the ways that tech is a part of the food world. I mean, it's something that was touched on earlier. There have been some really good things that have come about because of it, some new things that have come about because of it. There have also been a lot of bad things, and we're kind of in that position right now where there are people who don't necessarily know how to humanize the tech. There are people who are beginning to make inroads with it, do interesting things with it. But others who are abusing it, and who are, if not abusing it, but they're using it in a way that is not bringing about let's say, a better world, or a world of more understanding.
Todd, the role of a food critic, and you and I briefly talked about it in our prior conversation. You know, when a food critic was to show up at your restaurant, all hell was breaking loose because chef was tense and the staff was tense. Is that much emphasis still being placed on the visits of food critics, or are people more reliant on the apps that do crowdsource reviews, that sort of aggregate the reviews, and consumer finds more comfort through them?
It really depends. There are restaurants where the presence of a critic in the room still sends flutters, and they will scurry. But for the most part, the really savvy restaurants know that they should be treating everybody who walks in as a potential critic, because everybody now has the tools to go out online. The kinds of things we're seeing now are that the critic is much less of a force, I think. You have other kinds of food media people who are in this. You have one of the scourges in the Western world, at least from my perspective as an editor and a writer, influencers. I know they're important for the role of travel, but they've done some great damage in the world of restaurants. But this is a different calculus, and there are a lot of big changes afoot. And also what's happened is that people are less reliant on a single voice or a couple of key voices to give them insight. People seem to like kind of a consumer reports, which is what Yelp has brought. And keep in mind, Yelp is a company based in the United States. The United States has a long-standing tradition of hostility and disdain toward the expert, toward the one person who is educated, well-traveled, well-watered, well-fed, who kind of knows and has taken the time to learn. We're seeing the same kind of antipathy toward experts now in our public health crisis as well. But Yelp was created with that in mind, with the idea of giving voice to a range of people. Of course, what you see a lot of people who don't know anything. And the defenders of Yelp will say, well, you are getting an aggregate, and the aggregate, everything will even out. And it sometimes doesn't work. And of course, there's a lot of lying that happens on Yelp as well. There's
Yeah,
a lot.
Unfortunately, I think these technology can do wonders if it's used properly, but there are people that are going to abuse it no matter what segment of life that technology might exist. In no different for Yelp, or if you go to TripAdvisor or any of these sites that aggregate consumer comments, it becomes a challenge at times. Todd, tell us some of the attributes in some of the successful restaurants. What makes a restaurant really tick with the diners? And I'll turn it over to Sam here, but before I do, just help us understand what really makes a restaurant successful. What makes it tick with the diners?
A great restaurant is a restaurant where all the parts are moving really well together in a really tight knit of purpose. And that could be, it could be a simple place selling potatoes that get topped, and it could be an elaborate, 3-star Michelin restaurant. As a critic, and I ate out more than 500 times for close to 15 years. What you sense is that when you're in the presence of a great restaurant, you know within about 5 minutes, there's an energy in the room, there's a crackle, and that's not buzz. And I think a lot of people who are the trendies among us would say, well, it's about a buzz. It's not about a buzz. It's that in a good restaurant, the morale is really high. There's a sense of camaraderie on the floor. You can tell in a good restaurant how the staff is being treated, because that comes through in how they treat you. A lot of times diners will blame a bad night on a server, and often the server isn't really to bear the brunt of the blame. The blame should go to management for not supporting that server, giving that server the means to succeed, the training to succeed, the support on the floor to succeed. So you sense it. You sense this crackle, this energy, this idea that the people who are on the floor, who are the ambassadors for the back of the house, as we say, that they know what they're doing, and they understand the role that they play, and they're being supported, they're being cared for, and they are really an extension of that entire operation. And then beyond that, I've seen restaurants with great food that just weren't great restaurants. It's sad. It happens more often than you'd think. And I've seen places with great service that had middling food, but were somehow, because of the way the parts fit together, they became very good restaurants. Sometimes one element predominates, but it's really the gestalt. It's the fusion of these elements, and it's a fascinating thing. There's so many different models for success.
It's a big puzzle, and all the different pieces have got to fit together. One last question before I turn it over to Sam. With COVID, our life has changed dramatically. People's dining habits were changing to begin with. COVID might have pushed it a little more. The office scene in CBD is going to change because a lot of people are doing what we're doing. They're working remotely. They use digital tools. How do you think restaurants can survive in this environment? But more importantly, what would you recommend that they do to thrive in this environment?
I think it's a great question. I think restaurants have to recognize that ultimately they are the middleman. And what I mean by that is that on one end, there's what we as diners, as patrons love. We love the idea of these raw materials coming into this place, people who've got years and decades of training, knowledge, passion, know-how. And then there's us, and we want these goods. We want to connect to these goods. We like what these people are putting out. Right now, the middleman is suffering because we can't go to that middle. So that sounds really simple, but it's a profound idea, I think, because what a restaurant has to do is has to rethink what it is. And we don't tend to think of a restaurant as a middleman. We tend to think of them in romantic terms, and we should. I mean, they're the places we go for anniversaries and birthdays. They're the places we go to celebrate. They're the places we go when our lives are anxious and scattered and we need some kind of form of caress. They're the places we go to kind of negotiate, make meaning. But right now we can't have that. And so the successful restaurants right now are those that are going to say, we have this stuff, we have this ability to prepare this product, these products that people like. How do we get that to them? One of the things that's happening, I think, and will continue to happen, is the restaurants that were the most plugged into the changes that were already happening over the last few years are the ones that are probably in the best position to turn around and succeed. And that's to take these new systems, systems of simplification, restaurants that are taking models from fast food chains that are simplifying their online processes. I think the restaurants that come out of this and thrive, or thrive in the middle of this and continue to thrive, are going to be hybrids. I mean, I'm seeing that in the work that I'm doing as a consultant. I think restaurants that understand that they are more than one thing, that there's more than one thing happening under that roof, are best positioned to succeed. I think we start seeing things like traiteurs, which are popular in Paris, where there's more than one mode of getting the cooked, processed food, fabricated food, gloriously fabricated, to the patron. Restaurants that sort of see themselves as occupying more than one niche, I think will do quite well ultimately. And I think what comes out of this is that our understanding of what a restaurant is has changed. That there are more models, and whether that's good or bad, I don't know. It's different. I think it'll be an interesting thing. I think restaurants like Robert's restaurant, Marcel's, ultimately be fine. What I worry about is the restaurants below that. He mentioned his Brasserie Beck. I think restaurants like that are in a more perilous position for the next few years.
Fair enough. I guess this COVID, we still don't know exactly how it'll pan out, what will change. A lot of the social norms might change at the end of it, but we'll have to stay tuned. Sam, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting observations and thoughts that you have, Todd. I was wondering now, do you see what generational differences are there in what the different customers are looking for? The millennials and Z, etc. What are your thoughts on that?
There's a real generation gap in the food world right now, and it's going to become more profound. Younger diners, particularly in this country, are their concerns are different, their assumptions are different. You're seeing it in things like wine. They're drinking much less wine at restaurants than previous generations, the baby boom generation, for example. Their habits, their loyalties to restaurants are different. They're not as bound as older generations were. They are also in difficult circumstances. They are they're being reshaped by this crisis. They've been shaped by the mountains of debt that our educational system, particularly college education system, has saddled them with. The lack of housing options. They just don't have most of them, other than the well-heeled, they don't have the funds to go out and eat the way somebody 20 years ago who was in their early 30s did, who's a professional. And so they've learned to moderate. They're doing things like they're ordering in. Their knowledge of food is probably higher than any other generation of Americans. They're going to school and they're having sushi chefs in their dining rooms. They're exposed to a wide variety of cuisines. They have a broad knowledge and in some cases a deep knowledge. And they're concerned about issues of social justice and widening the sphere of who is, allowed in the mix and what that means for dining. And just this past week, we've seen so many episodes of that in this country and the way that's going to reshape things. So I think that there's going to be, we're going to look back and we're going to see this as dramatic in the restaurant world, not just for what kinds of restaurants are still around, but for the kind of dining population we have and the kind of restaurant that people tend to want. I think there's this idea of fine dining is really, I mean, it's becoming more of a relic. This might be the thing that, at least for the foreseeable future, makes it an absolute relic. And that the emphasis is on these other modes. I mean, we're seeing the rise of so-called ghost kitchens or dark kitchens. We're seeing the way that people are ordering off of delivery services and having it brought to them. They're insisting on a high level of quality with those offerings, and they're watching a movie and eating restaurant food. They're finding different ways to slice this up. And again, they're looking at restaurants more as middlemen. They're looking at it in a more cynical, maybe at least a more practical way of, what is it that I want? I want the food. I want these tastes that I can't get anywhere else. I want to taste the globe. I want something that gives me a sense of experience, because I live in a mostly plastic world, a generic world, a world where I'm reduced to ordering things online with Amazon. I never see who these people are. And I'm being dominated by tech. I'm being dominated by corporations. So this meal, maybe it's a delivery of Northern Thai food, and it's it's some kind of a soup. I can feel that I'm having something authentic for at least 20 minutes. And that's driving a lot of what we've been seeing, and I suspect it continues to drive it.
Okay, very interesting. You mentioned about how truly the food critics or the critics and the food media is has a lot of challenges, and maybe dying, maybe it's a dramatic word, but I was wondering then about the restaurant rating systems and sort of that official rating systems. How are they doing? Is that, do you think that's still going to be surviving, or is that this thing of a past where the traditional ratings agencies like Michelin and so on doesn't have the credibility that they had before? What is your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure Michelin has the credibility that it used to have, to begin with. It's become very hard to understand exactly what their standards are as they've gone outside of Europe. Other rating services, ratings are going to stay with us because people like them. They like that digestibility. I don't. I always try to get rid of ratings, rating scales wherever I was, just because I wanted people to read the words. I wanted them to take the time to read this piece that I thought was a contribution in some way to the culture, and that
instead of just reading the stars, right?
Yeah, instead of just looking at stars. And a lot of times what happens is you'll sometimes read a review and you'll say, well, it's great. Why is it 2 stars? And I was at a publication that insisted on stars because that drives ad budgets, it drives circulation. But what happens is that people become really hung up on stars. I would get calls from people and they'd say, well, it's a special occasion. I want to go to such and such a restaurant. You gave it 3.5 stars. You gave it 4 stars. And I'd say, well, you probably are not going to be happy there. And they'd say, why? And I'd say, well, because restaurants at that level, they're getting those stars in part because they are doing something to push the conversation, if you will, in some way. They're doing creative things or innovative things, or they're doing them in a different way that feels new and exciting. They're not just simply putting out food. And most people who live an ordinary middle class, bourgeois existence would be happy with a 2.5-star restaurant. It's going to satisfy them at the base level, be a little cheaper too. Those restaurants are really for people who are culinary adventurers, not even foodies, but people who are really, they live to eat and they're living for sensation, and they're going into a restaurant with that sense that you go into a theater, show me something new, delight me, entertain me, take me out of my daily existence, my fears and my anxieties, and my world. Great food can do that. Not every restaurant can do that, but great food can do that.
Okay, my final question is, what do you see some trends in the cuisine, or if the, so to speak, new trends, if you will, that you are seeing emerging now, in particularly in the US or maybe elsewhere?
You're seeing a lot of chefs with Robert's level of experience and training, and dedication to craft, passion, expertise, doing fast food or doing some version of fast food. That has been going on for a few years now, about 4 or 5 years now. It's continued to gain ground before COVID. I think it becomes one of the dominant modes of restaurant, for one reason that we haven't gotten into, which is that restaurants are exceedingly expensive, rents have been really high, and labor in this country in particular has just been a problem across the board. It is really hard to find, Robert can attest to this, really hard to find dedicated, experienced people to do the job. We're even talking about finding inexperienced people at a low level, the difficulty of finding folks like that to just wash dishes, for example. And so what savvy restaurateurs have been doing is figuring out ways to adopt these or adapt these fast food models and use them to streamline operations, to eliminate labor, to kind of have a much more machine style to the preparation of their food. We've seen chefs who are doing things like, I've joked to some chefs about it, it's sort of more like parfait assembly, where everything is done in the prep, lots of sauces, lots of squeeze bottles, lots of different mise en place touches, and the food is assembled rather than cooked. Somebody at Robert's level and with that classical background, their typical system is when an order comes in, the pan gets warmed up, knob of butter goes down and the dish begins to get cooked. That's happening less and less and less because people are having to rethink systems in order to get around these problems of labor, these problems of high rent. And what we haven't touched on is what the role of development is in all this, and business. And we've been seeing investors not supporting restaurants, moving away from support of restaurants. We've been seeing developers needing more and more restaurants in their developments because Amazon has just flattened retail. And so things that are tactile are more and more needed. Nail salons, massages, restaurants, grocery stores, those are the anchors of retail. But it puts an inordinate pressure on restaurants to perform, the need for more restaurants, and it continues to glut the market and thin labor. So the restaurants that emerge out of this will be lean models. I can foresee a new generation of restaurants with fewer than 10 people working in them.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. Todd, please stay with us. Unfortunately, we're running over our time, so I'm going to bring in our next guest at this point, Mike Lawless, who is the project manager with the Blue Plate Studio. Mike, welcome to our session.
Thank you, Avid. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, Mike, tell us from a designer point of view, what have you seen that has become critical in restaurant designs? What is important in making those experiences really work?
I mean, it's a very interesting question, especially considering the situation we find ourselves in globally at this current time. I think that it was, I wouldn't say a constant battle, but something that was always these sort of two sides to the coin of the considerations that you had to think about when designing a restaurant is form and functionality. You want to make an attractive product that works operationally. I'm sure Robert will attest to having probably worked in restaurants that maybe weren't designed so successfully and ones that were, and there's a big difference. And now in this sort of very, very strange time that we find ourselves living in, I really think that there's going to be a third aspect that will take as big an importance in regards to form and functionality, and that's safety. I think it's going to really drive a lot of the decisions that we as designers make in the context of a post-pandemic world. And of course, I agree with what Todd was saying in regards to the need for a vaccine is going to then sort of allow us to return to a certain level of normalcy. But at the same time, this has been such a profound global event that it really will impact the way that people dine and experience restaurants moving forward. So I think sort of health and safety considerations, rather than just ticking the box for government permits, are going to be absolutely paramount in the coming years.
Well, Mike, you've done a lot of work internationally, particularly when you go to Asia and Middle East. You know, buffets are a huge thing. Consumer wants them, but hotel and restaurants, particularly restaurants attached to the hotels, they put these lavish buffets together. Is COVID the nail in the coffin for buffets?
You took the words out of my mouth, David. I really do think so. It's I mean, it's something that pre-COVID we were seeing really the dwindling down of buffets around the world. I think it was something that some of the trends that Todd and Robert touched on in regards to what's been driving sort of the restaurant and food and beverage industries over the last 5 years is this reach towards authenticity in terms of the experience and the food. And buffets don't necessarily play into that. And it's something that we, as a designer from our clients and hotel operators that we partner with on our hotel projects, saw a vast reduction in the request for buffets. And what this meant in sort of luxury products was more a la carte service, especially in Asia and the Middle East, as you say. But then in more limited service food and beverage offerings in sort of select service hotels, we would see the rise of this sort of coffee shop model with the grab and go counters, allow people to come for grab a quick bite on their way out at the beginning of the day, a coffee, a sandwich, a pastry, something like that. And I think then now with COVID-19, it's going to be very difficult to convince people to come back to buffets. It already was a dated model when it comes to.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, it's something that just it's going to be very difficult to health and safety standards. But then also you think about it from a sustainability standpoint, food wastage, all of those items. I think it's a thing of the past, quite frankly.
And Mike, when you design concepts and you've done a lot of work, do you prefer freestanding restaurants with individuality? Do you like if the concept is successful that can be replicated around the world? What has been successful from your point of view?
I would say there's not really a straight answer for that, because it really depends on the client, on the style of the project. I've worked on some restaurants in sort of huge chain hotels, and then I've worked on independent restaurants with just it was the passion project for an entrepreneur opening his first restaurant, and they're very enjoyable for different reasons. I think that the independent projects, you find yourself having more freedom, and it's more of sort of a conversation with the owner and the entrepreneur and the chef as well, and it's really a very collaborative spirit in that sense. However, it's not without its challenges. Oftentimes, budget might not be as big, but also there could be issues surrounding a lack of standards, for example, a lot more questions for us as designers in regards to, okay, well, is this legally allowed, and talking with the local permitting agencies, etc. Versus when you work for a larger brand, be it a larger branded
a larger hotel brand or a larger restaurant brand, they have their standards in place, and it's very sort of cut and dry what it is your role is and what it is that you have to do in order to execute this. So those projects tend to run very smoothly, but then they might not have the same kind of freedom to express yourself creatively. I think it's give and take. It really depends. I think personally, I prefer working on a mix of both of those types.
You mean you don't like the change orders?
Oh, I love
change orders. That wasn't my fault. That was the designer's fault.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's always our fault.
Sam, we are pressed for time, so let me turn it over to you, and I'll come back.
Well, I'll just do a quick question. I know there is, in our normal shows, we just go for, we don't look at the clock here, but here we have some time pressing. But I want to just ask, how do we address social aspects and ambience with physical distancing? Does it come in play when you are now starting to, you're creating some designs, or is it something that is not as important for you in the design stage?
I mean, there are a few things to consider here. I think that it's, first, how long is this going to last? Nobody knows. And there's certain temporary fixes that people are doing. A big shift towards outdoor dining, as was mentioned before by both Robert and Todd, which is huge for the restaurant industry being able to get back on its feet in that sense. But ultimately, I think that what Todd was touching on earlier, this idea that the crackle that you get from a successful restaurant, and really just the joy of eating out and the joy of leaving your home to go to a restaurant, is something that so many of us have been starved of in the last few months. And while it's going to be strange to get back there, it's something I can't wait to do. And it's going to be a very sort of delicate balance, a careful dance between returning to a level of normalcy, but allowing for certain safeguards to ensure that there's not virus transmission, etc. I walked past a restaurant the other day in Upper Manhattan, and it was a fine dining restaurant, and the waiters were all white glove service, silver platters, and the old school sort of white blazers. And on the silver platters was just a single bottle of hand sanitizer. On the terrace of this restaurant. And it was so weird to see, but it's commendable because at least they're trying to put their own signature on this weird time that we find ourselves in, this trying to reopen. And social distancing, of course, is going to be a part of that. And we're going to have to consider that in our interior design jobs as we go forward. But the hope is that a vaccine will come around sooner rather than later, and we'll be able to return back to that, because ultimately seat count is so critical to, it's so directly related to revenue of a restaurant that it's impossible to say to a restaurant, no, 50% of your seats can't operate.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your answers here, and over to you, Abid.
Mike, one question, and then we'll bring everybody back together for a little bit. What changes do you see in designs going forward now? The delivery component or curbside pickup is here to stay. The social distancing might be around. Buffets might be gone. Any things that you think are going to be permanent in design changes moving forward?
What I would love to see in terms of a more permanent shift in the way that we see our restaurants is really on a more macro level, is zooming out and looking at how we inhabit the spaces in which we live, in the cities that we live. And it has to be a shift in the streetscape. I live here in New York City, and I think it's cities across America. It's dedicated to providing road travel. And that's just not sustainable in this current time that we find ourselves. And it's really this pandemic, as awful as it has been for so many people around the world, it presents an opportunity. And from it, we have to adapt. And I think starting to allocate more space in our cities for public use, for dining, for outdoor dining, is a great step towards limiting the use of cars in heavily trafficked urban areas.
That's good.
And to sort of create this almost on the European model, that you see the Parisian corner bistros and the piazzas of Rome, they're full of tables. And actually just this week, there's talks of Arthur Avenue, sort of the epicenter of Little Italy in the Bronx, closing down the entire an entire 3-block stretch of Arthur Avenue to create a 100-table dining piazza based on the Italian model. And it's a certain sort of poetry to that it's an Italian immigrant neighborhood in New York City that is now looking back towards the way that Rome and European cities are done in that way, and trying to adapt in that way to this time. And I think that's a big marker of it, a big opportunity that we have to adapt here, is this shift towards outdoor dining. And it doesn't have to just be for fair weather times. As we've seen in European cities, right, you can have outdoor heaters, you can have these kind of semi-permanent structures that allow for comfortable outdoor dining. And that's something that I think has the potential to really redefine the way we use our cities, and restaurants can be at the forefront of that approach and that rethink.
Well, I hope the pedestrian are incorporated into urban planning, because I think that'll be healthier living, and businesses will thrive because there'll be more foot traffic. So let's bring everybody back together. And Robert, I'm going to start with you, asking one quick question. How do we gain consumer confidence and loyalty in age of Yelp and in age of COVID? Robert.
Wow. Get customer confidence. I mean, to get their confidence back in dining in the restaurants.
Yes, and their loyalty, so that they will.
Well, the loyalty is going to come from, people that come in there and have great service and great food and come back and walking out going, that was a great experience. That's your best advertising. That becomes your loyalty. People go out and go, you got to go to this restaurant. But we've already got that going on. It's like, how are we going to get them to have the confidence come back in and still be loyal? Like, I'm putting out an email next week to all my customers, 45,000 people from Marcel's, telling them that I'm going to reopen on this date and I'm only taking 40 covers a night. So I want to see how many people, loyal customers of mine, say, okay, I'm going to come out for dinner. So, I mean, the question is just, it's a hard one to answer a bit, because it's like, I don't know if you're starting from ground zero to do that. You're going to have to do, well, we're here, we got great service, we got great food, but we're also being very safe with the COVID-19 procedures.
Fair enough. Todd, a question for you. For the budding entrepreneurs that are looking to open restaurant, would you have a word of wisdom for them and advice that they can rely on?
I think
from don't.
apart from don't, right. Actually, it's